Let's see. Actually, go live. Bro, this is what happens when you just like take a month break. Because like I have to familiarize myself how to do this shit, eh? Uh,
I think the title's wrong, isn't it?
what's that? Wait up. Let's see. I think we are live right now, but I'll just go on YouTube to check. Uh, yep, so we're live actually. Okay, so I know it's been a while, about like a month. So we just do a quick little intro for our new guy who's joining us now for the first time. Savage. You want to give us a quick intro?
Yeah,
Doesn't have to be. You don't have to. What do you call?
I just introduced myself.
Yeah, introduce yourself. Or where you're from? What's your favorite anime, and what's the last thing you've watched?
All right, so I am Savage, or you could call me Zid or Z. Uh,
Yep. What's the
my favorite
last?
anime, yeah,
Yep.
and so forth.
Sorry. You go ahead. What's your
I
favorite
think
anime?
that'll be like Attack on Titan.
Attack on Titan. That's a good choice.
That's a good shout.
What's
That's
what's
a good
the
shout.
what's the last thing you've watched?
The last thing I've watched would be Squid Game, like season 3.
Actually,
Oh, yes.
more
Yeah.
specifically, what anime? What's the last anime you've watched?
Oh, damn. I
Have
think
you seen any
I'll
animes
say
in recent?
uh yeah, the new MHA Vigilante.
Oh, I watched a couple episodes of that. That Not gonna lie, that should have been
It's
ass.
it's cool.
You like it?
It's cool.
Nah, bro. It's
Chill,
like a
it's chill, it's chill.
cheesy version of My Hero, even though My Hero is pretty cheesy.
It's
It's
like a
just
prequel. It's like a prequel to the main story. So
yeah, it is. Yeah, you're right. Have you
I
have you?
dropped my hero.
No, but we're talking about My Hero or My Vigilante or whatever you call it. Have you seen that? It's the
What is?
spin-off.
I've never seen it.
Yeah, it's the spin-off My Hero. Basically, it's a like Z said, it's a prequel. Well, anyways,
Nice.
now that's out the way. What about you, Go? What's the last anime you've watched?
Mine hasn't changed. Still solo leveling.
Still Solo Leveling.
From back in
Right.
the day.
Fair
Still
enough.
solo leveling.
Have you
that's,
seen Solo Leveling Z?
I haven't seen that yet, bro.
Bro, there's no way, bro.
You have to
Like,
That's
watch
like
that,
the
man.
best
bro,
anime, the best recent
and
anime that has dropped. To be honest, it's
I've
like
read some
nothing.
of it, but I haven't watched it yet.
Fair enough. All good. Well, anyways, back on track. So today we are going to do a TLS podcast for Naruto, and this is just Naruto Part One. So I just want to double check. You guys can,
OG.
yeah, OG Naruto. Double checking. Can you guys see the actual screen, like the
Yeah.
TLS?
Yeah,
Check the title for, do you know, for the YouTube.
Oh yeah,
See
you're
if
right.
it's a Naruto or if it's still on Bleach.
Nah, it is still on Bleach. Naruto. Naruto. Arc. Naruto Part 1, eh? Gee, lucky you told me that. That's a good shot.
That's it,
Okay.
man. You got to be on it.
Yeah, everything's good. Well, anyways, so we're gonna use the same ranking system. So peak, great, decent, mid, and ass. And obviously we're gonna just do part one. So we're discounting all the arcs of Shippuden because that would just make this episode like 5 hours, 5 hours long, which we don't have the
We
time.
can't be staying here
Yeah,
five
we can't be
hours.
staying here for 5 hours. So we'll do Shippuden in another episode. And yes. So first off the bat, the Land of Waves. Go. You want to do Adam? Do you want to do a quick like synopsis or summary of the Land of Waves?
Yeah. So would you count episode one as the Land of Waves? Because that's like
honestly,
the
you have to.
introduction of
Nah, you kind of have to because
Uh,
you have to because it's only like what the first three episodes, like the intro,
yeah
and it
yeah,
leads to
yeah.
the land of waves, so you kind of have to include it in.
yeah. So you get was it Naruto's introduction, and then
That was a pretty good
you learn
first
about the
episode, man.
90. It was.
Yep.
I'll say it's up there in like Attack on Titan. It's not Attack on Titan level, but I'll say it's like close
Close. Like
in
I
terms
think,
of
Yeah,
first episodes.
I'd say the
yeah,
same.
I think like as in terms of first episode, I think Naruto has the best first episode in the big three. Would you guys agree with me on that, or
100%.
100%?
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Definitely, yeah. I would say Bleach has the worst because, bro, I'm not gonna lie, that shit was ass. Like
I would say
That's
it
I
crazy.
would
goes
say
Naruto, One Piece, and then Bleach for like the first episode. I found Bleach's first episode to be like pretty boring. But anyways, that's not even
uh, yeah.
yeah. Oh yeah, you can carry on. So first episode and what happens in the first episode?
Yeah. So the Mizuki with the scroll, and then Naruto learns Shadow Clone, all that. I could talk about it for an hour, but I'm gonna just like quickly go through, and then you get his relationship with Iruka Sensei. Then you get the squads forming in like episode 2. But
Yep.
you get Konohamaru in episode 2. Then the squads forming,
Mm-hmm.
and then you get introduced to the big three with the golden trio
Mm,
of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura.
right. So like just things I want to point out. So like I think that that first episode like where Naruto is like on the swing and all that, it's actually a really it's like a scene that's like shown a lot throughout the whole show. You know, the swing episode or like that swing shot.
Yeah,
There's like a massive meme that's behind that, like swing kun, if you guys heard of
oh, we know about that.
it. Yeah. And what about you, Savage? Do you want to comment on the first intro part? What's your what you like about it?
First few episodes.
Yeah, just the intro. We can move on to the Land of Waves after. So, like, what
I
did you
mostly
like
like about
the
it
most?
is, like Naruto's personality, I guess.
Hmm.
Like he's a good MC, so
Right,
one of my top five. So
fair enough. Okay. So what about you, Adam? What was your favorite part of the first intro part? Like, what did you
I'd
like the
say the
most?
best part was learning about the law, about like the Hokage,
The
and
Hokage too,
then
the shadows. Yeah.
Naruto's dream of
Yeah.
being Hokage, and then you learn about the fourth, and then how the third, like it's the third Hokage now. So you
Mm,
know that there's a hierarchy of like the strongest, and then Naruto wants to be the strongest. So it's like puts out the character dynamic of who Naruto is, and then what Savage said as well about Naruto's personality,
yeah.
like just being
yeah,
upbeat and like having a positive outlook, even though he had like a bad upbringing and a past life.
Right. And I would
my
say like
opinion is
my favorite part of the first intro is like the Kakashi scene. You know, he's like um those who abandon the mission to
the
scum, but
training.
those who abandon their friends are even worse than that. I thought that was like the best part of the intro. And obviously like how
Yeah,
they
that quote.
fight each other, like how they're all trying to capture the the bells.
The
Yeah,
training
that was really
bells.
cool.
Yeah,
Yeah. Well, anyways,
yeah, that quote is legendary.
that is a legendary quote. And anyways, so now we can move on to the land of waves. So overall, we'll just see where we can decide. Where do you guys think the land of waves lands in our tier list scale?
Uh,
Do you think it's deserves peak or is it a great arc only?
You want to go first, Savage?
So, do you want to go first? You want to
Uh,
make your
I'll go.
stance. Where do you
I'll
think it
go
lands?
first. Uh, it's between great and decent for me, honestly.
Great and
So,
decent. Wow. Okay. Okay. Tell me why
Right.
it's great
Justify
or decent.
justify
because
that.
I know that they are better arcs after this, so
I
wouldn't
mean,
put
that's
it
not
that
really a
high.
good argument, to be honest. You can't just because there's better arcs doesn't make it peak. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, I would say
It wasn't as impactful. Is that what you're trying to say?
it's a it's a good arc, but I don't know, man.
All right, fair enough. Okay. We'll leave it on great. What about you, um, Adam? Do you want to push back on that?
But I did say great though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
so for an in yeah, for an introduction, like first arc, I would say it's up there. So I would like initially I'd put it in peak, but if you look at it overall, you look at like some of the pacing issues, especially like back in the day with the anime, I'd have to like just bump it down a bit to great.
All right. So if you said initially it would be peak, but why
Nah,
why do
peak
you
is
think
crazy.
why would you initially put in peak disregarding like pacing
I just
issues? Like why do you think it deserves
yeah, I
peak?
just it's because of the fights, the character dialogue, um, the antagonist, so Zabuza Haku. It was just like overall what you want in a story you got, especially for first arc. They done some
Right,
world building. They showed they showed some of the villages. We saw the land of waves, and you saw like what the Shinobi system is. So like the real message of being a ninja and then Naruto's ninja way. It established everything. So that is the reason why like initially I had it in peak.
right. So in my opinion, I think it deserves peak, but I'm sort of similar to Zed where I would put it between peak and great. Like it'll land probably more towards the great side because I think pacing
Yeah,
is like
yeah.
an actual issue in this arc. It's like one of those things that most old animes have, like pacing problems. Like some of the episodes were kind of slow, but overall I think it was just a great arc. So like the scene in particular I think that makes it peak is like the you know how Naruto goes into like uh QB chakra cloak mode? Yeah, well, he's not
Yeah,
in the
Yeah,
cloak,
yeah.
but he's just like pissed off, and then he just like smashes Haku's mirrors and all that. Like that scene was
Yeah,
have you
that
so
was
seen
good.
when
that
they
was
Like the
reanimated?
scene itself, it's like
Have you seen
so good. What's that?
yeah. Have you seen when they reanimated it for the 20th anniversary?
Yeah, 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 I saw it. Yeah,
Looks
yeah.
oh
even
yeah,
It
yeah,
looks
yeah.
really good. What do you guys reckon?
That was sick.
Like what's your guys' opinion on the remake? Like if you think Naruto should get a remake, or because there's a lot of talk.
Definitely.
Definitely, yeah. I think especially part one, because part one is kind of like
has to be.
it's kind
Yeah.
of dated, but yeah, it's still
Like imagine solo leveling, pacing and animation on a Naruto story. Like how legendary that would be.
mm, yeah, true. Well, anyways, and yeah, what's your favorite Z? What's your favorite part of the Land of Waves? Like, what's the most impactful moment in this arc for you?
Uh, to me, that will be the entire fight between Kakashi versus Zabuza
Ah, yeah.
and the rest of them. Yeah.
Is that like the first one or the second one after he breaks out of the prison?
Now the first one.
The first one. So before he
Yeah.
gets trapped in the prison, eh?
The
That is after when he breaks out of the prison
Ah,
and then he copies his movement. Yeah.
okay, okay, I see.
oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, true. What did you think of the Haku and the Zabuza scene when he just like went like when he was just like demon mode? You know, he had like his arms were like all broken and smashed up. Then he grabbed that kunai in his mouth and he just started charging that. the those mist bandits. That was a really good scene as well.
Yeah, that was I didn't think he was gonna die, bro. Honestly.
True, eh? Like, yeah, that's another thing as well. Like how in this arc, like you already see death. Like it's well, most arcs in anime, especially for a first arc, you don't expect like major death to characters. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what's really good is how Abuza's death impacted Naruto, I'd say,
Yeah, yeah, you're right, you're right. How
going
like
forward.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Because like Zabuza's whole um ideology was like ninjas are just tools. Like they're just tools for
Yeah, the
other
tools.
people, like
Yeah.
they're
Yeah, to be
to
used.
be used by other people or whatever. And Naruto was like, nah, hell no. Like you have your own ninja, like you have your own will and whatnot. So yeah, that was a good intro to and a good what you call like clash of ideology for Naruto off the rip. And what about this scene when what's the other scene when Haku and Zabuza were basically dying? Did you guys think
Relying
that
on
was an
each other.
impactful scene? Like, did you guys think that's a
Yeah,
top
Easily.
that's
tier
nice.
death, or you guys, what do you
Oh,
guys think of that?
I think so. So do you know when you have like Sadness and Sorrow, the OST
Yeah,
playing,
that's the
and then
first
you
time
see like
you hear it. Is that
slow
the first
fall.
time?
yeah.
I
No,
think it
no,
is
I
the
think
first time.
Is
Or
that
was it with
was it in the
Inari
first
when his
episode?
dad died?
what's
It
that?
might be.
Hmm. Well, anyway, so overall, I think it's a great arc, but yeah, I think since most of us think it's great, and we're not too convinced that it's a peak arc, what do you guys reckon? You think it should just stay on great?
Yeah, I think even do you know the
Yeah,
dynamic of Naruto and Sasuke, like just
Ah, true. Yeah, we
establishing their
forgot about that
relation.
as yeah, we
yeah,
forgot that as well. Like how this is the first time Sasuke
How,
opened up to Naruto. You know how he's like,
because remember, yeah,
because they're like
Sasuke beat
really
the two.
stubborn, eh? They don't really want to show that they care about each other. But this is the first time
Yeah,
Sasuke and Naruto opened up to each other.
yeah, because Sasuke beat the two Chunins, the
Yeah,
Demon
yeah.
Brothers, and then they like
and we
they
That,
got to see them work
tag
together in
team.
a fight.
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah,
that's it.
and their tag team as well. Remember the
And
tag team against
the
Yes,
Zabuza
the demon
to
taken.
release.
The Shuriken
Yeah,
Jutsu.
Yeah, 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 yeah. That was so good as well.
demon win.
And also like the scene where Sasuke was like, Naruto was like, "Why did you save me?" He's like, Sasuke replied, "I don't know, I just did." You know, that was a
Yeah, my
pretty
body
cool
moved.
scene, man.
Yeah,
That
my
was
body
so
moved
good.
on his own.
Like my body just moved on its own. I was like, wow, that shit hit. Well, anyways, yeah,
I
I
actually
think
thought he died. That was
honestly,
crazy.
I'll argue that this arc, the story of it is actually peak, but the pacing is what ruins it and like downgrades the actual
Exactly.
like
Yeah,
the overall aspect of it. Because I think the story of the Land of Waves is peak, but I think pacing
yeah.
just kind of like yeah, like I said, downgrades it. What do you think, Z? You think that's a fair
Yeah,
assessment?
I agree because back then older animes usually have the same problem as well. So yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So it's always a pacing issue, but yeah, story-wise, I think it's peak. But we'll leave it on great because we're looking at it overall. Now the next arc, the tuning exams. I don't even need to talk about it. It's going
Truly.
straight in peak. That shit
Put it
is
in the
just peak, bro.
uh,
Like we don't
no,
even need
no
to
object.
defend it or argue for it. It's just going in peak. So we'll just go Adam. Well, you want to give us like a quick rundown of this arc, the tuning exams?
rundown. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you get firstly you get introduced to the new characters. So Gaara, Neji, Rock Lee. You see Sasuke versus Rock Lee as well at the start because
Yeah.
Sasuke is obviously like he was the top dog, and Rock Lee had to put him in his place a bit.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Then we saw the first exam, or even before the first exam when they're like just lining up. and then you saw like all the new characters, and then
Yeah.
the first one was a written test,
Mm-hmm.
and then just like the comedy of that one was like enjoyable. You saw like people's abilities,
Yeah, that
so
was
I
so
think that's the
cool, right?
first time you see the
I think that's like one
yeah,
of
you
the
see the
most
Byakugan.
that's the most one of the most unique tests that I've ever seen, where like the goal of that is to actually cheat but not get caught.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? It's not
Yeah.
a
like you
test
think a written
how
test,
smart you are. It's just like no, you have to cheat. Like that's the point of it.
yeah,
But
like
what did
you
you
assume that a
guys?
written test would be boring. That
Yeah, yeah,
was
exactly.
that was
Like
actually good.
that was such an interesting take on like a written test. Like it's a good
Yeah.
like unique
Yeah,
twist to
I
it.
agree.
What did you guys think of Tintin's bullshit as like attempt?
Or
Bro,
the mirrors at the top.
her
Oh,
mirrors was
There's
so
no,
days.
obvious, bro. I don't know how she
there's no
didn't get
way she
caught.
didn't got caught, bro. There's
There
no
was
way she
like
didn't got
literally
caught.
mirrors on top of her, or how that was like
Those
portrayed.
proctors
It
let
was
her
so
pass. They let
bullshit.
her.
Like I don't understand
That's.
how she didn't get caught. Maybe like I don't know. What do you reckon?
I don't understand how Kiba never got caught. He was literally a dog was barking at him,
Nah,
and he
but
never got
you
caught.
can't prove it. Like I think that's good. Like you can't prove that like it's just a dog. Like and the dog is just barking. Like you can't really tell. You can't really say that Kiba's cheating because the dog is barking at him. Like you know what I mean?
That is true. Yeah, yeah.
But whereas like
Yeah.
Tintin's one, I feel like man, surely somebody just looked up on the ceiling and saw this mirror.
Yeah.
Maybe the issue
How did she
wasn't.
get
Now
It's Tintin,
I'll
bro.
try and defend
Come on.
Tintin low key, but like this is my thinking. It's either I mean they know that someone is using the mirror, but they can't pick up who is doing it. What do you reckon? You think that's
Nah, I think that's a stretch.
nah? Because like okay,
I think,
listen to me. So like she's controlling the mirrors, right? So the proctors will know that she's cheating, but they don't know who's
yeah,
using the mirrors. Like they don't know who's doing it. Whereas
Yeah.
like if you see some other like noobs, you can see that they're trying to look over other people. So they can see
yeah,
the person who's cheating. But whereas in this case, Tintin is just manipulating the mirrors, but you can't really tell who's
yeah.
manipulating the mirrors. You get what I mean?
I'm gonna assume that. I'm
Like
gonna
that's what I
assume that
assume
they
is
knew
happening.
about it.
That's what
Yeah,
I assume is
but
happening.
because it was a good ability, I think they let it off because they're like, it's a good way of
Oh, you
getting
think?
the
Oh,
information.
so you're saying like they were impressed? They were so impressed they
Yeah,
just
yeah,
let it go.
yeah.
Nah,
Bro,
I
that's
don't like I
BS.
don't.
That's BS, bro.
That's bullshit. Like, what do you think, Z? You think? Do you agree with me or do you agree with Adam? Like, what do you think is more logical? Like, what makes more sense?
I don't think that's logical, bro. There's no,
No. I'm
there's
asking you
no
like
way.
comparing. So like my argument is they can see that someone is
I
cheating, but they don't know who is cheating. Like in terms of the mirror.
I
So
think I
like
would have leaned towards your argument more.
my argument, yes. See, like my argument makes sense
Makes
because like
sense. Yeah.
I don't know how she's doing it. Is she doing it like with strings, like tiny strands?
It's her
What?
chakra.
How is
Do
she?
you
You'll
know the
How is
never
she?
chakra
know.
strings that she uses?
She's using strings, eh?
Yeah, but remember she has ninja tools, so she's basically using them.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah,
So
well,
she control her ninja tools remotely
there's that.
with the strings. Basically, a puppet master at this point.
Yeah. What was your guys' favorite method of cheating? Like, which character um which character did it the best, basically, in your
I
guys'
like,
opinion?
do you know Sasuke when he uses Sharingan?
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh,
Yeah.
I'll say
That was
Shino.
Sheena's one with the bugs.
Shino.
Yeah.
But
True.
Yeah, yeah.
Actually, I honestly
that's a good
think
one.
this is the first time ever, but I think Ino's method was low key the most realistic and the best in my opinion. Because like
That one
what
was
she would
good,
do
yeah.
was just mind transfer herself into someone else and just like copy
Yeah.
basically. Like in my opinion, that's like the most
Yeah.
effective.
And you
That
see
and you can argue
Conquerors, the one
Sasuke's
with the puppet.
Conquerors. Ah,
Yeah, the one
Yeah,
with the puppet. He made the puppet the
he
proctor.
snuck in someone, eh? Like he snuck
Yeah,
in like an actual proctor.
yeah, that was
Yeah, it was
clever.
fake.
That was
It was
pretty
fake.
clever. Yeah, I agree. What about Juicy? What was the So Adam thinks Sasuke's one was the best. Who do you think is the best?
I said Shino.
Oh, Shino.
Just
You just
I
used the
like that
bug,
one.
eh? Yeah.
Yeah,
Fair
yeah.
enough. Well, I thought it was Ino. Anyways, also another thing, the scene with Naruto. You know how he was just like staring at the whole thing. He's just staring
Yeah,
at his paper the whole time, and he ends up passing it, which was actually pretty funny. Because like
typical
basically,
Naruto.
yeah, like basically there was two parts to the written test. There was like the cheating aspect and the seeing through deception, seeing through like the
Yeah,
deception
question
aspect,
10.
which is question 10. Like
Yeah,
they had to either risk either risk answering the last question, and getting it wrong would mean that you would never be able to
Who
take the
failed?
test again. Yeah, you'll fail and you'll never be able to take it. But if you leave, you can do it next year,
you can
or
retry again.
you can retry
Yeah,
later. So like it was a really good um good like part of the arc. Like it's low key underrated. I don't think people glaze it as much as they should, to be honest. Like it's a really good part of the arc.
I agree.
Anyways, moving on.
Yeah.
You wanna carry on, Adam? Like what happens after this?
Yeah, so moving on, obviously you see it's Anko. She comes in, introduces the Forest of Death,
Yeah.
and that's where we see that was it the hidden grass ninja,
Mm.
the one who's fake. So we get that. Then we see everyone going to the Forest of Death.
Before that,
You
this is
wanna
also when Orochimaru, right? He steals the face of one of the other. Is it
yeah,
Grass
that was
ninja?
Yeah.
This is when
the
he
hidden
infiltrates
grass ninja.
the. Yeah,
Yeah,
this
that
is
was
when he
that.
infiltrates the Chunin exams. Yeah,
Yep.
carry on.
Oh, and then I don't remember was the first fight the one with Gaara, or was it the Orochimaru thing?
Uh, the
No,
first
I
fight.
don't think
I
so.
think the first fight was with the guy with the guy with the gas mask. Was
So
that the first one?
Soul Ninjas. The
Oh
Soul
yeah,
Ninjas.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
remember. Yeah.
Oh, it was the Sound
Soul
Ninjas
Ninjas.
first then.
And then
So that's
that's
when
when
Rock Lee
yeah,
and
that's
them.
when this yeah, isn't that when they set up the password and then Naruto forgets the
Yeah.
password and all that?
Okay, yeah. So it is the Sound Ninjas then.
Yeah,
Actually, no, it's not the Sound Ninja. It's
yeah.
the grass guys with the mask.
It was the grass ninja, and then the sound ninja comes. Well, the hidden grass ninja comes after, but then you see the sound symbol,
Yeah. And also we
and then
meet
Naruto gets eaten by the snake.
oh yeah, Naruto gets eaten by the snake.
They
So
get
like we
seasoned
also
by a
Yeah,
see
snake.
Kabuto, right? We see Kabuto. I think it was like
oh yeah, with the
sort of to the end of the Forest of
Sorry.
Death thing.
now don't we see him with the ninja info cards? You see him at the start.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah, we
Okay.
saw him before the exam began.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah,
What did you guys think of the Orochimaru versus Sasuke fight? That shit was pretty clean, eh?
that was peak.
That was peak.
That for
Yeah.
like 2002
Yeah, it
animation,
Yeah,
was. It
like
was.
especially
for an anime of that time, that was such a peak. Like that was the animation of that was so good, and like how
like with Sasuke, like his Shuriken Jutsu and then Dragon Flame Jutsu. It's
yeah. He
just
and like the scream
stupid.
Yeah.
of Orochimaru. You know how like Orochimaru was just like
Yeah,
screaming like in agony, bro. That shit was so
yeah.
like so what's the word like fucking raw. It's like a raw scream.
Yeah,
That
and
shit
I
was
think
like crazy,
Orochimaru
bro.
is like a villain. He was
Yeah.
probably the scariest OG Naruto. I remember
Yeah,
his
honestly.
OST terrified me.
Yeah, for
Honestly, I
The
sure.
think
OST was ridiculous.
this is a hot take, but I think OG Orochimaru is way better than Shippuden Orochimaru.
Way better than Shippuden.
I feel like he lost his aura in Shippuden. Comparing
Nah,
him
he did.
to like his
Uh,
OG writing or like self. I feel like he was such a like a
Yeah.
menacing and creepier character then. What do you
Like,
reckon,
he was
Z?
the head honcho. Like,
Yeah, he was basically the main villain of part one. So
Yeah, but like I'm saying,
yeah,
his,
that's
he
it.
lost. He kind of lost his aura there in Shippuden. You know what I mean? And like yo, like his actual OST
Yeah,
and
he got sick. He
yeah,
got injured.
his OST and Naruto, it's actually really creepy. Eh? It's like, bro, that shit low
yeah.
key like creeps me out. And
Now, the fact that he was like Kage scared, you knew he was like another level.
mm. There was also the scene where Orochimaru like he basically uses aura to like scare or Sasuke or Sakura. You know how like they just stared into his eyes
Was
and
it
they
like,
couldn't move. I don't know
yeah,
if
the
it was I don't know.
paralysis?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know if it was just aura or was that actual genjutsu. It
Now,
was
the
just
first
aura.
time
Eh?
it was aura.
It was just aura.
Yeah, the
Eh?
first time was aura, so
I
it's
think it
just
was
his
aura.
bloodlust, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah, his
because like
bloodlust.
they couldn't move because they saw his bloodlust. Like they just sensed the bloodlust and they just like
Yeah,
froze.
it's a common anime trope. So
Yeah, true, true. So
Yeah, they imagined themselves
it was
dying.
aura and not genjutsu. Okay, that's good. Because I can't really
Yeah.
remember. But yeah. And what else happens? Oh, there's also the scene with Sasuke when he awakens his curse mark. Oh, yeah, there's
Or the curse
and
mark.
before that, yeah, Sasuke got bitten by Orochimaru in that same confrontation, like in the same
Yeah.
fight with Orochimaru. Yeah, and like, bro,
And
there's
that's
also
when you get
when Sasuke like basically broke his arms, bro. That shit was raw as well. Like,
yeah, that was too
I'm
good.
curious,
that
what
was so
is that
great.
is that like censored? Like in the manga, like was it just his arms that were broken or was it ripped off? I'm just curious. Like, was there any censorship for that
I'm
scene?
sure he was I'm sure he was
Yeah, I'm
censored,
not
but
too
like
sure.
No, because like, bro, that shit was.
no, I think
I
he was.
feel like Sasuke,
It was
like, I like to me, it looked like he kind of wanted to rip his arm off, and I was just wondering if it was censored in the anime.
Yeah, but he had
Oh,
to
oh,
fight Shino after, so he didn't have his arms. So he wouldn't be like he'd still have his arms.
ah, yeah, okay, I see. So he just like basically broke them there. He just broke them.
He broke them, yeah.
Ah, I see.
yeah. He just broke them.
All right. And then there's the other scene with Gaara, where he just like turns one of those other guys
Oh,
into like a pulp.
and when he
That
uses the
was a
umbrella to
crazy ass scene,
yeah,
bro.
to
Like,
knock the blood.
bro, straight up, man.
Just
Like
Yeah.
kill it, bro.
the Chunin Exams was really, really bloody. Eh? Like there's a lot of like death and basically
It was
gore.
basically like a mini war. I think the Hokage explained it, so it's like a mini war so that the villagers don't have to fight. And
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
just like the battle power
Oh,
of
true.
each nation.
Oh, yeah, nah, yeah, that's a good
Yeah, to
point, you
go
bro.
against.
Because like they
Yeah,
use
Yeah.
the Chunin Exams as like what do you call it?
Civilized battleground. That's what
Yeah,
they
like a
called it.
battleground. One to test the other village's strength, and two is just to
Yeah.
like try and like inflict
To
like
make money, I think. Yeah,
no, not yeah, just
to
like
inflate their
inflict
like missions.
yeah, like to inflict like damage or
yeah.
Yeah.
like to get back at the other villagers by like by pecking on
Yeah.
the other kids basically.
Mm.
Yeah.
And like the lore behind like you know how like the villagers are all like what do you call it?
Allied.
No, like they're not so much allied, but it's like such a
Oh, it's like a Cold War, isn't it? It's like
yeah,
a
it's like a
open conflict,
yeah,
Cold
it's like
War
a
type
they're
scenario.
in peace time, but they're not actually in
Yeah.
peace. So like the Chunin
Yeah.
exams is like a low key
Yeah.
like an outlet for you know. Well, anyways, anything else you want to comment on before we move on to the actual exam, like the head-to-heads? Is there anything you guys
The
want to
only
bring
thing
up?
with the Forest of Death, I would say the other thing you could talk about is probably, don't you see what is it? when you see Gaara on, do you know the video camera, and then you see that he has no scratches,
Oh yeah. How he
and
just
he breaks the
Yeah.
record as well off the fourth Hokage, so you can tell
yeah,
that
true.
he's another level.
Yeah. Because Gaara finishes the exam without like so much of a scratch or anything, and he breaks the record.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. So I think the record holders would be Gaara, Minato, and Itachi. Is that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, because I heard Itachi was also pretty quick, but I think he wasn't
But
as
he done it on
fast
his
as
own though.
Minato.
Itachi done it on his own.
Ah, yes, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think we can move on to the head-to-heads there for the
That was
last part.
the
Yeah,
preliminaries, isn't it?
Yeah.
the 1v1s.
The 1v1s basically.
Yeah.
So yeah, you want to go over the 1v1s, Adam?
Yeah. So the first fight was Sasuke versus Yoroi, the Sound Ninja. And
Mm-hmm.
Sasuke, he couldn't use his Sharingan. So he done
Yeah.
I think he copied Rock Lee's. He done the
Line barrage.
2K
I think
barrage.
he called it
The
line
Lines
barrage.
barrage.
Yeah.
Bleach Barrage.
Yeah, Naruto's was the 2K barrage. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then that's when you see after that, Kakashi and Orochimaru, you see that confrontation. That one was a good scene as well.
Is that the confrontation with Orochimaru?
Yeah,
Is
where
that
he
what?
seals a curse mark and then
Yeah.
Orochimaru comes,
Oh yeah. We seal it.
Right. And then
and
the
then
next
when
fight.
Kakashi goes to one of us,
Who was the next fight? I think it was
the one
Tintin. Was it Tintin and
it was
Tamari?
and it was Shino. Now it was Shino
Oh,
versus the bug guy.
Shino versus who?
No, Shino versus
Who?
Zaku, the sand guy. Do you know the one who got his arms broken?
Oh, yeah. And then, oh, yeah, true. And Shino
And
flooded
Oh,
his gun
he
hands or
put
whatever. He plugged it with his
the
plugs.
windpipes.
Yeah, I see. Not gonna lie,
Yeah,
those
that
two
was a good
fights
one.
were pretty mid, eh? Like those are all right. Like it
I
was whatever.
mean, yeah,
Yeah,
they're all right.
They were just all right. And
I
the
think the
next fight,
conflict of Kakashi, that
what's
one I
that?
rated.
Right. And
You know the
then
conflict of
what's that?
Kakashi and Orochimaru. Yeah, wait, like the first two fights.
Yeah, because it was like plugged in during the fight scene. Like I think it was just
Yeah,
like it was injected. I think during the Sasuke fight, right? It was
yeah, they
within.
were
It
going
was
back and forth.
yeah. They were going back and
Yeah,
forth,
it was.
right? So what's the next fight? I'm guessing it's
Wasn't it?
either. I think
Is
when is Sakura versus Ino? Is that
it
after that or
Sakura versus Ino?
Sakura versus Ino?
I think that was the next one. Yeah.
Wait, we can just
I
Google
think
this. Let
so.
me just Google it real quick. Carry on, go. I'll just.
Sakura versus, that was a boring fight. Forget that. I couldn't be bothered with that one.
Chunin Exams. So let's see the order of it. Chunin Exam fights order. Let's see.
Oh, you
See
get
what AI.
Conqueror.
So we have Sakura versus Ino, Shino versus Aburame, Kankuro versus Misumi Tsurugi. Who was that?
Which
Who
one?
did Kankuro fight? Who's this guy? Misumi Tsurugi.
Never heard of it.
Probably a Soul Ninja.
That was the third fight.
It's like
Yeah,
one
he
of
was a
those
Sound Ninja
filler
as well.
fights there.
Yeah.
Oh well. Yeah, we can move on. What's the next fight?
And it was Sakura versus,
Naruto versus Kiba. I
Naruto
thought,
and Kiba. That
yeah,
was,
Naruto and Kiba. That I think the only funny thing, good thing that happened was how he won it, like how he just farted in his face.
yeah,
Because Kiba
when he
has like a
fought it.
sensitive nose.
Oh, that was,
That was pretty funny.
yeah.
What about like
Yeah.
Hinata versus Hyuga? That was actually a really,
Oh, that,
really good fight.
Was cool. It was cool
It
fight,
was like
yeah.
a good ass fight. Because like,
That was a good fight.
because Neji has
Underrated,
like,
in my opinion.
yeah, it is underrated. Neji has like beef with Hinata, right? Because
Yeah.
the story is, I mean, the lore behind the Hyuga is because Neji is from the second brother or the younger line, and Hinata is
From
from
Yeah,
the
the
side
secondary
branch.
is from the
The
outer
side
main
line.
branch.
side.
Yeah, the main branch. Yeah, and so Neji has beef with
Yeah.
Hinata because Hinata's father um, sacrificed
Was it
Neji's father. Well,
yeah, his
that's what Neji thinks.
Hiyashi Hizashi.
Yeah, Neji
Yeah.
thinks that his father was sacrificed on behalf of Hinata's father, which is yeah the beef.
Yeah, after the hidden cloud and stuff.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
the hidden cloud um tries to kidnap Hinata, right? Or did they try and kidnap Hanabi,
Gaara.
the younger sister?
No, it was Hinata.
Yeah.
Yeah, they tried to kidnap Hinata on her
And
third birthday.
Ah, okay, right. And like
yeah.
that was such a good fight because Neji is this what do you call it? This prodigy, right? And Hinata
Yeah,
was
I like
just
the
like
fighting style as well.
yeah, the fighting style. It's basically
So
like kung fu, eh?
Gentle fist.
It's it's
yeah, the
it's
gentle fist
it's
fighting
similar to
style.
like kung fu. It's just like really close quarters. Like
It's like it's a bit like Wing Chun.
what's that?
Do you know Wing
Mention
Chun? It's like
How do
a
you spell that?
karate
Wing Chun. Because like I don't
wing.
know what
it's
the
like a
martial arts is, eh?
fighting technique.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Wing Chun. This.
Yeah,
Yeah, it does look like it, eh? Wing Chun. Yeah, you're right.
it's like short movements, but like the decisive, the
Mm.
movements.
Yeah,
What did you
they
guys
do it a
think
lot
of
in Naruto.
the actual fight though? Like, did you?
Shall I go first?
Yeah, you go first.
I just think like the actual fight, it was a good, well-paced fight. You got the background of like both characters,
Mm-hmm.
and then you got like Hinata like she was trying not to give up, so she was impressing Naruto,
Right.
and then you get the conclusion, so you see Neji win, and then when he tries to kill Hinata at the end, and then you see Naruto when doesn't he put his hand like on the blood, and then he vows to beat
Yeah, yeah.
Neji.
He not vows to
So that
beat
was
Neji.
like,
Yeah, that was
yeah,
pretty cool.
Yeah, that was
I love that scene. That
Actually,
was a good
my
scene.
favorite part of that fight, besides the actual choreography, is like the resolve of Hinata. Because you know how like
Yeah,
before this, we just think she's just this what's the word like this stalker who just likes Naruto. But then like she
yeah.
actually
yeah.
puts up a good ass fight against Neji, and like she actually what do you call she held his own. She held her own, and she was really boxing with him, like trading blows, even though Neji was like clearly winning. And then there was
He
the
was holding back though. He
yeah, he
Wasn't
was
never
it
used
less?
his main move.
true. But then and then there was the part where like Neji tried to kill her at the end, and then
And then the
all
Jonin
the Jonins and the teachers came in and like stopped
yeah.
them. Well, that was such a cool scene, eh? Like let me just show our viewers that it was just
Isn't it
so raw, eh?
Asuma Kurai, yeah,
That was
Hayate and
crazy,
Kakashi.
That
bro.
was a crazy. It kind of reminds me of the scene with
Crazy.
you know how in Bleach where all the Visits stop Ichigo from killing
Oh yeah.
the girl. Like it reminds me of that exact scene. Neji stopped
Yeah,
by
it's a
teachers.
similar
It was
scene.
such a raw scene. Like they all just like this. Like look at this.
There we
So like we'll just analyze it real quick. See, there's Kurenai. This is Hinata's
yeah.
teacher. There's Kurenai. There's Might Guy. Like that's crazy that Might Guy had to come in. Like if you think about it. Might Guy,
Yeah.
there's
That's
Kakashi.
yeah, Neji's teacher.
Kakashi came out of nowhere. Like he's not even involved with any of these guys. Like,
Yeah, like why are you
like
even
why
there,
is
bro?
Kakashi even there, bro? Like, bro,
Why
And
is
that's
he there?
he's there to aura farmer.
bro,
Aura
that is
farming.
aura, bro. That's aura, bro, to the max. Like Kakashi's there.
That's it.
Why is
And
Kakashi there?
He's
Like,
he's
explain to
just
me
there to
why
aura
Kakashi is
farm, bro.
there. And then this
He
guy
just want
here
to aura
is
farm.
the proctor, eh, like the actual the coach, not the coach, the
popping off.
ref. He's like the
Yeah.
ref. But this is crazy.
Wasn't
There's
it
like one,
his name is
two,
Hayate?
three, Four journeys to stop one gaining.
Yeah.
Bruh.
Hayate Gecko.
That was crazy. Oh, this guy dies though, doesn't he? Doesn't this guy die?
Yeah,
Yeah,
He does, right?
Ibiki. No, not
He-
Ibiki. Bloody the
the
Sun
sand
Ninja
the sand
kills
ninja
him.
comes and kills him, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I
true.
don't. Baki.
yeah.
That's his name.
Hmm.
Baki.
Anyways, that was actually a cold scene. What about Yuzi? What was your favorite? Let's talk about like the fights besides Rock Lee and like
Gaara.
what was your best fight? Like what was your favorite fight? Like we'll come to Rock Lee and we'll give its own section or we'll discuss it on its own. But what was your favorite fight from the
In
preliminaries?
round one. Oh,
Yeah, what is your
I
favorite
would
fight?
say I'd say Neji versus Hinata, bro.
Yeah, I think so as
Yeah,
well. What did you think
Yeah.
of
because Neji,
sorry, go ahead.
it was one of the fights that I was looking forward to the most because everyone was hyping up Neji to be this strong ninja, bro. Like
Yeah, yeah,
wanted to see what he was capable of. So
right.
that fight came. That was crazy.
That was a crazy fight, low key. And what did you think about the Shikamaru versus actually, no, I was gonna say Shikamaru versus Tsunade, but no, that was like after the preliminaries, right?
Yeah, that was the final round.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
It was.
So who the hell is this then? Shikamaru versus Kin
I think it's
Sushi.
the girl. It's the Sound
Sound Ninja.
Oh, the
girl.
Sound Ninja
Yeah,
guy.
Sound Ninja.
Nah, we can skip that to
Yeah.
be honest. Okay, moving on. I think so. The finale, Rock Lee
The
versus
main event.
Gaara. Now, wow,
Peak
that
peak fight, bro. That's
is
peak fight.
arguably one of the greatest fights of all time. Is that
Yeah,
fair to say? Rock Lee versus Gaara. This was like the second
No
to last
dispute.
preliminary,
it's up
right?
there, bro. That
Was
was
this
a
this?
peak fight.
Yeah.
This was the second to last preliminary, Like it was this, and
Yeah,
then there was
it
that
was
throwaway
Probably like
fight
the
with
Choji fight. It was the
Choji.
Choji
Yeah,
fight
it's that
after.
it was
Choji
probably
fight,
like the third.
right?
Those
Yeah.
So
yeah.
well, I'll go with you, Adam. Talk to me about this. Like, why is this fight so special to a lot of people?
This fight, firstly, you got to talk about the animation. So they upped the budget for this one. Like,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
there's that one shot where I think Rock Lee's punching the sand, and it's
yeah.
just like the way it looks a bit 3D, but it's just like the way it's drawn is so good.
No,
And then
it was 3D.
the
Like
main one, yeah.
Yeah.
I think the best scene for me out of this fight, like it's a subtle one, but do you know when Rock Lee takes off the weights and
mm.
you just hear them like crash on the ground?
And
That scene.
that was a funny
Yeah.
scene because like
It was
before it actually hit the ground, Tamari's like, bro, like what do you think that's gonna do? Like, are you serious? So like she's like talking shit, and then like the moment like
yeah.
the
Yeah.
impact of the weights like smashing the floor, I was like, holy! They literally just like they were shocked. It was like, bro, ain't no way. Like that was such a funny scene.
That was a flex,
That
bro.
was a
That was
That
a big
was the
flex.
biggest flex I've ever seen up to that point. Like that was a crazy flex. I would say it's even more crazier than like all the Jonins like trying to stop Neji. Like
yeah,
that
yeah,
weight
yeah.
Yeah.
scene was just crazy, man. Holy. So like first off, like, I'll just talk about that fight a little bit before we go to Z. So like first off, Gaara is impressive, like even without taking off the weights, because he's like, he's jumping around, although he's not hitting Gaara, like he's doing pretty good.
Yeah.
He doesn't touch Gaara one time, while with the weights.
Nah, he doesn't.
He just like,
Nah.
I
Uh,
see. But like even without taking off the weights, it was still impressive, like what he was able to do. And then yeah, what about Yuzi? Talk to me about this fight. What did you like the most about this fight?
uh, what I really like the most is that with Rock Lee, I think you get to see how hard work really pushes a character, like how far it takes a character in my
Mm,
perspective. So
right.
that's why
Still
I
wasn't
wanted to
enough.
see more. I wanted to see more from Rock Lee in the future, but it,
Well,
it
yeah,
ruined
yeah, yeah.
my book.
Unfortunately,
I know what you're getting at, but like we will in the immediate future, but like I know like what you're really talking about is like, in Shippuden, eh? Because in Shippuden,
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
like one of the most dis disregarded character. Like he just like does nothing, but that's a topic for another day.
can I say, can I give a hot take?
Yeah, what's your hot take?
A lot of people wanted Rock Lee to win. I was like,
Oh,
I wanted Gaara to win.
no, honestly, like
I'll
I
say that
think
right.
like
Yeah.
uh,
yeah, I think it was such a good like it's good that Gaara won because it's such a like a heart-wrenching moment. Because like obviously
I think it just
most people
yeah,
want Gaara to
makes it,
Rock Lee to win, and you have this underdog. You know how the cliche storyline where like the underdog
yeah,
wins and that's a big moment. But in this case, the underdog doesn't win. To me, that makes this scene more impactful than if Rock
that's
Lee
what I
actually
like.
won.
Yeah,
Like that's why this scene is like this fight is so good. It's because like
and it
yeah,
just says
like
the
yeah,
power.
you
It
can
says
admire Rock Lee, right? You can admire his attitude, his willpower, but at the end of the day, he
yeah.
still
I think
loses. Like that is
yeah,
crazy. Like
yeah,
that's what makes this more impactful for me.
like the fact Kakashi
yeah,
goes that when you open the gates, you go beyond the Hokage, and then Gaara still wins. It
Yeah,
shows that
exactly.
he's like
Mm,
a different caliber. Obviously, he never opened the 8 gates, so he still
right,
like gained a lot of power. Rock Lee,
right.
went up to like what the fifth gate.
the 5th gate. Yeah,
Yeah, like and like even the scene where he's like opening the gates, like wow, it was such a like you know how he's going over um
yeah,
like first gate, gate of opening, and the second gate, gate of whatever. Like what are the names of the
yeah.
gates? Let's go over it. Like he stops on the fifth gate, gate of joy, right? Or
Yeah, Gate of Joy is the 5th gate. I
uh
think it's Gate of like Pain, Gate of Shock, something
gates.
like that.
You know,
What do you
shot
call it, Adam? What do you call it?
gate.
8 in
Gates.
the gate.
Eight in the gates.
8 in the gate.
Eight in the gates. The eight in the gates. So I think Rock Lee stops on five, right?
Yeah.
So what's five? Gate on the limit. So that was such a cool scene. And like you know how like when when
Where's the
Rock
Gate
Lee
of Joy?
opens the gates and then he's just like
Yeah.
teleporting basically. Like, he's moving so fast it looks like he's teleporting. And like every time he hits Gar, it's like it makes like a big ass shockwave. Like the actual effects and like the what you call it the impact like you know the like how the fight itself looks whenever he's in gates. It's so cool. Like it's just like a jump in power
Yeah,
from like you have base Lee
Yeah.
then to gate Lee. Like the difference in power is just crazy. And Garo can't even like he doesn't react at all. Like because Rock Lee is just moving way too
yeah.
fast
You
for him
can
to
keep
actually
up.
react to him. Yeah.
I like Rock Lee's backstory as well
Ah,
when
true.
they
Yeah,
showed that.
that was such a
Yeah, that
good
was good.
backstory. Yeah.
That's what I was talking
Yeah.
about.
Not gonna lie, I think that was like I might have teared up a bit when I when I was younger watching that. Like that show was so sad. And then how he's
That was
like I'll never be able to be like Neji, you know, because like
yeah.
he's putting in all the effort. He's like he's crying and he's like I do all this and I'm still not on Neji's level. Like, bro, that's pretty.
Even yeah.
That's heartbreaking. That is pretty sad.
Uh,
Now when he spoke to Naruto as well, when he goes a genius, like the hardworking person will be a genius, and then he loses. And
Yeah,
then
yeah, yeah, yeah.
when do you know Naruto at the end, he was basically shouting at Rock Lee. He was like, "You told me that you were gonna win," and it just like it shows the reality that
Yeah, yeah.
hard work sometimes they can't beat talent.
True. That's a good point, eh? Because like like yeah, you can be hardworking, but it doesn't guarantee that like like sometimes
Exactly.
like
There's a ceiling, there's a limit.
there is a limit. Like sometimes you just can't beat talent. Like it's pretty heartbreaking. Not gonna lie. Anything else you guys want to talk about with this fight, Rock Lee versus Gaara? Anything we might have missed?
I think that's about it.
That's about it.
Yeah,
What we talked
What
about.
do you? Okay,
Yeah.
let
peak
me ask
fight.
you guys another question. In terms of fights, do you think this fight is like top five in all of anime? In all of anime? Like, if you just think about the
Like
fights, you don't have to give me your
Naruto,
top five, but is this in your top five? In my opinion, it's in my top five. I don't care.
like in Naruto or
No, no,
all of
like
anime.
in all of anime.
In all of anime.
Because honestly, this is a fight it has to be in the top 10 in all of anime, in my opinion.
I'll say in terms,
Just because of
yeah,
like
in terms of like
it's like in terms of
notoriety.
no, yeah, to me it's like because it's the fight itself, like the animation is beautiful, the story behind it, and the the impact of it, like the ending, just everything about this fight
Yeah.
is a masterpiece in my opinion.
I wouldn't say it's top 5, but I'd say it's top 10. Honestly.
Top 10, that's fair. What about you, Adam? Is this
I'd
in
say
your
personally, I wouldn't say it's top 5, but I think in terms of like the anime community, I'd say it's top 5.
right? So personally, for you, it's not in your top five.
No.
For me personally, it's in my top five. But yeah, anyways,
Yeah.
moving on. So the next part of the head-to-heads, I think what do you call it? Um we go over like a short what do you call
We'll do the
it? Like
training.
slice of life. No, because it's like slice of life um episodes after this, say like how Jiraiya comes in for the first time, right? Straight after this,
Yeah, the
and then
training part. Yeah.
he trains
Naruto training.
Naruto. Yeah. So
Yeah.
we find out like Orochimaru messed up with Naruto's chakra network. Because in how Orochimaru like what did he do? He put like
He put
some
something on the
He
seal.
put
yeah
the
he put
5
something
prong
on the
seal.
seal. Yeah, he put something on the seal and Naruto wasn't able to control his chakra. And so
Yeah, so it
Jiraiya
was the 8 tetragram seal, and
yeah
then he put on the 5 prong seal to like negatively impact it,
yeah.
basically.
So Jiraiya finds out and he releases the seal and Naruto is then able to what do you call
Walk on
Use
water.
walk on
Naruto's
water. Eh?
chakra.
He's able to like maintain his control of the chakra on his feet and stay above the water basically. And then after that, I think they go to the cliff, eh? Because Jiraiya is trying to teach him summoning, right?
Summoning, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
and yeah,
he's struggling to summon like Gamabunsa or whatever. And so
he was summoning
Jiraiya,
tadpoles.
yeah, he's summoning
Yeah,
tadpoles, and so Jiraiya just like
Apples.
yeets his ass over the cliff to put him in like a life or death pressure situation. That way he's able to
yeah,
like what do you call it? Like summon the Nine Tails chakra, which was the point of this. Like Jiraiya was trying to get Naruto to
yeah.
access Kurama's chakra, the Nine Tails chakra. And I think after that, what happens after that? Is there anything else between this
Um,
and the final
Yeah.
head-to-head fights? Or was this it?
do you know the hospital? The main part was, remember the hospital scene
Oh
where
yeah, the hospital
Gaara
scene.
goes to like kill Rock Lee?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, true. That happens
Oh,
in
that
this as well, eh? Like between the two
and
fights.
Gaara kills the Sound Ninja as well, Dosu,
Oh yeah.
oh yeah.
True. No, but
and you
let's
learn
not
about
let's not
Joe
gloss
as well.
over the Gaara scene where he goes to the hospital. Like that is low
Yeah,
key messed up, eh? Because he wants to basically finish the job because he's not happy that Rock Lee survived. Like because like at the end of
Yeah,
the
yeah,
that
fight,
was crazy, bro.
yeah, Gaara tried to kill Rock Lee and then guy just comes out of nowhere to save him.
yeah.
And
I
like
think that's where you
yeah,
learn that
yeah, Go ahead.
That's where you learn like Gaara and Naruto. They're basically the same, but Naruto had Iruka and Gaara never had anyone.
True. Yeah. Because
Yeah,
yeah, at the time we don't know if we don't know why Gaara's all messed up. We just think that he's a psychopath. But we find out in
Yep.
this encounter that Gaara has a beast. We don't
Yeah.
exactly know that it's the same, like it's like a tail beast like Naruto, but we know that he has like an evil spirit basically.
The Chicago. Yeah.
And like Naruto basically gets checked by Gaara. Like Gaara just like basically freezes Naruto and is like,
Yeah, he terrifies him.
and he terrifies him and like Naruto's just
Naruto.
checked. Like he just can't do anything, eh?
I think that was the setup to their fight later on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
true.
Also, you learn that the Kozukage is Gaara's dad, and he tries to assassinate Gaara.
Yeah, true, yeah. And it was pretty crazy, like how Gaara just like decided to just pull up to Rock Lee's bed and just try and kill him on his
Yeah.
hospital bed. Bro, that is crazy, man. That's wild.
Yeah. He
And
was
like
crashing out there.
and
That's next
Crazy.
level hating.
that's that's next level hating, bro.
Bro, that's generational hate right there.
And like at the end of it, like Mike Guy comes in, and he stops or he tells Gaara to piss off basically, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like I think
Yeah, because
before we carry on, I also want to go back to the Rock Lee fight because we missed one important what do you call it, like story beat. So like at the
well,
end of the fight, right? Gaara is about to kill my guy. Then my guy comes in and saves
yeah,
him, right? But at the very end of that,
yeah,
we find out that Rock Lee broke. His bones were like messed up, basically. His legs were broken,
yeah, he
his
can't be
legs and
again.
his arms. And like he was
Yeah,
told
Yeah,
at the end of that, so not only did he lose that fight, he was also told that he was never able, that he's his like reputation or his time
to be
as
a
a ninja
ninja.
is over. Like he's done. So like not only did he
yeah,
lose, he's told that he can't be a ninja anymore, which is like it just like digs, like just drives the sword like deeper, if you
yeah,
know what I mean.
deeper.
It's just like
Yeah,
an extra like an extra hour. Like he not only did he
yep,
lose, he just like he's done. But anyways, there's that, and I think is this also the part where Kabuto, right? He's
oh, yeah.
he
There's
gets
two
caught,
things
eh?
with
He gets
Kabuto. So
caught,
the
right? He
first
gets
one,
caught by Kakashi because Kabuto's trying to like
yeah, he tries to
kill
murder
Sasuke, eh?
Sasuke.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
he's
Yeah,
trying to kill Sasuke, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
and yeah, the second one, he's conversing with, do you know
Orochimaru.
Baki, the sound Johnny,
Yeah,
the sound Johnny.
right.
He's basically, we find out that the sound and the sand they have like gonna try and like destroy the leaf.
Mm. And there was also the scene with Kabuto and Orochimaru. Kabuto was like, I know
Oh
Orochimaru's
yeah,
like,
when they're
I know you
outside the
want to
cliff.
try and kill me, but you can't. So like, don't even bother. And
Yeah,
like, and he's like, your best shot is trying to kill Sasuke, which is why we see Kabuto trying to find Sasuke and like basically put him out. But
yeah.
I don't think that Kabuto was actually trying to kill Sasuke. I think he just wanted to see Sasuke. What do you guys reckon? Because like Orochimaru straight up told him that you can't kill me, but your best shot is trying to kill Sasuke. You guys remember that?
I think
yeah. It would
yeah, I
make
think he
sense for
was
him
trying
to.
to kill Sasuke.
You reckon? I don't think he was. Because remember we
Like,
find out
I don't
later
know.
that Kabuto is straight up Orochimaru Glazer. Like he does not like
That's the thing.
leave Orochimaru's side
I
at
think
all. Like I think he was like
I think
just checking up on Sasuke because like Kabuto is like a day one, bro. He will never betray
I think
Orochimaru.
looking back at it now, I would agree with you. But in that, like right there, I thought he would because
Nah,
like
yeah. So
if you
like,
look at, do you know
nah,
the
but
way
that's the
Kishimoto
point I'm saying.
right?
Like, yeah, like that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Like
Yeah,
in hindsight, you can say that Kabuto wasn't trying to kill him because we have seen Kabuto's commitment afterwards. Like we know Kabuto's there,
Yeah.
like whatever. Like
Yeah.
Kabuto is like that
Mhm.
guy. His well, anyways, yeah, that happens. Anything else that we've missed that you guys want to cover? Or that's it.
Um, do you want to
I
talk
mean,
about like how you liked Jiraiya, or if you liked him at the start, or if you didn't?
Ah, true. Nah, at the start, I think he was a nothing character, in my opinion. Like, I didn't really
Yeah,
get
I never
like
liked
I
him.
didn't start liking him till
um,
later on, to be honest.
yeah, I would
Yeah,
agree.
Yeah, to me at the time, I didn't really care. Like, Joey was just this other character that just popped out of nowhere.
like I knew
But
he was strong
there was
because he was
also
like Kasani.
now that you brought it up, there's that one controversial scene where how like how Joey asks Naruto to turn into sexy jutsu.
Yeah,
Like, bro,
that's mad.
that is messed up. Bro,
Oh, that's crazy.
he literally told a miner to transform into like a naked lady, bro. That shit was crazy.
Yeah.
He even said
Oh,
he had a nice
he's
body,
on
bro. That's crazy.
on
Yo,
Epstein's list,
he
man. He's
said
on
that
the
to like normal Naruto, like what Z said. Like
Yes,
yeah,
he
that's
looked at Naruto.
crazy.
I think he might have like touched him. I don't know if he did, but he's like,
I think he
you have
touched his
such a
like
nice
stomach
body. It was
or his
like,
Yeah,
bro,
belly.
he was.
gee, that shit will get you
Yeah,
cancer, bro. That shit was out the
I don't know
gate,
what
bro.
was going on there. If that happened in 2025, you'd be finished.
You'll be finished, bro. Like if that happened in 2025, the anime would be canceled. Like the anime would be
Yeah.
canceled, and like you'd be like axed. That shit was even like, bro. That shit was wild, bro.
I
Like
don't know,
in
man.
Jiraiya's defense,
Japan's a bit weird.
in Jiraiya's defense,
Yeah,
like
it was.
Naruto is built different, but don't ever say that again, Jiraiya. That shit's
Nah, Japan's a bit
that shit
weird
ain't right.
with what they
Nah, that's
what
just
they
weird, bro.
That is weird
Just weird.
as. Anyways, I don't know why I had to bring that up, but yeah. Now we can move on to the actual final fights, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, off the rap. We'll just get the main ones out of the way. So I think
First one
uh
was the main one. Wasn't it Naruto and Neji first?
now see the main tournament. So we have Gaara versus Sasuke.
That was the last fight that happened.
Oh yeah, that was the
So
last one. So was it Shikamaru?
Yeah.
it was no, it was
Shikamaru versus
Naruto
Madara?
versus Neji. That was the
Ah,
first one.
yeah, Naruto versus Neji.
That
Oh
was the
yeah.
What
second
did you
fight.
guys think of that arc? What did you guys
I
think of
love that
Naruto
fight.
versus Neji?
Um, I'll go. So you see, Neji's like more techniques of Neji. You saw the palm rotation. I love. Do you know his 8 trigram 64 palms? I
Yeah,
think that's one of my favorite jutsus. I love that. And then you see the backstory with the Hyuga, with the main branch and the side branch, and then you see like how the hidden cloud they tried to kidnap Hinata,
yeah,
and then like Neji's ideology about destiny, and then Naruto breaks that.
yeah,
So
yeah,
I just love like
yeah, yeah. So
that
like,
context. So that
I want to go deeper into what you just said there. So like, Neji is like his whole like he has like such a negative outlook on destiny. So like he thinks that your destiny is predetermined, so you can't do anything about it to change it. So like Neji believes that like when you are born, you're born with like certain destiny that you can't change. And Naruto's
you're
like, hell
predestined.
no, you can make your own destiny. You decide what you want to be.
Yep.
And so like that fight was not also like it was also like a ideological fight, or well, what's the proper way to say it? Like a fight of like
Yeah, it was a clash.
ideologies,
Yeah,
a
battle
Yeah,
clash
of
of
it was.
ideologies. So
That's
like
of
yeah,
ideology.
conflict.
Neji was fighting. He his stance was you can't change your destiny, and now it's just like you make your own
Mm,
destiny. And so the winner of
yeah,
that, it just like what do you call it? Like Naruto basically confirms, like he confirms his own belief by winning against Neji. Because Neji is saying like, "You'll never
yeah.
beat me. I'm better than you. You're a failure, whatever." Which is yeah,
Mm.
that was a
Yeah.
pretty powerful point if you ask me. What about Yuzi? What did you like
I like.
about this fight? Oh, we'll come back to you, Adam, if you got anything else to say about.
Yeah,
What
yeah,
about Yuzi?
Right. There's multiple things. Firstly, I'd say the way Naruto uses his Shadow Clone Jutsu. Like I know his arsenal isn't big, but his battle IQ
Bro, he
was
spams that
really
shit like
great
crazy.
during. Yeah, it was really great. His creativity was really great during that fight, and yeah, the part where he said that where they were clashing ideologies together, he said that he would change the Hyuga clan when he
Yeah,
became
yeah.
Hokage. That was great.
Mm. True. What did you guys think about the I really like how Naruto won. Because like
Yeah,
Naruto like he basically like dug a hole, which is pretty funny to think about. He literally
yeah.
dug a hole underneath Neji's what do you call it? Rotation.
Now you saw like,
He
yeah.
basically dug a
Do you
hole
know
and he
like,
gave him the meanest uppercut you've ever seen ever. He just like one shot him.
yeah,
That shit was crazy.
like his battle IQ? Like a lot of people overlook his battle IQ. The
True,
fact that
yeah.
even in the
Yeah,
Yeah,
Kiba
you're right.
fight when
yeah, it's good.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
turned into Akamaru, and then
Yeah, yeah.
he like tricked Kiba,
Yeah,
and then
you're right.
even this fight when he used the Shadow Clone, and then that Shadow Clone he used it as a substitution, and then when he dug the hole into the ground, and then
Nah, you're right.
uppercut
Like
Neji.
straight up. That is actually an
Yeah,
underrated
I was saying that's
that's
what
an
I was saying.
underrated character trait of Naruto because like we all know that Naruto is a dumbass like in terms of like
Yeah.
IQ or whatever you want to call it. But like
General IQ,
when it
he's
comes to
dumb.
I like
fighting,
you.
he's actually really smart. Like he's got such a high
Yes.
battle IQ. Like the way he wins or the way he does things, like you mentioned how he tricked Kiba, right? By also
Yeah.
um
Yeah,
transforming into like um
Akamaru.
Akamaru.
Konoha.
Yeah. How
Yeah.
he did that and then how Naruto used Kiba's really good sense of smell against him. It was that and then also this scene as well, like this part in the, against Neji. Like Naruto is actually really smart when it comes to fighting. But yeah,
Yeah.
you can go on, carry on, Adam.
Oh, and then one more thing, I like the fact that Naruto pulled up Neji for, do you know, his ideology. So when he goes that like you're predestined to either be great or to be like
Yeah, yeah.
to not be to be worthless. But then
Mm.
he goes that if you're so great, like you're from the branch family, so why are you trying so hard to fight? So he basically pulls him up on his own ideology, saying that your actions are against what you
Yeah, yeah,
actually do.
yeah. He's low key like being hypocritical because he's trying so hard
Exactly. Yeah.
to like not be like he's trying to be better than Hinata basically.
The
Like
main branch, yeah, he's trying to do that.
in his own actions, he's actually contradicting himself. So yeah, that's a good
Yep.
point that you brought up as well.
I like
Um, I think we can move on. The next fight. What's the next fight?
So
Tamari
the next fight,
versus Shikamaru, right?
Shikamaru versus
yeah.
That's
Tsunade.
So first, no, the next fight it was meant to be Shino versus Conqueror, but I think Shino had to pull out
oh
because
yeah, true.
Gaara
Yeah,
never came.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. Why did he pull out again? Like there was a reason, like
because
strategic wise, like he had to pull out. Why did he pull out?
yeah, he had to use his puppet. He had to use his puppet jutsu for like I think Gaara's secret plan,
Oh yeah,
but
yeah.
because Gaara never arrived,
They
he
didn't
couldn't
want they
like
oh
he
yeah,
couldn't show that
he didn't want to reveal
his
his
ace in the
techniques
hole.
basically. Yeah, yeah, true.
Yep.
Okay, what did you guys think of Shikamaru versus Tamani?
Who wants to go
It
first?
was a cool fight.
Yeah, it was all right. Like it was cool, true. But what did you like it?
I think
What
we
did you
got
like
to
about it?
see Shikamaru's intelligence on display. So that was
True. Yeah,
way
yeah,
he uses his perk on the kunai, cast
yeah.
the shadow shoots. That was
Mm.
really
Yeah, true. So like, yeah, you're right. This is the first time we see Shikamaru try as well, eh? So like before this, you just think this guy's a lazy ass. He's just like, you
Yeah.
know, he's got that demeanor where he's just like he's just a lazy guy.
yeah.
But like this is the first
Ended up
time we
He
see
wants
getting
to
him.
be a cloud.
Yeah. This is the first
Yeah.
time we actually see him try to fight, basically. And
Yeah, but
what's that?
didn't he gave up?
At the end, he gave up, which is pretty funny because he's the only one who passed. What did you like about this fight, Adam?
So there's a lot of things I like about this fight. So I liked the start when he just wanted to be a cloud. I enjoyed that. That was funny. And then I liked
Yeah, it
his
was really.
like go on.
You go.
He wanted to be a cloud.
All right.
Hmm.
Yeah, and then I liked his do you know his battle IQ? So when he's like when he puts his hands together and he's just like he makes a plan and then Asuma knows that like he's gonna just destroy Tamarina.
Yeah.
And then the fact he waits for the sun to go down and then he makes her go close to the hole so he can use the shadow possession.
Right. Yeah. You know what's so funny about how he the hand gesture what that he used in that fight? You know what's the funny thing about that?
Go on.
We never see that again. Am I
No,
right?
no, we
Like
do.
we do? There's
Really?
no way.
No,
I
no,
don't ever see him use that
Are you
again.
sure?
There's no way. He
I'm
just did
sure
that for that one
I'm
fight and
sure
then
we
he
see
never
it.
used it again.
Do you know
Okay.
Hidan versus Kakuzu when Asuma's fighting?
He doesn't
Probably did.
He uses it then. I
I don't
remember.
know. I can't remember that.
I'm gonna have to
I'm
rewatch that.
sure he uses
Do you
it then.
think he uses that hand gesture again? Because I've never seen him, or I can't think of when he used that again. To me, it was just a one and done. You know what I mean? It's just like never
Yeah.
use it ever again. Do you remember him using it again, Z? I don't remember him using that hand gesture.
I honestly don't.
Well,
I
anyways,
mean,
yeah.
AI goes he did.
Okay, fair enough. I'll let that slide. And
Tell
like how you
it,
know how
so
you said like how he was thinking the whole time, eh? But like he was also using that as a as like stalling. So like he was using his stalling to his advantage. Like he incorporated his stalling uh, as
Yeah.
a part of his strategy. So like
Yeah.
and
yeah.
like yeah, you're right. How he used Naruto's the previous fight, like he used his surroundings. Like he used the hole that Naruto made against
The environment.
against
Oh
Neji.
yeah,
Like that was such a good
that
play.
was.
Yeah. Now, I also like the fact that do you know when he was about to quit and he quit, he goes that I had like 200 moves lined up, but I don't have enough chakra. So
Yeah.
you knew that he could have
That was
won,
funny.
but because he doesn't have the physical capabilities,
Mm.
he had to just
He gave
concede.
up. Yeah. Yeah, that was
Yeah,
actually
It
pretty
shows that
funny.
he's a good.
To me, that was
It
like
shows
the
that he's a good
best.
military leader.
Yeah. To me, that was the best part of the whole fight where he just gives up. To me, that was just funny. Like he doesn't even have like he
Yeah.
doesn't actually win. He loses, which is funny. And the fact that he passed, like he's the only one who passed from that.
Yeah.
Anyways, I think now we can go over the last fight before shit hits the fan. So that
That's
is
it.
Gaara
Sasuke
versus
versus
Sasuke, right?
Gaara.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to talk about that, Adam?
Shall I go first?
Yeah,
So
you go
firstly,
first.
the aura farming of Kakashi and Sasuke when they pull up. I love that scene
Yeah, that was
with the
pretty funny.
leaves. But one thing that annoys me is, do you know when they animate Sasuke? I don't know, they
His,
make his hair and neck like
yeah,
look weird.
yeah,
Yeah, so it
I
looks a bit
agree as well.
in the manga it's good. Yeah, but in the anime they ruin it a bit.
Hmm. Honestly, I don't really like
And
Sasuke's
then
hair in this fight.
yeah,
I feel like it's too long.
it was
Like
too long.
it just looked a bit
Yeah,
weird, like
I
goofy a
agree.
bit. But like you're right, like bro,
Yeah,
that show was just horrifying. Meaning they just like pulled up,
yeah.
and
There,
like
yeah,
the fact that like the scene, like it just how like the focus on those two was like for like almost 30 seconds. It was like it's just horrifying to the max.
yeah.
And
Even
then
before that, when you see like the Hokage and the Kazekage, everyone's basically waiting for this fight, the main event.
yeah, that's pretty much the most anticipated fight. Eh? Everybody just like hyped for it basically.
Yeah. Yeah, the bet
And like,
makers and the
yeah,
bookies, everyone, they're
and
ready.
and like this is the first time we see Sasuke just rip out the Chidori, which is pretty fire. Yeah,
Yeah,
like you know what's so funny? This is like
That was
another aura five you see. Sasuke like literally jumped. He literally like jumped onto the side of the wall,
the wall.
and then he
Yeah,
just ripped the Chidori from that spot, and then he just like charged it, and then he just ran from that wall.
yeah,
Like he couldn't have just done it on the spot. He had to like run up the wall and then run down the wall, bro. Like, bro,
I love it.
that
I
was just
love it.
pure all farming to the max.
wanted more
Um,
points for showing on, bro.
what did you like the most about this fight, Z?
What I like the most, that's I would say mostly about Gaara. We get to see his bloodthirsty side, and my favorite scene in that fight was when he realized he was bleeding. Like,
Yo, that
is that
was
blood?
yeah, that blood,
So
yeah,
Oh, the
that was
voice
a
acting in that. Oh
Jesus.
my
Yeah, I
days.
love the voice acting in that scene, bro.
yeah. It was
Did you
pretty
watch it in
raw.
dubbed
Eh?
or subbed?
Nah, yeah, nah. So yeah, this is a confession. So like, I actually watched OG Naruto and dub.
I watched it in dub.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
I only
yeah.
I
watched
watched it all
OG
in dubbed.
Naruto.
Yeah,
Yeah, I watched OG Naruto and dub, but I switched to sub and Shippuden. But yeah, like
I
the
went the whole
dub,
way.
the dub voice actor in this scene was going crazy. Eh?
He
It
killed it.
was crazy. He
That
killed
scene,
it.
he
That was a
enjoyed it.
crazy scene.
That was one of the best voice acting scenes in the anime.
Yeah,
I
you're
mean,
right.
Yeah,
And like, and the fact that this is the first time that that Gaara's been hit and bled. So this is
yeah,
a new experience for Gaara. He's never been like he's never seen his own blood. Like
yeah,
yeah,
so Sasuke is the first guy to do this to him.
yeah. And the fact that he always references his mom as well. When Gaara,
Yeah,
like,
that
he
was
shouts
low-key
about his
kind of
mother.
creepy, eh? That was
It was so
pretty creepy.
scary.
Anyways, so the
yeah.
conclusion of this is like basically, Gaara was used as like to start the invasion, because like in the background,
Yeah,
like the Orochimaru is scheming with the Sand Village to invade the Leaf Village
yep,
and basically assassinate the third Hokage. So like that's happening in the
yep,
background, and Gaara is basically like the initiation of it. So I think
yeah,
originally, I think the goal was for Sasuke to to get Gaara to like transform into the One Piece. I think that was the goal, right? Like
yes.
that was the goal, but I think
Yeah, yeah, I
something
think so.
happened where Gaara just basically disappeared. He just ran. So I think they were trying to get Gaara. Well, this is my understanding. They were trying to get Gaara to turn into the One Piece.
Yeah, he was the hidden weapon of the Sand
Yeah, he
Village.
was the
That's what they
weapon,
call him.
basically, yeah. And so
Yeah,
like
Yeah,
Gaara
yeah.
secret
disappears
weapon.
and Sasuke chases him, and this is the start of the Konoha Crush. So I think we can talk about it now, eh? So Konoha Crush
Yeah,
is this section of the story, which happens straight after the Chunin exams. So before we carry on to Konoha Crush, any other closing marks, closing remarks on the Chunin exams you want to talk about before we carry on? Anything else you want to talk about that we might have missed? It's open to the both of you.
I think
Uh,
we mentioned most of it. I think we mentioned everything.
Yeah, this is pretty much everything. What about you, Z?
That was a
Anything you want to talk about? Something you wanted to say about your
uh,
review?
that's overall, it's really peak arc.
Right. The
basically.
first the first definitive peak in Naruto. Like you can argue
Yeah,
the Land of Waste is peak, but you there is like
Yeah.
tuning exams is peak.
There's no dispute about tuning
Without a doubt,
exams. Like no one can say
there's no argument against it. It is just peak.
yeah.
Anyways, moving on to Konoha Crush. Do you want to talk about it, Adam? Just give us a quick
Yeah, so
rundown
it
of.
basically is just carries on from the Chunin exams. You see the Hokage and then the Kozukage, and then you find out that the Kozukage is actually dead, and it's actually the goat himself, Orochimaru, pulls out, and that's when you see that fight, the main fight,
Mm.
and I think this fight is like it starts off brilliant, so like at the start, but then it just drags on.
Yeah, yeah, that's my main problem with that fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's and everything else. So like the pursuit of Gaara, so everyone's chasing Gaara. Kakashi and Guy, they're holding it down in the arena. They're fighting
Yeah.
Kabuto and the Sound Ninja. And you
Right.
see like the snakes, you see the village getting destroyed. I think overall just a great arc, in my opinion.
Oh
You
yeah.
can go into detail, like or
Yeah.
you
So
can go into detail.
no. Just tell me what is your favorite moment in the Konoha Crush? What's the best moment
I
for
think
you
my
in this
favorite
arc?
I think there's two moments. So one being do you know when the reanimated Hokage come back and
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
seeing them
yeah.
fight
that's
against
one of
Naruto?
my favorites
That
That
as
one,
well.
was yeah. Honestly, that fight is
yeah,
such a peak fighter. Like the third Kage Orochimaru. That shit was so peak.
yeah,
But yeah, like that moment in particular, where he's when he reanimates his past, his senseis basically, his teachers, his like
yeah,
predecessors. Like it's pretty dark if you think about it.
yeah,
Like this is like the
is
third Kage, and like they were literally his teachers, and like now he has to fight
yeah.
and like kind of like kill them basically. So it's kind of twisted if you think about it. It's really twisted. Like, what about you, Z? What's your favorite moment in this arc?
Honestly, I'd say the same. Say
The
the
same,
same thing as well,
just the
bro.
fight.
Yeah,
Honestly, my favorite moment was Naruto versus Gaara conclusion. To me, that was the best moment in this
I was
arc
gonna say that.
for me. Like personally, I feel like
Yeah,
Naruto's like desperation and his whole speech basically, and then he's like, if you like, I understand. Like Naruto's like, I understand you. Like I know where you're coming from. Like I understand the pain, but it's like if like I understand your pain, but if you try and like kill my friends or hurt my friends, I will kill you. Like that shit was raw.
you
And it was such a good scene.
know that moment when
it
he's
was.
walking like
Yeah, he's
when
like
he's basically dragging himself
he's
his
dragging himself with
neck
his
and
chin.
his
Yeah, and then he
yeah.
goes up. He's basically dragging
What
himself with his chin,
what a
and then he
moment.
says that to Gaara's face, bro. That shit was such a good scene, bro.
Yeah,
Like the
yeah.
impact of that
And
scene, because like
Yeah,
it's the build up, like like from the hospital. So from the hospital to this moment, like that was all leading up to this, and his vow to
yeah,
Rock Lee to like defeat Gaara, like all of that leads up to this moment.
yeah,
But at that particular moment, like in that time where he just um like he doesn't know what Gaara is going through. He just thinks Gaara is just he's just this menace. But like when Naruto finally
yeah,
understood Gaara, like it changed the dynamic of like it changed the dynamic of Naruto and Gaara. So Naruto didn't just look at him as like this foe he wanted to beat. Like he actually
yeah.
showed some sympathy to Gaara, even though he was trying to like defeat Gaara. He he was like, what do you call it? He was sympathetic, basically.
You could
And yeah,
empathize
to
with him
me that that whole
because
that
like
whole
he's got
dynamic is just peak writing.
yeah.
So yeah, that was my favorite part of this
I
arc.
think that moment, I think that moment as well really sets the tone for Gaara's character development.
Yeah, yeah, you're right.
Growth is brilliant.
And so like there's also the scene where Gaara's mom and his dad and his uncle like how we get the food
Tomorrow.
story. That shit was crazy because like
Yeah.
we find out that Gaara's dad ordered his uncle to basically assassinate him, and then
Yeah.
Gaara was just like, you were forced to do it, right? And then Gaara's uncle was like, yeah, I was, but I wanted to do it anyways because like deep down I hated you. Like, bro, that was so like crazy to me.
That was a tragedy.
That was like that was
Tragic.
That was a
traumatic.
twist, bro.
That was a
that was a
crazy
twist.
twist.
Yeah.
And like honestly, you understand, like in that moment, I understood why Gaara's messed up. Like
Exactly.
to be honest,
Like
and he was
what
going
that does to a kid.
what that does to a kid, and he was like what 5 years old, 7, 8, whatever. He was a kid, bro.
Yeah, 6.
Like
I think he was 6 years
that
old.
is
5,
crazy
6.
trauma, like to do to a child. That shit is crazy.
Yeah.
That is wild.
Yeah. Now it shows you what a piece of shit his dad was
Yeah.
as well.
Honestly, like these Naruto kids, just like, bro, like this, their childhood is crazy. Because it makes sense though. Like
They've gone through
this world,
Yeah.
like the world of Naruto is like it's so dark if you think about it. So like they
Well,
encourage and like they encourage children being like soldiers and all that, like child soldiers. They force children to be
Yeah.
soldiers and all that. And like there's just so much carnage in this world where like
It shows you how broken the
yeah, like
Shinobi
the
system
system,
is.
like
like
it is, like you're right.
It's the main theme in the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And anything else you guys want to talk about?
I want to put a light on, do you know the Shikamaru scene where he like becomes a diversion and then you see Asuma like save him. I love that scene. I don't know why, but I just like I love the
Yeah,
fact that
it
he
was a good
was the
scene. Like
one
it
for
was
the
like yeah, it was decent.
yeah.
Yeah.
And another one that's underrated, do you know when Orochimaru he shows his true form as that woman,
Oh, that was so
and then
creepy,
Hiruzen's
bro.
like,
Yeah, I know what you
But
mean.
now
yeah, what have you become?
Where he just rips off
That
his
was
skin. He
scary.
rips off his skin and he reveals
Yeah,
the last body he took over. So that woman is the
yeah.
last body he's taken over, which is creepy. And then
And then
Orochimaru just like
Hiruzen
laughing.
realizes,
It's
yeah,
like, fuck, that shit is twisted out.
that laugh,
Yeah, it was
yeah,
like
that laugh was
creepy, bro.
haunts me.
Yeah.
That was.
Yeah.
How about the
Even
actual
the
fight?
death of the Hokage.
Yeah, that was sad too. Yeah, that was actually sad. It was like
Yeah.
a cool. It was a cool moment. But what about the actual like fight where like the Hokages they all like bringing out their signature moves? Like it was such a cool fight.
Yeah.
Where like
The choreography as well for the fight.
choreography, like the second Hokage, you know how he's just like beaming
Wood
water
style.
and the wood style from Hashirama. That was such a good
Yeah.
ass fight.
Wood style Senji.
Anyways,
Even is it Monkey King Enma? That was
yeah.
I liked him as well.
Summoning.
Mm.
Was a cool song.
Yeah.
And
One of the best in my opinion.
honestly, I'm not convinced that it's just a great arc. I'm gonna put it in peak, just because like a lot of shit happens and it tops off, like it ends on a beautiful note where they remember the third Hokage, the funeral scene. Like
Yeah.
it was just like a perfect conclusion to this arc. Like in my opinion, it's a peak
The Will
arc.
of Fire. I like that part.
Yeah,
that
exactly,
scene.
exactly.
Yeah.
Like, but
Yeah.
my main argument, if people are trying to tell me why do you think it's peak? To me, that particular scene with Naruto and Gaara, to me that just pushes up to peak in my opinion. And then the funeral scene is
Yeah, it's like Gaara's ultimate,
yeah, basically yeah. So like it's
Yeah.
basically the start of Gaara's transformation into like, you know,
Yeah, into what we
like
know
the start
him
of
today.
Gaara's transformation to be a good person or whatever.
Yeah.
So do you guys want to push back? Do you guys want to argue against
I'll say
me
one
putting it on
I'd
peak?
say one thing to
I mean,
one thing to argue against it is, do you know when they're doing the tug of war match with the Reaper Death Seal?
Ah, yeah.
That is
That was dragged out too
that's the
long.
only thing that I like. Yeah,
Yeah. Honestly, to
it
me,
pushes it
Yeah,
like
that's not good enough for me to
bro.
put it to downgrade it to just great. To
yeah.
me, yeah, it did
Now I get your
ruin
point.
the pacing, but to me, it didn't ruin the story.
Yeah,
To me, the story is just so good that it
like
stays on peak, even though it
made
did
it
drag
less
out.
made it less enjoyable, but
Yeah.
the arc is still peak.
Hmm. What about you? What about you, Z?
I mean, I would put it at peak or great. It doesn't really matter.
Honestly, it does matter. There's a big difference between peak and great. Peak is like, you know, the best of the best. So like, if you downgrade it to great, to me, that's a big difference.
Mm.
But anyways, yep, I
Is it
think
is
the
it that way?
Konoha Crush is on peak. We can move on now. So the next arc is Search for Tsunade.
The, the
Honestly,
most underrated
this
arc,
is the
in
most
my opinion.
underrated arc of all Naruto.
Exactly.
Um, Z, do you want to give us a rundown of it, or are you already? Did you already forget what happens in
Uh,
this arc? Just give us a quick rundown. Like, what do you?
honestly,
The
I think
morning mist,
wait,
Itachi,
how did the arc start again?
Kisame. Itachi and
I had a
Kisame.
feeling.
The
Well,
funeral.
that's how
I
underrated. That's how underrated this arc is. Like, when people can't
You
remember
wanna
what
go?
happens in this arc.
I literally forgot this arc. The only part I
I
remember
remember
specifically
Exactly.
was
That's why.
Jiraiya,
That's why this arc is
I
underrated
remember
Naruto.
because
every
nobody
episode.
can recall, or like not many people can recall what happens in this arc. But there's so many peak moments in this arc,
Uh,
which is crazy to me that people
Should
can't
we go?
remember what
It
happens.
went up
But no, well, I think we got to
when I
talk
was
about
finished.
before this, right? Because before this, Itachi gets introduced, right? So this is like
No, this is the
included
arc.
in the arc.
This is part of the arc.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So like, I'll go over it first. So at the end of the funeral, right, just before the episode ends, we see Itachi and Kisame,
Yeah.
right? So like,
Yep.
they are on the wall. They've infiltrated the Leaf Village, right? And so that is
Yeah.
how the actual arc ends, Konoha Crush. And so we find out that Itachi is, according to him, he's looking for Naruto, right? Because
Yep.
we don't know why,
Yeah.
but he's looking for Naruto.
He said
And
the legacy of the fourth Hokage.
yeah,
That's what they
exactly.
call him.
Because like, I think he first interacts with Konoha
Johnny.
ninjas, Joni, inside the shop, right? Like the dumpling shop, right?
No,
That's
now
where,
Kakashi recognized.
yeah, that's where Kurenai, Asuma, and Kakashi, they all sense something's off with these guys,
Then
right?
Sasuke comes along as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And then we see Itachi and Kisame isolated, right? And then Kurenai and Asuma, they come out and
Yeah.
confront them basically. So
And you
Yeah.
see the meme.
yeah, and this is the start of like the Kurenai meme. This is where it originates from.
Oh,
Do you know how Kurenai is just
yep.
like, she's a genjutsu specialist, but like that means nothing to like a Uchiha because like
Especially
Uchiha is
Itachi.
like they're like their second nature is basically genjutsu. Like they're just masters at it, and like
Itachi's another
Itachi
level.
basically makes Kurenai's genjutsu like a joke. Like she's basically a joke, and it was funny that she thought she could actually like put him under genjutsu.
It
He
was
So
reverses the
disrespectful.
Genjutsu.
yeah, basically
Yeah.
yeah, he reverses the genjutsu. What did
Yeah.
you like about this little part, Adam? You want to talk about it?
Yeah, I like the fact that firstly I like the conflict of like Kurenai versus Itachi and then Asuma versus Kisame. But then when Kakashi comes in and he starts glazing Itachi when he goes that he was captain of the Anbu at 12 years old and
Yeah,
then
that was
he
actually pretty cool, huh?
basically he destroyed his clan at 13 and you realize like how goated because doesn't like before the arc starts doesn't Orochimaru say that the only person I couldn't beat was Itachi. So
Oh
you
yeah,
know
yeah,
like
yeah,
what
yeah.
level he's at.
Nah, you're right. I forgot
So
about
you
that
know
scene.
that he's just he's on another level.
Yeah. So like, yeah, you're right. And it was funny that you said because Kakashi was actually glazing Itachi. That was wild. He's just like he was just like explaining all the
A lot.
accolades of Itachi. Like, oh, he's like Anbu captain at
Yeah,
13. He's he killed his whole clan. Like this is nothing. Like he can do more.
yeah,
Like Kakashi was just glazing Itachi, bro.
yeah.
Yeah, that was true.
What about Jeezy? What did you like about this part? Or is there anything else?
I'd say the introduction to new villains, because we first heard about Itachi, like Sasuke was introducing himself. He said he was gonna get revenge on the person who killed his clan. So we didn't really know who it was at the
Yeah,
time.
yeah, yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Find out that this was the guy that did it. It was just the tension really rise because he's now in the village
Yeah.
and he's looking for Naruto. So
Hmm. Not gonna
eventually
lie.
Sasuke would do it.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. Sorry for cutting off, but like that is actually pretty crazy how quickly it just happens, eh? Like how quickly this meeting happens. Like, don't you reckon? It's
Yeah.
just like it was just like 2 arcs ago where Sasuke talks about this person he wants to avenge, and already we're seeing Itachi, like his brother. So we first get the first scene in the final episode of Konoha Crush, like how I said we see Itachi, and then you see his shotgun gun active, right? And that's how we first
Yep.
think, oh, he's like, this is the guy. And
Yeah.
yeah, you're
Yeah,
right.
you see, the panda camera up.
Hmm.
Yeah. You know it's
And
gonna be Itachi.
yeah, and my favorite part of this was like when Itachi, he was basically flexing against Itachi the whole time. Itachi was flexing against Kakashi the whole time. So you know how like
Yeah,
Kakashi would do one thing and Itachi would be one step ahead every time. So
yeah.
like
With the
yeah.
he had the exploding clone.
Hmm. So like whenever like Kakashi would be um like Kakashi will like dip into the water and then Kakashi had his
Yeah,
clone and just blew it up. Like I feel like in that like it just showed the difference in like power basically. Like the whole time you
yeah,
could tell that this guy is different. Like he's one step ahead of Kakashi of all people. Like Kakashi was
yeah,
built up to be this like OP character. And then now we have this other guy who's
yeah,
just like, basically flexing on him. And
yeah,
then we
Other great scene was the scene with the Tsukuyomi.
yeah,
He trapped
exactly.
Kakashi in the
I was getting to that actually.
that was
What did you guys think of that scene? Like, what was your first impression when you watched it?
that was scary to me, honestly.
Yeah, it was a
and it
really
showed me like how good. Yeah, it showed me how good Itachi's ability is. Like the fact that 72 hours and then it wasn't even like 1 second in the
yeah,
real
yeah,
world.
yeah, yeah.
It
That
shows like
was
what a level he's at.
that was actually crazy because
Yeah, that was
like in my opinion, like actually like what it looked like to me, it felt like Kakashi was in that world for like months, but in the real world, it was like a
Yeah,
moment.
because one
It was like less than a moment. It was just like it
yeah
happened
one
in the moment.
yeah because 1 second in that world was like it
It
was
was like
basically like a whole conversation that he and
nah, nah.
then
So like
he
one
goes that only
second,
1 second.
nah, nah, 1 second in that word, it kind of like gave you the impression that it was like a couple weeks. Because remember, like
Yeah,
you have one cross, then he gets stabbed, then you have two crosses, and then three and four and five,
yeah.
and then
I remember.
Itachi was
Yeah,
like, "This has only been 1 second." You know what I mean? So like, it felt like he was in there
yeah,
for like a couple weeks for that 1 second. So you basically multiply that by like every second for 3 days. So like it would have been like probably like months in that world.
mil yeah, millions of
Like it would
yeah,
have been months or even years.
a lot of time.
Like it's crazy if you think about like somebody should has anybody
I remember.
calculated how long that would have been? Let me just Google it real quick. But yeah, you guys can talk about something else or what you liked about it. Or like look at
I'll
this.
talk about the. So I think it was in the second data book. They talk about like the Tsukiyomi and then the ability,
Yeah.
how like Itachi has control over space and time as well.
Mm.
So you can tell that like this is not like a regular genjutsu; it's another level.
Yeah, it's high tier.
Yeah. Someone do a calculation.
No, I'm just curious. I'm just curious if has anyone done a rough estimate on like how long Kakashi would have been in that world compared to the real world? I don't think anyone's ever tried or done it, eh?
No.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter.
Wait, wait, wait.
I just
Go
thought,
down.
what's that?
Go down. I think a bit more.
Like, because then these guys
Fifty-one
will just
thousand
say
two hundred.
72. Where? Where'd you see that?
Like the thing you want. So can you see the Quora, whatever it's called?
Oh, core, this one.
Yeah, that one.
Oh, there.
The total
So
time
we'll,
experienced,
we'll
yeah,
see how
51,000.
good this is broken down. We'll see. Let's see if this guy is onto it. Who is the
I think it's the top one. Yeah,
this one?
yeah, this one.
Yeah.
What do you guys reckon? How long do you think he would have been in Tsukiyomi for? Like in the actual in Itachi's world?
I
Like
think it would
I
be
feel like it would
years.
have
I
been
think.
years, bro. Like to me, it's just like
Yeah,
how time elapsed in that world.
Yeah.
Like it looked like it was a couple weeks in that 1 second. So let's
yeah.
see.
Like you hear about the novels where like obviously he gets his, do you know the girl that he liked? So he lives a whole life with her, and that was like 1 second as well. So you can tell that like there's no limit with the ability.
Mm,
So it has to be like say months or years.
right.
Yeah, it's somewhere between.
And moving on. So at the end of this conflict, Gaara, my guy, pops up, right? And like
Yeah,
these little hints or like in hindsight like moments where like straight away when Guy appeared, Itachi's like, okay, let's get out of here. Because like at the time, like we know that he's nice, but we don't know how nice he is. Because like we can
Um,
basically assume in this part, my guy is capable of going in 8 gates. Like let's just we
no,
can assume that, right? So like if in that case, Itachi and Kisame have no chance against him. Like realistically talking, like Itachi and Kisame are done, basically. So like I feel like the urgency
nah,
in Itachi is like, nah, let's get out of here. You know what I mean? Like you can there's two parts to it. So one, we know that Itachi is a double agent, or like he's really trying to protect Konoha. And there's also the other
yeah.
side where Itachi and Kisame are like they have no chance against my guy.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
No, I think they still have a chance. I
Nah,
think eight
there's no
gates. It doesn't
nah.
matter.
Itachi is
I
getting
think
washed, bro. There's
even the
no
seventh
way.
gate.
There's no way
No,
you think
no, no, no.
Itachi wins.
I think with the Yadamira and the Susanoo,
Nah,
I
I
think
still
there's a
think
story.
Itachi loses against Guy. Like, I don't even think
Yeah,
my
he does.
guy needs to go in 8 gates. He can just go in seven and you'll win, in my opinion. Like, I think my
No, I
guy
think it has to be
beats.
eight.
You reckon it has to be 8?
I think it has to be eight.
I mean, he kind of smashed Kisame in 7 gates, and it wasn't even close.
Yeah,
Like, I feel like my guy can
Yeah,
beat.
but that's Kisame in his own,
Kisame was
and
at full power.
he never had something harder though. Kisame.
Yeah, like yeah, I know you can't argue that Itachi has like the defense for it, but then you can say
Yeah,
Itachi doesn't have the stamina though, because like to me, Itachi's stamina is what lets him down. But anyways, that's like off topic. Basically, what I'm saying is my guy pulls up and Itachi and Kisame run away, and I reckon,
they retreat.
yeah, I reckon it wasn't only just because he was like a double agent, but I feel like Itachi just because my guy doesn't even know that. So like my guy will literally try and kill Itachi. So like he also needs to run
Now, but
away. Like, 'cause there's no way I think
but Itachi,
Itachi wins against my guy. There's no way.
but they always respected each other though. So like
Yeah.
even from the the filler arcs, like in Shippuden, but
Yeah.
it was like before obviously like the story of Naruto. You
Right.
saw that they had respect for each other. Itachi knew like how good my guy was.
Hmm.
Yeah.
But anyways, moving on from there. So that ends. Kakashi falls unconscious, right? He
Yep,
gets knocked out.
he's bedridden.
Mm. And then we meet um, Jiraiya and
Jiraiya.
Naruto again. So Jiraiya is trying to take Naruto on a trip with him to find Tsunade, basically, right?
Yeah, the new Hokage.
So yeah, so basically Jiraiya he he denies the request of the elders to anoint him or like appoint him as the fourth.
Yeah, Hokage.
Is it fifth Hokage? The fifth Hokage, eh?
The
Basically,
fifth.
because
Fifth, yeah.
since the third Hokage died, their leaders they're like leaderless. So they're trying to find someone, and the
Yeah,
only person who's worthy of it at this point in time is Jiraiya. But Jiraiya was like, "Nah, I don't want to. You know, I rather do my own research. Basically, he rather do his own
rather be sus.
stuff, but he rather like
Yeah,
yeah." And
Yeah,
so he suggests to the elders that maybe they can get Tsunade because their argument is because Jiraiya is a legendary Sanin, and then he responded with there is another one, which is why this um this is why Jiraiya is leaving to find her. Um,
yeah.
you want to carry on, Adam? You want to just
yeah. About when they go to the village,
right?
so they go to that like small town where they play the games and all that, and then you see Naruto training, and then Itachi knocks on the door.
Mm-hmm.
But then before that, um Sasuke finds out that Itachi's here. So he knows that he's looking for Naruto, so he starts looking for Naruto as well. And then you see the whole confrontation of Itachi, Naruto, Kisame, and Jiraiya.
Right. And there's also
And
the
what?
scene with what do you call it? When Sasuke he comes into the room with Kakashi and all the other Johnny, and then they're talking about
Yeah,
they're talking about like what happened, and then one of the is it Alba, the guy who with the glasses?
yeah,
He's
the glasses
basically
one.
he's running his
Yeah,
mouth. He literally explains the whole situation to Sasuke in that moment, which was
the
pretty.
idiot.
That guy
Yeah,
was such a dumbass. He basically like he rats on he rats
Reveal it,
on
yeah.
no he rats on Kakashi to Sasuke in that moment, and then Sasuke is just like
yeah.
his like what do you call it? He just like
He
went
books it.
crazy. His emotion went
Yeah,
from straight face to like anger in that instant.
yeah,
So like yeah, he's basically chasing after Naruto and Jiraiya at this point. And
yeah,
yeah, like you said, we Itachi's comes to the door, but there's also the build up to that scene. So like you know how we see Sasuke running? He's
yeah.
running, he's like
Oh, when
opening all these doors, he's running like
yeah,
you know,
shadows.
he's just running around.
Yeah.
And then we see Sasuke opening the
Yeah,
door, right? And then we see Naruto's door being knocked on. And you know how it just goes from that scene to Sasuke scene to that scene? And then we've realized that Sasuke
yeah,
is at the wrong door because we see Itachi pull up to his door instead. Like that scene, like that, like what do you call it?
yeah.
That moment was so good. Like it was peak. Like the drama and like the tension in that was high. And then we see like Sasuke,
Yep.
like you know, he just sees these clones of basically Naruto and Jiraiya, like these lookalikes. Like it was
Yeah.
great. It was such a crazy scene.
Now that was good build up,
Yeah, it
like
was the build
because
up.
you
The build
knew
up.
eventually what would
Yeah,
happen.
Yeah,
yeah,
the build up to that reveal
Yeah.
was
that
so good.
was phenomenal.
Mm. And what about Yuzi? What did you like about this arc? I mean, not this arc, but this part of the story.
Um, I'd say the whole Sasuke Itachi situation that
Yeah,
was really great,
yeah, it was. Yeah,
as you
honestly, I have
explained.
so much nostalgia for this scene in particular. Like whenever I see this
Yeah.
scene, like on YouTube or whatever, I literally get goosebumps. Like when Sasuke rips out the Chidori,
Mhm.
it's like I'm here to kill you, basically.
Yeah,
Oh, that
Like that
yeah.
scene, bro, that shit gives me goosebumps every time I watch it.
When he talked about that of I've hated my whole life, and now
Yeah, yeah,
it's
yeah,
this
yeah.
moment
And
that I'm
this
gonna.
moment, and then he's just like he's just like, "Wow, that shit was so good."
Yeah.
Honestly, to me, this is the best Chidori has ever looked in this scene. Like the way Sasuke like does
Yeah.
it in this scene, to me, this is the best depiction of Chidori. Like the way
Yeah.
he like the way he does Chidori in this scene to me is the best scene of this particular technique.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
then like
I'd agree.
he basically he charges it up, right? And then he runs and then he just like destroys the wall while he's running towards Itachi.
Mm.
And then Itachi just like
Yeah.
slaps it out of his hand basically and like basically weaves and
He
dodges
grabs
it.
his hand.
He grabs his
Yeah.
hand. Yeah, he just grabs his hand like it was nothing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That was such a cool scene. And then we um I think he smashes or kicks Sasuke to the wall, right? And then just as he's about to
he's
yeah, just as he's
so
about to like get Naruto, Jiraiya pops up.
Yeah. I
Mm.
think this is where my
yeah,
respect for Jiraiya it went up a bit. So
Yeah,
you
yeah,
see,
this is
like
yeah,
Jiraiya's
yeah.
on it.
Yeah, you're right. This is when I
Yeah.
started liking Jiraiya. Before that, I didn't care about him,
Yeah.
to be honest.
he tried to
And
trap
you
him
can tell,
in
like
the
even you can tell, like Itachi had respect for Jiraiya because, like, even before when he talked about the Sani,
Yeah.
they would like talk about Jiraiya. Itachi knew that, like, if they got into a conflict with him, then they'd be like, it wouldn't be an easy fight. He knew
No,
that.
no, it's more than just that. Like, yeah, this is also what I want to talk about as well. So, like, Itachi says, like, he states that if they both were to fight him, they would both die. Do you think Itachi
Yeah, he never
was?
said they would.
No, he
I
did.
don't.
He did
Did he
say
say
that.
that?
Did he
He
say that?
said that. He said that if we both, if he's talking about him and Kisame, he said if we both verse him, we will both die.
I'm sure he said we.
Nah,
No, he
he
said
Are
that
you
it'd be we wouldn't come out unscathed. I think.
no, no, no. Z, do you? Is that what happens? If I'm getting that right, he does say that, eh? Okay,
are you
well,
sure
okay.
he said that?
No, okay.
It would likely
I'll prove it to you.
it
I'll
would
prove
be
it
a
to you.
draw or a mutual death.
Nah, he
Yeah,
said
yeah,
that
Talk
yeah.
they
about
would
that too.
both die.
You're right.
Does Itachi?
No, no, he did. He did.
Did you
Yeah.
see it? Oh, we'll just show the viewers. Does Itachi say that they will uh, they will both die if they challenge Jiraiya? Because like in that scene, he says that they both would die. But in my opinion, I think he was bullshitting.
I
Because
think, yeah, realistically, Itachi would
Oh
realistically,
no,
I
both,
think Itachi is bullshitting.
especially in base.
So like,
Yeah.
say this here, even if you might be able to take him on, yada 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 yada. Nah, this is not even. It's not even the scene. Where does he say that? He basically says that if we both fight and we will both lose or we will both die.
Yeah, he did say it.
Wait, what
I
chapter
remember
does he
now.
say
did
it?
say
Yeah, he does say it. So like basically, what my follow up to that is Itachi telling the truth? Basically, what Itachi's saying is Jiraiya is greater than him and Itachi.
Nope.
You think he was being serious, or
No,
he's just pretending on
I think it
bullshitting
was
to
BS.
Jiraiya, to Kisame?
Yeah, I think it was bullshit.
He was bullshitting. What do you
I
reckon,
think
Shall I
so.
Z?
tell you why?
Why?
Who's gonna? Shall I go first?
Yeah, you can go first. So yeah, this is the scene, by the way, for our
So,
viewers.
Yeah, so basically, in hindsight, you know that Itachi's a double agent, so he doesn't want to come into conflict with Jiraiya. So that's
Right.
the first one. Why he would lie to Kisame. And secondly, I think Jiraiya had an informant in the Akatsuki, like to give him the information. And I don't
No,
think this was
I
confirmed,
don't
but for
agree with
me,
that. I don't think Itachi,
yeah, for me,
Jiraiya had an informant in the Akatsuki. I feel like he,
I think it's
nah, I think it's sort of like rumors and like witness accounts. I don't think he had an informant in the Akatsuki. That is like crazy. Like
Uh,
you're basically saying that
if you look at
there
the
was a
way,
snitch. You're basically saying that there was a snitch in the Akatsuki film. Like I don't think that's
yeah,
true.
but it's
uh,
See,
but
like I
if
don't
you
think
look at
that's
it in
true.
hindsight,
Yeah.
if you look at it in hindsight now, Itachi was the one he was giving the Leaf intel about the Akatsuki.
Oh yeah, I see
That's
what
what
you
he
mean.
agreed
Yeah, yeah, okay, I
to
see what you mean. So
Yeah,
you're basically saying that Itachi was this informant, basically. He was just like
yeah.
giving intel, like
He would have had,
basically giving intel for Jiraiya to pick up, basically, like traces of.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
yeah, that makes sense.
oh,
That
yeah,
I actually,
that's yeah.
I agree with that. Like low key, that is like what do you call it? That is like an assumption that you can make, to be honest.
Yeah, it's headcanon, but I think it's realistic.
Yeah, you're right. So
And
yeah,
another reason why,
carry on.
do you know, in terms of power scaling,
Hmm.
if Itachi is above Orochimaru, and we saw that Itachi, without using the manga cure, he could beat Orochimaru.
Yeah, true.
And
Yeah. Nah,
Orochimaru and Jiraiya, they're on the same boat, they're on the same level.
yeah,
So Itachi has to be above them
yeah, yeah.
in terms of
That's
narrative.
yeah, that's some good arguments. So like what I was thinking is the reason why he said that is because you know how he's a double agent, right? And so he's basically
Yeah,
um avoiding a fight with Jiraiya because he doesn't want to
Yeah,
like confront him basically because
that's what
they're
I
allies. They're
it's a,
allies basically. So yeah.
it's a
Anyways,
good point.
I just wanted to clear that because Itachi does say that they will lose. They'll both lose to Jiraiya.
Mm,
Anyways, carry
Yeah.
on. Anything else you guys want to bring up before we move on to the actual search for Tsunade?
We could talk about the Amaterasu. So that's the first time you see the black flames.
Yeah, exactly.
That was a good.
yeah.
That was a good
It
moment.
was
Hmm. Alright, this is just like a small. I just wanna like clear the spot. So you know how Itachi does Tsukiyomi in base Sharingan, right?
Yeah.
So
No,
he does
shall
it
I
in
tell
base
you?
Sharingan in the manga. Is that what happens, or and he does
No, no, no.
like what
There's a
happens then?
reason.
I don't think so.
Like in the
Basically,
manga,
it is the
is the yeah? Let me check it.
and
You can
it's the
carry on.
same thing for the manga, but I don't think they had the designs for the MS yet.
Hmm.
So when they reanimated the scene, I think he was in the Naruto versus Sasuke fight. Then they showed him using they showed the manga Kyo Sharingan. But
Yeah.
I don't think they had the designs yet, or
So are you
Kishimoto
saying
never had
that?
them. So
So it was in the manga base Sharingan, eh? Was it?
it was the same thing.
It was. Okay. Because I thought that was weird
Yeah,
when I went back to rewatch it, like whenever I did.
yeah.
What was
So the
yeah.
mangaka was base Sharingan. Tsukiyomi was in base Sharingan. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they just never had the design for
They
the
didn't have
manga
the
Kyo
design
Sharingan yet.
locked down, eh?
Yeah.
I'm trying to find the panel like where he does Tsukiyomi to Kakashi. Kakashi. Ah, I have carry on.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to talk about?
I remember that was in the anime because when Kakashi told them to close their eyes. I remember that part.
Oh, yeah, so he wasn't base Sharingan,
Yeah,
eh?
It was
Okay.
space. Yeah, it was.
it was all
I
his
just
base.
wanted to clear that because I wasn't sure. Because like I thought that was weird when I
Yeah.
went back to rewatch it.
Yeah, the
Anyways,
MS design comes after.
yeah. So I think
Yeah.
we can move on. Search for Tsunade.
Yep.
You want to go over the arc real quick Adam?
Yeah, so Naruto's learning the Rasengan because Jiraiya goes, he looks like the fourth Hokage, so he'll teach him that jutsu.
Right.
And then they go to the village, and then you see Tsunade as well. She's going through that conflict with Orochimaru. So he wants his arms back, and she's the only one who can give them back to him. But
Right.
she's not going to give them
Yeah.
back. However, he makes a deal. He goes that I'll let you see your lover and your brother.
Mm. And what did you
You
like
want
the
to go?
most? No. That's a good summary of the arc. What did you like most about this arc? What was your favorite moment?
I think one of my favorite moments was, do you know when Jiraiya he threatens Tsunade
Sonata, yeah, that
and
was a
he
good
goes,
scene.
if
If you
you
ever
go
try and
against the
betray the
village, I'll have
village, I will kill you. Like, you know what I mean?
yeah.
Like that show was raw.
Okay, yeah, that was
And the
Because
anime tried to
he was
censor it.
basically like, we're childhood friends and whatever, but like if you ever try and betray the village, I will kill you. Like, bruh,
Yeah,
that is some
I love that
dedication.
part.
That was a good scene, yeah. Is that your favorite scene or is that just a moment that you like? What's
That
your
was a moment that I liked.
okay, what was your favorite scene then?
My favorite scene, probably the three-way deadlock was good. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, the actual fight, eh?
yes, that was gonna
Yeah.
say that one as well.
Yeah,
Or
honestly,
Naruto doing the Rasengan.
yeah. We'll talk about that the Rasengan moment later, but I'll ask
Yeah.
Z, what was your favorite moment in this arc?
I'd say Naruto learning a new move, a new jutsu that uh, to improve his arsenal. That was really great, and when he used the Rasengan on Kabuto,
On
that
Kabuto,
was
yeah. All right,
yeah,
since you
that was
both brought it
great.
up, we'll talk about it now. So like, you know how we'll backtrack a little bit, but like Naruto is training to master Rasengan, right? And firstly,
Yeah.
um, we're told that it took the fourth Hokage 4 years to master, right?
Was it 3 years or 4 years?
I think it was 4 years, but yeah. And so the way Naruto um, goes about mastering it was actually pretty genius. It goes back to Naruto's um, battle IQ. Like Naruto is like
Yeah.
really really smart when it comes to fighting. Like the way he uses like his his own like how do I explain it? Like he's just very intelligent when it comes to
Shadow Clone.
finding ways around problems basically.
Yeah.
So like
Like he,
the first one the the goal was to pop a water balloon, eh? To like create
yeah.
rotation in the water balloon
Yeah,
to pop,
Get the
right?
power.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
basically the way he does he do that like normally? Like does he just pop it like without any tricks? Because I know like
Now
he
he uses his hand,
he
his
uses his
other
hand,
hand.
eh? His other hand. All right.
yeah,
So he
you
uses
Yeah.
his other hand. And then the next goal was to pop a rubber balloon, right? That
Yeah, the
was the
rubber
second
ball.
step. Yeah.
rubber
And
ball,
then
rubber ball.
yeah, after that, then the next goal was to actually form the Rasengan, eh? And so
Yeah.
Naruto's problem was he wasn't able to like his focus wasn't good enough to create the Rasengan with just one, like with just him. So then he
Yeah.
decided to use clones, which was like to me
Yeah.
like that's crazy that no one that Minato didn't even think of that himself. You know what I mean?
Mm,
So I get
yeah.
I get that Minato was like inventing it, but like Naruto's smart to actually use his main technique, the shadow clone, to help him like generate like enough rotation and like what do you call it? Like enough like to increase the size of it. So that
And
was
I
that
see the
was that
reason
was
why
so
I
cool.
think, yeah,
And
I
like
think Naruto knows about, yeah, he knows about his deficiency with like chakra control.
yeah,
So he used the clone as like
to make up
basically a
for it. Yeah.
deterrent to get rid of
Yeah.
that. Yeah,
And that
to
that's
help him.
Like
such
an
I
that's
extra.
don't
such a
think,
that's such a cool like unique way to like his unique way of solving the problem. Because like
Yeah, but I don't think Minato had the issue though. That's why like
hmm,
it still took him 3 years, but he had to like, as you said, he had to
he invented
invent the
it.
jutsu.
Yeah, he basically created
Yeah,
it. So like it was more like a
Yeah.
figuring out what to do basically.
yeah.
Whereas
So
Naruto,
his
you
learning would
already
have taken
yeah
like a day.
Naruto had the format, like he had the like the blueprint on how to do
Knew
it.
what it looked like.
And
Yeah,
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
yeah.
Jiraiya.
He saw Jiraiya use it.
And yeah, so carrying on. So the moment when Kabuto and Naruto, right, like they lock because Naruto
Yeah.
catches Kabuto's strike with his kunai, right? And because Naruto's problem is
He
he's
catches,
unable to um lock down Kabuto and do the Rasengan at the same time, right? Or he doesn't have like enough time to. So the way he solves that is
yeah,
by stopping Kabuto by grabbing him, and then he uses that opportunity to generate a Rasengan. That way Kabuto can't dodge it. But like that review,
yeah,
like how he just did it at that moment, like that was such a peak moment because Naruto literally like he did it there. Like that was the first time he actually created the Rasengan. Like he fixed it.
yeah.
He basically
Yeah.
solved two problems in one go in that moment against Kabuto. So before this moment,
Battle IQ.
Naruto
Rated.
didn't do the Rasengan, but this is the first time he did it.
Mm.
So like it is
Yeah, it
such a
was.
good
Now I'm
scene.
sure
Like
he did.
it is a good scene. What's that?
Yeah. Now it shows you how underrated his battle IQ is again.
Yeah, that's what I
Like
mean.
every single fight, he's inventing new ways of like beating his opponent.
To me, it's the fact that he solved two problems in that instance. Like he
Two birds, one
immobilized
stone.
Kabuto, and he used the Shadow Clone to generate the Rasengan. Like
Yeah.
in that moment, which is
Yeah,
crazy.
that's true.
I
But he's
I guess
really
like when you're
creative.
in the pressure moment, like your brain works faster and like you're able to
Yeah.
think outside the box basically. Um, anything else you guys want to bring up before we like give our
The
overall
Rasengan
impression of this
no.
arc? No, about
You
anything
talk
else.
about the three-way deadlock.
Ah, yeah. You want to talk about it more, Z? Because I know that was both of you guys' favorite scenes, eh?
Yep.
Yeah,
Should I go first?
No, because I think you brought it up, so Z hasn't really talked about it. What did you
yeah.
like most
What?
about that fight?
I'd say what I liked the most was the fact that we got to see these three powerhouses, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, all
Yeah, yeah.
do their summon. And
Yeah.
the name to me is just really fire because in the future when we got the meaning of behind the name,
Oh,
it
yeah,
was
yeah.
really impact.
Ah,
Yeah,
actually, yeah, that's so crazy that you actually brought
yeah,
that up. So like the reason why it's
yeah.
called the three-way deadlock is because like the scene A, the backstory with with
They were
Jiraiya
using
being
the
a
war.
Hanzo.
yeah, being like a handicap basically, and Orochimaru was trying to kill Jiraiya, but Tsunade was
Yeah,
trying to stop
Yeah.
him from killing him. That's why it's called the three-way deadlock. Yeah, that's so deep, low key, eh? That's deep. Like the way Kishimoto tied that into what happened to them back in like what? This would have been like the second Ninja War, eh, or something, or the third Ninja War.
yeah.
Second, I think.
That is the
It was
creation
the
of the three-way deadlock, which is crazy. Yeah, that's a good
Mm.
shot. Like that's crazy that you brought that up. I wasn't thinking about that.
yeah.
And yeah, I just want to talk about like the you want to talk about it? Talk about it, Adam. The
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up the fact that all the Sani, they were all nerfed in their own way. So Jiraiya had the Tsunade gave him the drug.
yeah.
Orochimaru never had his arms, and then Tsunade was scared of blood. So it shows that even though they were nerfed, It shows
Wow,
the
that's
power that they
crazy. Yeah,
still have.
I didn't actually think of that as well. So like
Oh
they
yeah,
were
that
actually
was
all nerfed. Like that's not even that's true actually. I didn't think about that. Who do you think was more nerfed? Like who had the worst nerf? I feel like Orochimaru, eh?
Orochimaru.
He
yeah,
just couldn't
Orochimaru,
Orochimaru.
move. Like
Yeah,
100%.
he had the worst nerf.
Yeah.
Whereas like he had his like jutsus taken away basically. He could only do like summoning
Yep.
and taijutsu basically.
Yeah.
Fair
yeah.
enough. Well, I don't have anything to add to it. I just think it was peak. But I want to talk about the Kabuto scene. You know how Tsunade like she disrupts Kabuto's senses with her chakra control, and Kabuto's like
Yeah.
he's confused. He's like, wait, what's going on? And he's like, okay, if I move this body part moves, and he literally figured that out in like 5 seconds. Like that's crazy.
Mm.
Like his IQ and his what do you call it? Like his ability to figure that out in that instant was crazy.
Yeah, quick thinking.
Like his quick thinking, like
That's
bro,
good.
like I don't know how long it would take me to do it. I just the fact that it took him like 5 seconds and then he was able to fight normally. Like he was able to fight like normally.
Yeah.
That shit is wild, eh? If you think about
Yeah.
it. Is there anything else that we're missing in this?
You want to talk about the conclusion of the arc? So how
Yeah,
it
okay,
finished
yeah,
off?
true. Let us talk about the conclusion, and then we can give our overall impression if it's peak or what or not.
Yeah.
So yeah, go for it, Adam.
So I'm sure the arc concludes with so they go back to the bar, and then that's when Tsunade like she accepts role as Hokage.
Mm, right.
I enjoy the fact that like Naruto was the one who changed her mind, changed her perspective. It shows that Naruto, like his impact that he has on these characters,
Mm,
like it's really great.
yeah. So I actually forgot about one thing. I want to talk about Tsunade's trauma with blood. We didn't really talk about it, eh? But I'll
Yeah,
just quickly go over it. So we find out that Tsunade is scared of blood, which is pretty ironic because she's a legendary medic.
medical.
Or like,
Yeah,
she handles blood all the time, but just her trauma of like losing
yeah,
her lover and then
brother,
her brother
I love
basically
Don.
turned her into a
Yeah,
like into what do you call it? Like into this troubled person. So like she's afraid of blood basically, which is weird. Um, so
I
yeah,
mean,
whenever
she
she
brought
sees
over.
blood, she just freezes, right? Like, and then she's traumatized by the loss of her loved ones, basically. And then the fact that she overcomes it in this moment because of Naruto. So basically, she sees Naruto's effort against Kabuto, and she basically becomes inspired, and she overcomes that. And then she releases the mitotic regeneration seal or whatever. Remember?
yeah,
And then she just goes crazy on Orochimaru and she just smashes him. Like that was such a good like tie-in into Tsunade's character development. Like to me, that shit was just peak, bro. What did you guys reckon?
yeah,
Like that was such a good under underrated character beat. Like that particular storyline with Tsunade's PTSD basically. And what about you, Z? Anything else you wanted to mention? The conclusion, whatnot?
No, not really.
Not really. Okay, so let's get to it then. What do you guys think? This is should be ranked at? Do you think it's just great? Think it's decent, or do you think it's peak? And tell me why. Why do you think it's what you think? Uh, Adam, you go
um,
first.
yeah. I think Great is the best place. Is underrated as an arc, And then
Underrated.
like
Yep.
it's great because of all the moments we talked about, like Itachi at the start, and then the training, the fights, the three-way deadlock, and the conclusion, basically.
Great. Okay, what about you, Z? Do you think it's just
Um,
great, or do you want to upgrade it or downgrade it?
I would, I would say it's great as well, just for the same reasons that Adam brought up.
Okay. So honestly, I think it's peak, but because you guys both said it's great, since it's our collective our collective ranking, I'm gonna leave it on great. But let me tell you why this is peak in
Maybe
my opinion. So I'm gonna argue why it's peak. So I feel
go
like
on.
the fight itself, Tsunade and Jiraiya and Orochimaru, I think that fight is like really, really impactful. And like
Mm.
the what you mentioned, Z, about the three-way deadlock, the meaning of that, right?
Yeah,
The Tsunade's past, how she overcomes it, right? Naruto's um Naruto's solution, or like his resolve, and the way he not only stopped Kabuto to make sure he couldn't move and dodge his Rasengan, and in that moment he also figured out a way to create the Rasengan. Like that, those moments were also peak. And then you also take into account the scene with Jiraiya and Tsunade. You know that moment you talk about, Adam, how Jiraiya said,
Yeah,
if
yeah.
you ever betray the Leaf Village, I'll kill you here. And then you have
Mm.
Tsunade's what do you call it? Tsunade's like her doubts. She's like, you know how she was first like pessimistic about the, like, the
Yeah,
village, the Hokage. First she thought like the Hokage, they're foolish, they're stupid, you know what I mean? Like they're fools.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
she literally what do you call it? She
She
disrespected
was
her teacher.
slandering.
She was slandering
Uh,
her teacher. She was slandering the first Hokage, her grandfather. Like that's how down she was. Like that's how bad she had it. And the fact that she overcame all those because of Naruto, and she just like she was convinced. Remember, she told Naruto, if you master the Rasengan, if you master the Rasengan, I will be the Hokage or whatever. Is that what she said? Or I will like she
it
said
was the
something like that.
necklace.
Ah, the necklace, right? She no no no.
Yeah,
She
it was the
gave
bet
she
with the
gave
necklace.
no she gave
we made
Naruto
a
the necklace. Oh wait, was it the necklace?
Uh, Yeah, she goes that if you can master it in 7 days, I'll give you the
I'll give you the
necklace.
necklace. Yeah,
Because
see, like that.
he wants to.
Like all
Yeah,
of those moments, bro. That, in my opinion, all of those moments are just peak. Like there's just
mm,
that's why I think this arc is so underrated. But people do not think about these things. They just look for fights, big fights, but they're not
yeah.
thinking. They're not thinking. So that's why I would put it
And
in
then
peak. Have I convinced you guys, or do you guys think it's still great? I just need at least one of you, because then I can put it in peak.
I think to save face, we gotta keep it in great.
It's
But
a
I
safe
would put it in
face.
peak.
Oh,
yeah,
okay. Now you're switching,
possibly
You
bro.
know
agree.
what? Put it in
Bro, that's weak, bro.
put it in peak.
What? Peak, peak.
I
I like that.
put it in peak.
This shit's
Yeah,
going in peak. I don't care.
put it there. Full land of waves in peak as well. Full land of
No, no,
waves
no.
in
Okay,
peak.
okay, okay. Well, this is what we're not gonna do. We're not gonna do that now, but we're
Like
gonna have we're gonna have a
everything
we're
is
gonna have now
Yeah,
we're gonna have a segment where we're gonna argue if it deserves to be glazed more or not. So we'll do that segment last.
yeah.
Because honestly, I'm really convinced. Like I really want to put this in peak, but we're gonna be fair and we're gonna try and argue against it basically. So Sasuke
Yeah,
Retrieval now. We're gonna put that straight in peak, and we all know why.
yeah. Speed run this.
Like
yeah,
there's
Speed
no
run
way.
this one.
If I ever hear anyone say that Sasuke Retrieval is not peak, I will literally slap them. There is no way you put this underneath like S tier or peak or whatever you want to call it. Like this is the one of the
Yeah,
greatest retrieval arcs of all time. In my opinion, it is the
yeah.
greatest retrieval arc of all time. That's my hot take. Anyways,
It's not. That's not
not a hot take.
No, never.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Okay, okay. We'll just do like a quick. We'll just like go off on a tangent real quick. What is your favorite Retrieval arc? Then if it's not this, or like what is your top three basically, and give me the order that you would
This
rank it
one
in.
is first. So Sasuke Retrieval is first. Then
Yep,
is the Soul Society.
yep.
Then is the One Piece one. I forgot what name that one
Which one?
was.
So is this the Robin one? And what do you call it? What's this
Yeah, is
arc?
that
What's
Enies
the arc called?
Lobby?
Enies Lobby, eh? Enies Lobby.
Enies Lobby. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What about you, Z? Is that the same order you put it in?
I would say for third, mine will be the Soul Society one.
Yep.
Second would be I would say the Retrieval Arc from AOT for me.
Retrieval arc from
Which
AOT.
one was
Is
that?
that the one with when they trying to get um
Oh, to get Eren
Yeah,
back.
yeah,
Eren
Is
back?
that
yeah, yeah,
season 2?
Uh,
yeah.
let's
For me,
see.
that's
Oh,
for me.
yeah.
I'm trying to remember what happens in the arc.
Chuka is when Reiner kidnaps him.
Ah, and then in the forest, say,
So,
and then they're arguing.
yeah, they grab him.
Ah, I see.
Yeah. That was
Uh,
it wasn't really that was like 2 episodes, I'm sure.
nah, it was not 2 episodes, but yeah, I get. Honestly, I don't know, man. I would put Soul Society Rescue Arc over that, to be honest, in my opinion. But okay, that's
Mm.
your opinion. For me,
And
it would
then
be. I go ahead.
obviously this would be
This will be your top one.
yeah.
I agree. So you're like a real One Piece hater, didn't I? You didn't even think of that. I'll put in Enies Lobby in.
I
Or
don't like
rate
One
that.
Piece.
Fair enough. Well, honestly,
Appreciate you.
I'm not even gonna put Enies Lobby in my top three as well because I already told you guys how I don't like Enies Lobby. To me, that shit was
Yeah.
I did not like it. And if
Mm.
you want to know why, you can go and watch that episode because I ain't going over it again. Anyways, so like in my order, it would be Chunin Exams. Oh, Chunin Exams. Sasuke Retrieval.
That's,
That's my top one.
yeah.
My second one would be Soul Society, Saving in
Yep.
Rukia. And my third one, if it's not Enies Lobby, I'm trying to think. What else?
The Killua one, that was good. You know Hunter x
Kilo
Hunter?
one. Nah, that show was
The one
lame,
where
bro.
they go to his house.
That wasn't that good though, in my opinion. Like I would put Enies
Better
Lobby over
than
that. Okay,
yeah.
just show me some other Retrieval arcs before I actually think of putting Enies Lobby in my top three. Because like, what are the other Retrieval arcs you guys can think of?
Let me Anime
I didn't
Retrieval
actually.
Arc.
I never really thought about Eden's one.
They're
I've never
quite
thought
good.
about that. But I wouldn't put that over Enies Lobby, to be honest. Is there any other
I
animes you
think those
wanna?
are the main ones.
Okay, whatever. I'll just put Enies Lobby in my top three. It'll be third.
Yeah.
Moving on. Adam, you want to talk about the Sasuke Retrieval arc? Like, give us a quick rundown of it.
Run.
Hmm.
Yeah, so the arc where boys became men.
Honestly,
Obviously,
that perfectly what do you call it? Encapsulates this arc. Boys
exactly.
becoming men.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
honestly, that is a perfect quote to that describes what this arc is. How boys become men.
Yeah.
But yeah, carry on.
Yeah.
So we get the rooftop fight first, and then you get Sasuke leaving the village. Then you get the retrieval squad being formed. Then you get all their separate fights. Then you get Rock Lee showing up. Then you
Right.
get Kidomaru versus him. Then you get what else do you get? Um, then you get the final fight, Naruto versus Sasuke. That was like a quick rundown.
Right. So I have it put up on the stream now. So yeah, we can go over the last for power. So that's the hospital scene, where they fight.
Yeah.
So Z, what did you uh what do you think of this arc? I mean, of this episode or this moment where Naruto and Sasuke have a falling out?
I'd say the highlight for me was really when they clashed and we get to see that Naruto, right, he was way ahead of Sasuke at
Right.
that point in the story.
Hmm. The realization, eh? So like Sasuke is thinking of Naruto's
Yeah.
growth
And when he
compared to
made
him.
the dent into the water tank,
Yeah,
he
yeah, yeah.
thought Sasuke thought his was bigger.
Yeah, that was funny. Yeah, that was
But
crazy.
that was so
Like
funny.
that was like a flex thing. Like the funny thing is Naruto didn't even know. So like in Naruto's head, Naruto's like, damn, look at my little dent compared to his like massive ass like penetration. But like Naruto didn't
And then
even
he looked
know
at the back.
himself that like the impact of it was like behind. It's like Naruto
Yeah,
had no idea, but Sasuke knew because he saw it. Then like that made him like more angry or and more jealous. Yeah, that was pretty crazy. That was such a good moment. So like I want to talk about like the before. Like I want to break down a little bit of what happens before. So like first we see when Sasuke wakes up, right? Like you just know for a fact Sasuke is just having these like inner like inner nightmares in his like while he's unconscious. He's just thinking about Itachi at this point. Like we know because Itachi put Sasuke in like what is it, 12 hours or something? How long did
yeah,
Itachi puts him in Tsukiyomi for a while, eh?
It was 20,
2 weeks? Nah.
yeah.
it was 24 hours.
Yeah, 24
No, it
hours.
wasn't weak.
I'm sure it was
Yeah.
20.
It wasn't weak.
Yeah, 24
It
hours. So
was
like
hours.
Sasuke was in there for 24 hours, but you know, because he's unconscious, right? And I'm pretty sure. Are you thinking while you're like in a coma, or you're just not thinking at all? Well, let me Google that. Because like
No, I mean,
I just have this
I'm sure you can
assumption where
have dreams.
Sasuke is just thinking about Itachi the whole time. Because like the moment Sasuke wakes up, he's just angry. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Uh, uh, um, um, Adam, you wanna take over while I look at this? Just talk about it.
Yeah, so I'm sure. Yes, Sasuke was having like he was also envisioning when Naruto was fighting Gaara, and he saw like the strength that Naruto accumulated during that time. So you can tell that he knew that he was stagnant and Naruto was improving faster than him.
Yeah.
So there was that conflict.
Yeah.
So he wanted power quick.
Right.
You want to
Okay.
say anything, Z?
All right. So yeah. As I was saying, um, what was I saying? Oh yeah. So like Sasuke wakes up, right? He's like angry, like he's just like pissed off basically, and he sees Naruto, and I think Naruto is like trying to encourage him, eh? And Sasuke's like, no, and it's like fight me,
I want to
and then
fight
it's
you. Yeah.
yeah, I want to fight you, and Naruto's like, bro, you just woke up or whatever. And he's like, fight me now, and then Naruto's like, okay, that's good. I've always wanted to fight you. So like that tension really like like it the rift between Naruto and Sasuke was like due to the fact that Itachi wanted Naruto instead of Sasuke. And Sasuke is like, he's
Yeah,
jealous. He's jealous because Sasuke
yeah,
Naruto was Itachi's priority the whole time. So basically, in Sasuke's head,
Yeah.
Sasuke is thinking, wait, so I'm nothing? I'm nobody. Like the guy I hate that I'm trying to kill doesn't even care about me. So like he's thinking about that. Like the moment he sees Naruto, he's like, this guy. You know what I mean? He's thinking of that, and like that that
yeah,
causes the rift between the two. So like it wasn't even the fact that it's like Naruto, like they have this rivalry. It's because Itachi wanted Naruto instead of him, and like the
yeah.
the disregard for Sasuke. And yeah, so anyways, I just wanted to highlight that. So they go to the top of the roof, right, and they fight each other, and
Yep.
they're fighting, right, and I think Sasuke throws Naruto in the air, or kicks him in the air, and then Naruto whips out his Rasengan for the first time, or was it Itachi? Was it Sasuke? Who releases their move first? Was it Sasuke or Naruto?
Naruto is Naruto.
Are you sure it was Naruto, or was it Sasuke?
I'm not sure.
Z, do
I'm
you
not sure.
remember? Okay, because I think
Well,
it does. I think Sasuke does it. Hey, I think Sasuke does it first, and then Naruto um does his
Naruto.
Rasengan. But anyways, the point I wanted to bring up is this is the first time Sasuke has seen Naruto's Rasengan. Because remember, he's knocked out.
Yeah.
He's knocked out before Naruto learns it, right? On
Yep.
the hospital. So yeah, Sasuke is shocked. He's like, "What is this? Like, I've never seen this before."
It was Naruto first.
Was it Naruto first?
Yeah, it was Naruto. I just saw the video.
Ah, okay. Anyways, yeah. Anything else you guys wanted to bring up in this before we move on?
I wanted to one thing I wanted to bring up that I enjoyed was when Naruto was talking about Sasuke putting on the headband. I enjoyed like that moment
Right.
because it shows the different perspective. So Naruto wanted it to be a friendly spar, like two shinobi fighting each
Yeah.
other and just like getting on with it. But then Sasuke, you can tell he was different. His demeanor
yeah.
was different.
Yeah, he didn't look at it as a fair match or like as equals. So basically, when you put on the headband, you're acknowledging like, you're fighting as on equal, not
Shinobi.
equal footing, but like
Yeah.
like you know what I mean.
Equal terms.
And like the fact that he
Yeah.
didn't want to put on the headband, it means that Sasuke didn't see that fight as like um how would you say it, Adam? Like he didn't see it as like
No, he never.
I don't want to say friendly because it wasn't friendly because you can still fight with headbands and like try and kill each other, but he didn't see it as
Yeah.
like equal
His agenda
respect.
was different.
Like, yeah, he just didn't have
meaningful.
respect. He didn't have any respect, basically. And
Yeah.
so, yeah, I get that. That's a good point. And it's funny because that is also another recurring theme in later fights. How Sasuke just like
Yeah.
like he at the end of the arc. So Sasuke puts on his headband as a sign of respect. You know what I mean? So he acknowledges it in the final valley.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, that's a good point. So yeah, that's like the contrast basically, or the comparison. Z, anything you want to add on, or we can move on?
Yeah, we can go.
Move on. Okay. So then we see the Sound Four. The Sound Four, right? They come straight after this. They try and convince Sasuke to betray the leaf, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Mm.
I think we can pretty much like skim over this, because it's just a whatever, like Sasuke is just like he's going over this.
He leaves the village, sees Sakura, says bye. That's it.
Oh, what did you guys think of Sakura's confession? Did you guys like it or did you dislike it? What do you feel? Z, I'll go with you first. Did you like Sakura's confession, or did you hate her?
I was mostly neutral towards it.
Neutral. So you don't have any any sympathy for Sakura? You just thought whatever.
It's not that I don't have sympathy for it. It's just that I thought it was meaningless.
Damn.
Kind of.
That was meaningless. That's crazy. Okay. You're a Sakura hater. I get it. What about you, Adam? What did you
Z.
think?
I was neutral. I understood where Sakura came from, but at the end of the day, Sasuke he wouldn't have changed his mind. So
Okay.
Yeah,
I
that's
just
what
thought
I
it was like,
what did you think of Sakura saying, I'll leave the village with you. Take me with you. Don't you think that's a bit scummy? Like the fact that she disregarded Naruto. Does that make
to
does
be
that
expected.
to be expected? Does that
I wouldn't
ruin
expect anyone.
does that make things worse in your opinion? Does that make you dislike her more, or you still don't care?
No, I was just neutral the whole way.
Okay. So
yeah,
honestly, I actually really liked the scene, not gonna lie. So
Yeah,
I really liked it. So I thought it was meaningful. I thought this is the first time she actually confessed it. Because like, let's be real, like most people like, like if you really, really like someone, you would really confess, right? And that's the difference between liking someone and like loving someone. You know what I mean? So we see this because like
yep.
it's not just like a what do you call it? Like a high school crush. Like Sakura doesn't just like him because he's cool. I feel like this proved to us that she really like loves him, even though I don't really care about the actual ship. But yeah, it was
Yeah,
it
I
was a
don't
good
care
scene. I
about
thought it was impactful. Like I thought it was like it didn't make me like Sakura. I just thought like the scene itself
it.
was pretty good. Like I
Yeah.
actually really liked it. Anyways, moving on. Um, Choji vs Jirobo. Before we talk about the fight itself, Adam, can you talk about the Tsunade's plan, like Shikamaru's
Yeah,
what do you
so
call it? Like
I'm
yeah, just
sure
talk
the
about the
get
lead up before they leave, basically.
yeah, so the Jonin and the Chunin were compromised because it was after the Leaf conflict, so they never had that many ninjas. So
Right.
the newly appointed Chunin Shikamaru had to assign a squad,
Mm-hmm.
and he picked the best people basically, except for Shino. We should have had Shino, but we
Yeah,
can't. Beggars can't be choosers at the end of the day.
true. So like yeah, yeah. So just the background. Basically, what happened was after the invasion, right? They were on high alert, so they had to have their Jonins secure like the borders basically, and so they couldn't actually um, send any of their Jonins after Sasuke. So was it whose suggestion was it? Was it Shikamaru's suggestion? Like was it his suggestion to send them out, or did Tsunade say send them out?
He asked for, he goes, I want my team to be comprised of Jonin and Chunin, but she goes, no, it has to be Genin. And
Ah,
then
I
she
see.
recommended Naruto. Yeah.
Ah, so it was
oh,
Shikamaru's suggestion to. I know. So it was Tsunade's suggestion to get other Genins with him. I
Yeah.
can't fully remember like what exactly she said, but so it was her suggestion then.
So basically, he asked for Chunin and Jonin, but she goes that we don't have like any
Oh yeah,
for
oh,
you
yeah,
to use.
okay, okay, I get it. Okay,
oh,
Yeah.
fair enough. So yeah, that happens, and so basically basically Shikamaru chooses Kiba, Naruto, Choji, and Neji, right?
yeah,
So though that's
Total
his like
squad.
that's his squad. That's
Yeah.
yep.
the legendary squad. Um, okay, let's go over Choji vs Jirobo. Adam, you want to take over? I'll give me like a bit. I gotta do something, but just take over. I'll be back real
Yeah.
quick.
Yeah. So with Choji, and then when he fights Jirobo, I like the fact that normally Choji he doesn't get any shine. But this fight, it shows you like what he can do with the pills, and then obviously you see his backstory as well with his dad, and the fact that he's like really close with Shikamaru, and then his fake death scene. I think like it was really emotional. Z, what do you think?
Yeah, that's true. So
Do you think it was one of the best fights in the thingy?
you guys hear me, right? All
Yeah,
right.
yeah, yeah.
So So, alright, to start off, I think that this fight was great. Firstly, Choji as a character, he's been played off as this kind of joke, like fat jokes and all that. But now we get to see the serious side of Choji, and it was really great. The way he, as you said, he used the pills.
Yeah.
I really thought he was going to die in this fight. I really thought at least few of them were going to die in this arc,
Mm.
actually.
Yeah. So honestly, what did you guys think of Choji's backstory? That was Loki. It was a short and sweet backstory. Yeah.
It was good. Yeah.
Like it really
He
tied
Yeah,
into.
deserved.
totally. Yeah, he's actually a good person,
Mm.
a very good person
Yeah.
and kind.
So yeah, I'll just give like a quick rundown of the fight. But so first off, they they first encounter like they're chasing after the whole Sound Four, right? And then the Sound Four decide to leave Jiro behind, right? And so they
Yeah.
all they all basically trapped in Jirobo's what mud
Yeah.
like
The mud
he
prison.
puts a cave around them, eh, if I remember, right? And
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
so like,
basically the cave is like siphoning their chakra. And so I think it was Neji, yeah, Neji was the one who discovered that the point of where to basically attack to the weakest part, basically, to bring the wall down, right?
Yeah.
And then basically they escape and they realize that they're getting away like the other three, so they assign Choji, or basically
yeah,
Choji volunteers to be the first sacrifice, basically. So he stays behind, the others leave, and then so it's just Choji versus Jirobo, right? And
yeah,
then
Yeah.
basically at first I think Choji is getting his ass handed to him. Eh? He was just like getting smacked around, and then Choji just um he just like basically sacrifices himself because he eats the red pill, eh? Because he's got three types of pills, right?
Yeah.
So like each pill is
The
like
green, yellow, and red.
green, yellow, and red.
Yeah.
So the green one is like some
yeah,
power boost, the yellow is like more power boost, and
Yeah.
then the red is like a massive boost, but you
yeah,
potentially die, right?
yeah,
And so like he's thinking about his team, right? And he's losing, so he basically has no choice but to eat the red pill. So he
Mm.
eats the red pill, and then we see him. That's when we first see his butterfly mode, right? Right.
Yeah.
So he
yeah,
awakens his butterfly mode, and then he basically the power was so great, like the boost was so great, he loses calories. Basically, he becomes skinny Choji, and then he smashes Jiroba. And the best part of this fight is the end, which is funny. It's like, how he's basically having a heart attack, mid fight, like as he has like a heart attack kind of thing, and as he was like falling, or as he was like walking towards like walking towards the tree, he sees the message from the other teammates, and then how it
Yeah.
ties into like Choji's backstory and the music, everything about it was such a beautiful moment
Yeah. With the butterfly and
with
everything.
the butterfly and everything. Yeah.
yeah.
So yeah, that was good. That was a good fight. What did you guys like
Yeah.
about
You
this fight?
wanna?
What was
Yeah. I
that?
think we talked about it.
That's it. You guys don't want to comment
Yeah. That's.
on the message behind it, or how he was lazy, or how what is it? Not how he was lazy. How his friends were. You guys don't want to comment on it? Wow. Okay. Moving on.
Nah,
I
just
it's alright.
move on.
Neji was Kidomaru. Not gonna lie, this was the best fight. This is the best fight from the Sound 4. Neji was Kidomaru.
Yeah.
This was the best fight. So, Adam, you want to talk about it real quick? Just give us a quick summary of it.
Yeah, so arguably the two strongest of each squad fought against each other, and I like Kidomaru's abilities with the web, and like he can shoot the webs, and it's like stylistically both of them they were a good match for each other because Neji had his palm rotation, so he could counter Kidomaru's moves. And Kidomaru had the long range attacks, which is a weakness, which is a strength to fight against Byakugan. So they both had like a good stylistic matchup, and I like the
Right.
fact that Neji had to literally surpass his limits by doing 8 trigrams, 128 palms.
Yeah, honestly, man, this fight is so good, man. Like, I remember watching it as a kid. I was like, damn, this is the best thing I've ever seen. Like, that's how it felt. Like at the time, but
Yeah,
like
that
I think
was
like it wasn't a better fight, like the best fight, like hype wise or story wise. I just think it was the best fight, like strategy, like everything. Like I don't know. I gassed up this fight like crazy when I was young. Like I thought this was like so peak. So I think like I feel like Neji really he really had to like he really had to try his hardest. Like it was crazy. And the fact that
Yeah.
Kidomaru had like um two curse, like he had his first curse mark and then he went into his second transformation.
Yeah,
And
second stage.
the whole time Neji was actually on the back foot. Like I think Kidomaru was always he was always like he always had the advantage during the whole fight, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like I feel like Kidomaru controlled the fight, and Kidomaru
Mm.
was low-key just unlucky that he lost. I think it was his arrogance and his
Yeah.
cockiness what that made him lose. I feel like if he wasn't arrogant and cocky,
Mhm.
he should have won this fight. Like that's how I feel.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it would have been mutual defeat though, because
Nah. So
Neji would have died.
you're not getting what I mean. I feel like Kidomaru, he 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 could have
Yeah.
walked out of this like without dying, basically. Like he should have won it, like considering like his arsenal, his techniques, like he just I feel like Kidomana controlled the battle like really good, and the only reason why he lost is because he was cocky and he let Neji get him basically by not being careful. Because remember the way he lost is because he shot that arrow with the cord.
Yeah, the chakra
Basically,
string. Yeah.
he left the string on, and Neji was able to gentle fist or like use gentle fist to get him with with the string.
Yeah.
So I
yeah.
feel like that is the reason why he lost. That's literally why he lost. I feel like he could have avoided that, but yeah. Anyways, what about Yeezy? What did you like most about this fight?
Yeah, this fight was pretty great. I'd say Neji's character, like after the fight with him and Naruto, just to see where his character is at now and how he
Hmm.
really went past his limits during this fight. Kidomaru's curse mark was I really like the state. The
Yeah.
two, yes, as you said, yes, it's two states, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah,
you
yeah,
have like the normal, like how the tattoos,
yeah.
and then you become
Oh
like
yeah,
a
the
monster.
tattoo state.
Yeah, you become a monster in the
Yeah,
second.
that was really cool. And his new the trigrams technique. The how many pounds was it?
He
One
basically
hundred and
doubled it.
twenty-eight.
Yeah, 128.
It
Yeah,
doubled it. Yeah. 28. Mm.
that was really sick to see. Uh,
Yeah, I feel like Kidomaru has like his character design was so good. Like it just looks like creepy and cool at the same time. You know how he has like six
Yeah.
arms and like
yeah, I like that.
like it was like he's got a cool design, and like even his curse mark design itself, like I think he had the best like in terms of design. So that, well, I'll show you Kidomaru's curse mark design. Like it would be like a cool tattoo, like straight up. Like It looks cool. Kidomaru curse mark. Yeah. So this is his curse mark design. And like even his second transformation, like it was like, look at that.
Mm.
Look how cool that looks. Like he had
Yeah,
like
that
overall
that was sick.
he was like um the best besides Kidomaru. Besides Kimimaru. Like he was the best in the sound full. And like even his what you call it? Even his summoning. Like he had a cool summon. Like he had that spider
Yeah.
summon. Hmm.
Oh yeah.
And it was like really cool how he basically, you know how I keep talking about how he controlled the fight. So first, Kidomaru, he deduced that Neji is a close distance combat fighter. So he's like, okay, I'll keep my distance away from him. I'll keep throwing things from a distance. First, he's like, summon his spider. Then he used the spider to like slow him down, and he just kept what do you call it? Like I feel like his strategy was perfect until he left the strand on his spear, and then how he was able
Yeah,
to
he made
figure
that one
out
mistake.
yeah, and then how he was able to figure out Neji's weak point as well. You know how he was able
Yeah,
to
the blind
find
spot.
out like the exact point of where his Byakugan couldn't see, which is only like a little ass
Yeah,
like a little ass point on his bloody behind his neck. Like Kidomaru
yeah,
was able to deduce it, and then he was able to figure out a way how to get him like that. So like, he would like use his spider webs to shoot his hardened kunai webs. Like he would just like shoot it from different angles. You know what I mean? He like the way he just man, that was such a good fight. And then how he used his bow and arrow. Like first he shot an
yep,
arrow. Then he realized, oh, I have no control over this arrow. Then he thought, okay, I'll put a thread on it. Then he let it go, and then he realized, oh, there's not enough power in it. So then he added like a screw to the front to increase its power. You know what I mean? Like I feel like Kidomaru was like
yeah,
learning learning as the fight went and adding to like the he was adding like what is it? Improving his chances and doing like calculating and you know what I mean? Like it was like really good.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm glazing this guy too much, but yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
But you guys know what I mean, eh? Like the way he just controlled the fight was so good.
Yeah. Like he's adaptable,
Yeah,
basically.
yeah, that's the perfect. That's what I was trying to say. Kidomaru adapted to Neji. Like he was making, like he was adapting to every situation basically. Anyways,
Yeah.
anything else you want to talk about before we move on?
Nah, let's just move on.
Okay.
This,
How about
I'm telling you,
how
this
about
arc's gonna be long. I need.
true. How about the fact that Neji we thought Neji died as well? That was like,
Oh yeah, that was.
this is like it was kind of it was like really crazy because like you don't even think that these guys would die. Like at that time we thought they were dead. The way they just went out was like shocking. It's kind of crazy to be
Yeah,
honest.
I
Originally,
thought they were
some
all
of them
dying.
were supposed to
Yeah,
die, right?
I feel like they should have all died. I mean, I feel like Neji
They
should have died
originally,
here. I feel like Choji should have died here. You know what I mean?
I heard that originally the plan was for some of them to die in that arc.
Honestly, they should have
Yeah,
killed
the
off.
women.
They should have killed off Neji and Thing. To be honest, I feel like their character was like perfect to end off here.
Yeah, the character arcs were done. Yeah,
Yeah, they were done because like Reno and Shippuden, both of them don't do anything.
yep.
Anyways, moving on.
Except Neji.
Now even Neji, you can argue Neji did nothing. What does he do?
Yeah,
That's anyway, that's
he
another
he turns into a
topic for
toothpick.
another day. Kiba versus
Yeah.
Second, actually, this is the best Kiba moment in the whole of the show. Naruto and Shippuden.
Mm.
Like this was actually a good fight. I really liked it. Um,
Yeah. Should we
Z,
talk
do
about
you?
both Kiba and then the Shikamaru fight as well at the same time? To just
Okay.
like
Yeah, yeah,
consolidate the timing.
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, okay. You want to go over it, Adam?
Yeah, I like the fact that Kiba, when he was fighting Sakan and Ukon, I like the ability. So like the
Mm,
fact that they can detach themselves and then attach to other people.
right.
And I think this is the first time we saw the one of the Rashomon gates. I think
Yeah, yeah.
Hashirama uses them,
And Orochimaru.
Orochimaru as well. So
Yeah.
I enjoyed seeing that. And then even like Kiba's like resolve to like kill himself. He was about to
Mm,
do that. It shows that like
mm.
truly he learnt from his like ways in the Chunin exams.
Right.
And then secondly, the you want to talk about Kiba first and then Shikamaru after.
Yeah. So I'll jump in. So I don't know the difference with Sekon and Ukon, but the ability of Sekon, like they can merge into each other, and they can also merge into other people. So that's
Yeah.
basically what you were referring to, whereas Kiba was about to kill himself. Basically, he was about to kill himself so he can kill one of the other brothers with him. And so basically,
Yeah.
because of his resolve, because of his determination to do that, Sakon was like, Hana. Then he just like then he released his technique because that was the only way. That was the only way to do it. Because once Kiba dies, Sakon or Ukon, whoever, they would have died with Kiba, which is why Kiba did that in the first place. And also
Yeah.
the what do you call it? The fact that uh, Kiba, what was I gonna say? Anyways, doesn't matter. We also we also saw the Super Beast transformation jutsu. You know how Kiba
Oh
merges with
yeah, the
Akamaru
wolf
and they turn
fang
into a
over.
dog. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's that. Anyways, Z, you want to talk about it before we move
It
on?
was the two-headed dog, right?
What's that?
The two-headed dog.
Yeah, the two-headed dog one.
Oh, oh, yeah.
That was cool. And note that this is the last technique we ever see Kiba do. Like the last new technique he's ever done. He didn't learn
Yeah.
anything
Yeah.
after this.
He was really my least favorite character out of the group, but he kind of impressed me during this fight.
Yeah,
Honestly,
that's yeah, he did.
I'd give him props. I'd give him his props for that.
Yeah, I feel exactly like how you feel. Like he did impress me in this. Anyways, moving on. Shikamaru versus Tayuya. What did you guys think of this? I'll go to you first. What did you like about this fight, Azi?
Shikamaru versus R. Firstly, I would say that again, Shikamaru is a character that really uses his head.
Mm-hmm.
So I really like that kind of. I really like those kind of characters in anime. That's why he's one of my favorite characters in the whole series. So I really enjoyed
Fair
that
enough.
fight.
What about what about you, Adam? What did you like most
With,
about this fight?
with fight.
Yes,
Oh, were you
I'll
still
agree
going?
with
Did I cut you off while you were still talking?
No, no, it's okay.
My fault. Yeah, Adam, what do you think about this? What did you like?
yeah, I'll agree with Z, like the fact that Shikamaru like strategizes, so like his opponents, they're playing checkers, he's playing chess, and he's like 20 steps ahead of them.
Mm.
The fact that like he
Yeah,
deduced what Tayuya was doing with the flute, like he doesn't know what music is, but the fact that he knew like the sound patterns and
Yeah, that's
the fact
crazy.
that like where the hand was going.
Yeah, like let me talk about that actually. So Shikamaru, he didn't even recognize the tune because the tune should always be changing the tune. But he actually he was looking at her fingers.
Yeah.
like her fingers, like she was like he was analyzing her fingers, and he knew like what she was like doing basically, which was like kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Am I getting that right? Like that's what he was doing, eh?
Yeah.
Like
No,
he
you
was
were
like
Yes.
you're
analyzing
correct.
her hands, her fingers, like the pattern of like all to figure out what she was actually doing. And like also the scene when she puts Shikamaru in the Genjutsu, and then he breaks his
Yeah.
finger to snap out of it. That
Yeah,
was a
with
crazy
his
scene as
own
well.
shadow.
Yeah, with his own
Yeah.
shadow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, and then we also see what else happens in that? Anything else worthy to talk
And
about
the
before?
fact that yeah, Shikamaru, like he won the fight, but ultimately it's his stamina that always let him down. So it's
Mm.
like it's a team in all his battles.
Yeah, actually, now that you mention it, it kind of happened the same way as his fight with Tamari, which is funny because Tamari's the one who
Exactly.
comes in. Because like he's got her, like he's got her in a bind, right? And he's trying to choke her out.
Yeah.
But again, he doesn't have enough stamina to finish the job. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
which is pretty funny. Anyways, now we can talk about their rivalry. So like it's at this point where all of them are struggling, so that they're all about to lose and they're all about to be killed off. And then this is one of
Yeah.
the most legendary scenes in the show in general when these three arrive. Can you see the scene?
Yeah.
So basically, as their fight happens, Kankuro, Gaara, and Tamari pull up. And bro, you're not gonna lie, that shit was like one of the most hype moments I've ever felt when I was watching it back then. Like I would say even like it could be I could be biased as a nostalgia, but like honestly that feeling when they pulled up, that was one of the best feelings I've ever had watching the show.
I think
That's
even
my
before that, when
personal.
Rock Lee pulled up,
True.
Well, who pulls up first, Rock Lee or?
Rock Lee pulls up before them. So Rock Lee pulls up
Ah,
first, and
Rory
then they
Rock
pull up.
equals up first.
That's why
ah,
Gaara saves them.
so we
Gaara
shouldn't really
saved.
talk about the samurais first today, even though it's been okay. Um,
Yeah.
we'll talk about Rock Lee vs. Gaara then. Gaara vs. Kidomaru. What did you guys like about that?
And so I'll go first. So I like the fact that when Rock Lee pulled up, because obviously you thought he wasn't going to be a ninja, and then he comes back, and
Yeah.
we see the drunken fist, and I enjoyed that fighting style.
Right. Honestly, Kidomaru fought like what, 3 people? He fought Naruto
Yeah.
first, then Naruto left, then he fought Rock Lee. Then Rock
Yeah.
Lee couldn't handle Kidomaru, and then Gaara joined. So it was basically a 3v1.
He ran a gauntlet,
He ran a gauntlet, and he basically won, or almost won.
beat everyone.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he just had a heart attack in the last moment, which
that's
was
it.
kind of crazy.
Not wrong.
That's some plot armor right there. So wait, what did you guys think of the fight? So honestly, the Naruto vs Kidomaru fight, that was pretty average. Like we can really skip over that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
But
was
yeah, but I think
Just
as Naruto,
mostly shadow clone.
but I think what we can talk about is when Rock Lee turns up. So Rock Lee turns up as soon as Sasuke awakens, right? So Sasuke is about to run
yeah,
away, and then Kidomaru is about to like blind shot him, and then Rock Lee shows up, and that's another scene. Like this scene with the Sand trio arriving, like these scenes are so like they're so like one of my favorite moments in
the
Naruto
hype.
in general. Like yeah, honestly, these two, I would look put them together because that's how I view them. So when Rock Lee arrives and when the Sand trio arrives, to me this is one of my favorite moments in the whole of Naruto, like in general. Adam, you want to talk about it?
Yeah,
I'll go for it.
who's that?
What's that?
Where you
It
want me
was
to?
you.
Yeah, yeah.
Adam, you go first.
So Yeah, I agree with you. Like the legendary scene of like when do you know when he's in his stance and
Oh,
I think
it's
the
like,
grass is behind him.
yeah, he's like
Yeah,
the hidden leaf, whatever has arrived or whatever. Yeah,
yeah,
that
the
was such a
green. I think I call him, yeah, the green something of the hidden leaf
yeah.
has
That was
arrived.
such a peak scene, bro. Like that shit is peak fiction. That shit was peak.
Yeah,
And cause like we didn't even like we don't even know like it's like it just comes out of nowhere. Like no one is expecting Rock Lee to come and save Naruto in this moment. Like no one. It's like one of like this is a plot
yeah,
twist. Like this is straight up a plot twist. You know what I mean? Like this is an underrated plot twist. Like if
yep.
you think about it. Oh yeah, go ahead. Carry on.
Yeah, I enjoy that part, and also the fact like Rock Lee's drunken fist style. So like when
Yeah,
Guy was talking about it,
right.
and then about the fact that like he mastered the art of the drunken fist, and
Mm,
Kimimaru couldn't deal with it as well.
yeah. Yeah, those were good scenes. What about you, Z? You got anything else to add?
Yeah. So firstly, I'd just like to say that I really like Kimimaru's design and his powers, like his just how it really works with its design. Like
Yeah.
it's really great. And then, as you guys mentioned earlier, the drunken fist style when he couldn't even land one attack on Lee. That was really a crazy fighting style because that was one of the first times we've seen that happen, like back then in anime.
Yeah. And it was a pretty good homage, eh? Because like honestly, when you look at Rock
Yeah,
Lee, you actually think he looks like Bruce Lee. So it's pretty
Yeah,
cool
yeah,
for Kishimoto to
he is
incorporate like
practically
the
Lee.
Drunken Fist, which is basically like a Chinese like classic
Yeah,
classic fighting
and
technique.
also
Even though it's more like a joke, or like not a joke, but it's more like a like showboat or whatever however you say it. So it was cool that Kishimoto like incorporated drunken fist for Lee's character because he looks like Bruce Lee.
yeah,
mm,
and
I think yeah,
after the drunken fist didn't work, Gaara had to came and help Lee. So that
Yeah,
really goes to show the progress towards Gaara's character. So
exactly. Yeah, so
I really like.
that that is powerful because like Gaara, like first he was a psychopath, and now he's helping the guy that he almost killed off, or that he almost that his like that he basically tried to destroy. So the fact that Gaara is like
yeah. What turn of events?
his
Yeah,
transformation, and then the fact that he's coming to save Rock Lee, who he previously tried to destroy or try to kill. So that change and that change in Gaara because of Naruto. See, it's like it all ties in back into Naruto's ability to um
yeah,
to transform someone like or to convince someone and like his
yeah.
influence basically the power of Naruto's influence on people. And yeah, so like when Gaara shows up, bro, that shit was so peak, man. Peak.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah, but
I
go
really
ahead.
like how he was calm and collected during that fight. Also,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That is true. Like Gaara, he's like a different person, eh? Like so, like
mm,
at first, Gaara's like he's just evil and like erratic, like unstable. But this new look of Gaara
yeah,
with his new fit, like he's just a different person. He's like calm, humble, he's reserved, like completely different to what he was before he met Naruto and lost. So yeah, I
yeah,
really like that as well. Good point. Anything else you want to add, Z?
No, that's all.
Perfect. What about you, Adam? I don't have anything else to add about
Um, yeah, just one more thing about Gaara when he pulled up. So, as you mentioned, the new fit, the new drip, we saw
Yeah.
that, and also the new jutsu that he started using. So, like,
Yeah.
you tell that his fighting style changed because before he was like, I don't know, like if it was with he still had the Sand Spirit, but he was more controlled by it. But this time, like he was using his whole arsenal, so like the
Yeah.
Sand Tsunami and like other jutsus like that.
Yeah. That's good. I want to make an analysis on that as well, because like back then he didn't really like try or anything, so he didn't really have any techniques. You know what I mean? He just like
Yeah,
uses sand to come to his aid, basically.
it was Sand
Like
Coffin and
his
that's it.
hand, like he
Yeah,
was just using the sand as an extension of his body, and he didn't have any techniques. He didn't
yep,
use any techniques. It was only here where he started applying like strategy, or like he applied his power to create techniques. You know
yeah,
what I mean? So yeah, that's a good point. And his sand tsunami and his sand burial techniques together, that was so good, eh? Like how he just
yeah,
like he literally engulfed the whole forest with sand, and then he buried
mm,
Kimimaru like 100 meters into the ground, if I remember, and he just compressed.
yeah,
He compressed and he compressed and buried Kimimaru
yeah. I
basically.
like. Do you know
Yeah.
Kidomaru? His like bone manipulation.
Hmm.
I like that ability as well.
True. Yeah.
That's a good.
It was kind of cool how he was shooting out his fingertips, eh? Like he was shooting them out like
Yeah,
bullets.
Yeah, I
and
know
it's
it
crazy.
comes out
Like looking back at it
stomach.
now,
And also the fact that
like Kimaru's.
he can rip out his spine was just crazy and use it as a sword.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, we use it
and
as
the fact.
That's kind of crazy. That's kind of like
kind of
that's
crazy.
main.
Yeah, that's kind of
That's
crazy.
that's dope, you know. And yeah, so I'll finish off the arc. So Garo buries him, and then Kimimaro, his last attempt, he basically turns the whole area into a bone forest, right? And just as
Yeah,
Gaara thinks
the
that he's
Bracken zone.
won, yeah, just as Gaara thinks he's won, Kimimaro pulls up and he's merged with the bones, and he's just about to stab Gaara, right? And then in that moment, he
Yeah,
dies. He just dies at
Yeah,
that moment,
his
which is
illness.
yeah, his illness kills him, which is unfortunate, but yeah. So
Yeah,
basically,
eight.
Kimimaro dies, and yeah, that was it. We also learned that Kimimaro was supposed to be the um,
Vessel.
vessel
Orochimaru's
for
vessel before Sasuke, but because Kimimaro was
Yeah,
plagued with illness, he wasn't able to do that. So yeah,
yeah.
that's about it. Eh? So anything else you guys want to add before we move on to the last fight?
Let's go.
Let's go. Okay,
no.
now Naruto vs Sasuke. This is the first um this is the first Naruto vs Sasuke, and
Yeah.
yeah, what are you guys first impressions? Like, what do you guys like in this fight? What's your favorite moment?
Like even
Um.
before the fight began, just the build up to the entire fight it was really worth the wait,
Mm,
honestly.
yeah, true. You want to talk about that build up real quick, like the meaning and the purpose and all that? Like
So
why is Sasuke fighting Naruto here? Like why?
yeah, so due to Sasuke being unable to really grow in the Leaf Village because he doesn't really have anyone to say train him to become stronger so he can kill his brothers. That's why he leaves, go to Orochimaru and so forth. So it's up to Naruto to try to bring him back to reality and
Right.
get him
Yeah.
to come back to the village. So because Naruto really thinks as Sasuke as a brotherly symbol in his life, even though they are at each other's throats most of the time.
Yeah. So I wanna dissect what you said earlier as well. That was a good point. So Sasuke, he has this idea that he can't get stronger by staying there, by staying with the Leaf Village. But he thinks that he's being held back because of his bonds with Naruto and with everyone. He feels like he's not growing. He's not growing as strong as fast as he wants to. So he's like basically he's torn between staying with Konoha and his friends and leaving with Orochimaru to attain like new power quickly. So that's the key word, new power quickly, because Orochimaru he's basically given Sasuke like a taste of power, um, like a method of getting power quickly. Because with the curse mark, right? Like once he activates it, he just gets a surge of power, and like he becomes stronger quickly, and like he's gotten a taste of that, and so he's kind of like he's addicted to it. Like he wants that, and he feels like Orochimaru has given him that opportunity to get stronger quickly, which is really his goal because he's not satisfied in his journey and his his development, and so he's left the village. And like you said, Naruto is trying to get him back and stop him from
Yeah, to
becoming.
preserve that bond
Yeah, yeah,
between
exactly.
them.
Yeah. So he's trying to stop Sasuke from going into pure evil, like to stopping Sasuke um from that
Breaking
decision.
their bond,
Yeah,
all the
and breaking
bonds.
their bond. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, I like that point you brought up about his um yeah what you just said. What about you, Adam?
yeah,
You wanna
Yeah,
add on
so
to add anything?
going to what you lot were saying about like Sasuke severing his bonds with his comrades,
Hmm.
like we get where Sasuke is coming from because he needs that power, he needs it quickly. Hidden Leaf Village, it'll give him that power, but it won't be as quick as he wants it.
Yeah.
And then we also learn, I think it's like during the fight, but we learn that one way to also gain power is the Sharingan to the Mangekyo Sharingan. I think that was like one way that Sasuke wanted to obtain power. But
Mm.
then at the end we saw like where he deviated from his brother and he
Yeah.
said that I'm not gonna obtain power the way you obtained power.
Yeah. I like
So
that actually. Yeah.
I think
yeah.
that was another one.
That's
Yeah.
a good.
I want to add to what you said. So you know how Sasuke's mission or his goal was to go with Orochimaru to get power quickly, right? But also couldn't he also couldn't bring himself to get power quickly by killing Naruto because Itachi said to do it. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
he really like how would you say like contradicted himself like internally. So in his mind, he's saying like he believes
yeah,
like with going to Orochimaru, he can get power quickly and like fast. But then he can't even he can't even kill Naruto to get power quickly. To obtain the Monkey Sharingan. Like he can't even do that. So even within his own belief, he's contradicting himself. Like he's like he's not really going full like he's not really how do I say it? I don't want to say he's not as committed to the goal, but like he can't fully commit to killing Naruto and attaining power that way quickly.
Yeah.
So like he's really contradicting himself in this fight as well, because he can't kill Naruto, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, you can tell there's certain lines that he won't cross. So
Yeah,
like
exactly.
other
Yeah.
things he will cross,
Mm.
but there's some things that are like they're not on the table for him yet.
Yeah.
Which is the manga Kyo.
So like let me throw this at you then. So do you think, let's just say Sasuke read that he read that you could obtain Mangekyo Sharingan inside the cave, inside the Uchiha hideout,
Yeah,
whatever. What if he wasn't
yeah,
told
the
by
stone tablet.
Itachi? Yeah, what if he wasn't told by Itachi? Do you think he would go through with it? Because
I think
I think it's a big it's the reason why he didn't go with it is I don't think it's because Naruto is his friend. I think it's because Itachi told him. Do you know what I mean?
yeah, I
I feel
agree
like
with you.
he would have
Yeah,
killed
I agree.
Naruto then and attained the Mangekyo Sharingan. But the reason why he didn't is because
Yeah,
Itachi told him to do it. Do you agree with that?
yeah,
Because like we already see
100% agree.
Sasuke already tried to kill him. Like remember he just snapped his neck. He grabbed him and then did a
Yeah,
somersault and snapped his neck basically. So
yeah, he did
that's
a
kind
pile
of
driver.
that's kind of cool to think about, like in hindsight. Like,
Yeah,
do you agree, Z?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, that's cool. Anything else you guys want to add, or we can just carry on with the fight itself, like break down the fight.
carry on.
Okay, so a couple things happened in this. First off, um, Naruto and Naruto ask Sasuke to come back. Obviously, he denies it, and then what does um what does Sasuke say to Naruto? Do you remember? Like in the moment, like why he's
Is it the one where he goes, I have the hate, I have the
yeah,
bonds
yeah, the hate, like
because I,
yeah, like what was
yeah,
this
because I
whole
broke those bonds.
yeah, carry on.
Yeah, basically, he goes that Naruto never had like anyone close to him, so he
Mm,
never knew what it was like to feel loss. So
right.
he basically said that you can't relate to me.
Mm,
That's basically what he said.
yeah, true, true. And what did you guys think of the fight itself? Like, what was your favorite moment in that fight? And yeah, I will go with you,
Um,
Adam.
yeah, so my favorite moment of the fight was probably I think it was, do you know when they're both standing on the logs?
Oh, yeah, that was cool.
And
Yeah, that
that's
was
when, yeah, Sasuke he gets his third Tomoe, and they're talking, and then you see they break out into a fight.
mm,
And then probably when Naruto gets his chakra cloak, the one tail cloak.
yeah, yeah. Honestly, my favorite moment was that moment when Naruto screamed. Like now Sasuke did his
Yeah,
fireball, and Naruto's roar like, literally like dissipated the fireball. That shit was so cold. To
that
me,
was
that
peak.
moment and the moment when Sasuke went all in to try and kill Naruto, when he grabbed him by the he 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 turned him around on his head,
The tombstone.
and then he just
Yeah,
tombstoned him.
pile driver.
Bro, those two moments were like
Yeah.
raw. Like to me, those were like the best moments in this fight. Those were my favorite moments. What about you, Z? We'll go we'll go back to you. Go. What is your take on um the the extended flashbacks of Itachi's reveal to Sasuke? Because you know how we didn't get the full picture. So basically,
Yeah.
Itachi
So I
said,
think this,
Oh, yeah.
yeah. So this is the first time we see the Mangekyo Sharingan properly, and we
yeah,
know like the design of it. We also see like the extended backstory
yeah,
and how like Itachi descends into madness, and his basically like story, and then you realize where Sasuke is coming from, like the reason why he wants to kill his brother. So I
Right.
think you understand Sasuke here. You get like all his basically you understand his conflicts.
Mm.
Yeah.
And like, did you really believe Itachi's reasoning? You know how Itachi's
To
like,
test his
yeah, to test his
capabilities. Yeah.
abilities. How convincing was that for you? Did you fully believe that,
For
or did
me,
you
it was
think there was some ulterior motive?
I fully believed it. I
You fully
was
believe
a
it?
very like I used to watch things with like surface level brain knowledge. So I
Yeah,
never used to like go into detail about things.
right.
So face value, I used to look at things and I saw that I was like, Itachi's evil.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Z, can you hear us?
Yeah, I've been having some difficulties. Sorry about that.
Nah, all good, all good. What is your favorite moment of the Naruto vs Sasuke fight? Like in terms of the fight, what was your favorite moment?
I would say my favorite moments were really, I would say just the entire fight, like down to the animation, the music,
Yeah.
the the flashbacks were they were a nice touch as well.
Hmm.
So everything just blended perfectly together and created this masterpiece of a fight. One of the best fights in the entire series.
Right. Did you guys like Sasuke's second transformation? I know a lot of people didn't like it
Oh,
because of the hands, but I
When I
actually
was
really.
younger, I didn't really like it, but now I somewhat enjoy it a bit more. I
Yeah.
don't hate it
yeah.
as
Honestly, I
Um,
always liked it. To me, it looks so cool. Like to me, it's like hands as a wing. To me, that's such a
yeah.
cool like that's a cool idea.
It's
Like
a unique,
unique.
unique design.
Yeah, it just
Yeah,
looked cool.
I never liked the fact that he had to change to be like a stronger version of himself. So I never liked the transformation, but I liked the power that he gave him.
Yeah, fair enough. Also, like the Sasuke also unlocks three Tomoe in this fight, right? Mid fight, and then he
Yeah,
his visual prowess improves. So basically, everything appears slower to him. So that was a nice touch. So basically, he leveled up during the fight without the curse mark, basically,
yeah,
yeah,
which was cool. And also, I really liked the water battle. You know how they were fighting in the water, where they're just like Naruto's
yeah,
running on the water and Sasuke's weaving and dodging, and then how Naruto like well he punches Sasuke in the face, and then you have that like exaggerated animation. Like that was so
yeah.
cool as
I
well.
like, yeah, I liked
yeah,
how creative Naruto was as well in this fight with the shadow clones.
Yeah,
Like before, he
exactly.
just used to like jump opponents, but this
Mm.
time he was actually like he was using them properly.
How about when he was using the shadow clones as like missiles? That was crazy. Yeah. He was like
I
shooting
love,
shadow
yeah, I
clones as
love that.
missiles. Yeah. I love that as well.
Yeah,
That was crazy. And he even like used his his own clones as a ladder to spin Sasuke around and like thrust him into
yeah,
the wall.
it was like a rope.
Like
It was
yeah,
like
it
a
was like yeah,
full rope.
yeah, exactly like you were saying, Adam. Like his implementation of the shadow clone improved and like it was cool in this fight. And then we have the final Rasengan and Chidori. That was a pretty good moment as well.
yeah. I like the moment, do you know, where they clash and then you see like the flashbacks, you see
Mm.
like their journey up to that point, and then
Yeah, yeah.
you like understand this is the end of like the first part.
Mm.
This is the conclusion of their story at this moment.
Right. And also like the like how Sasuke agreed to put on the headband, and he's like, you know, because
Yeah,
before like how I referenced the hospital scene, before he didn't wanna like he didn't care, he didn't respect he didn't respect Naruto like that. So like even though he wants to betray the Leaf Village, at least he put on the headband to recognize Naruto as like an equal. Basically,
Yeah.
like he regained that respect for Naruto and decided to fight Naruto as like
Yeah.
as a fellow shinobi before he betrayed them.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah.
that was a nice touch as well. And anything else you want to bring up before we talk about the Hawk as a whole and rank it basically, or argue for it or against?
No, I think we can do that.
What about Yuzi? Anything else
Yeah,
you
we can.
wanna? Okay, fair enough. Oh wait, one more thing. So we didn't even talk about the actual conclusion of this. So how honestly, did you guys think Naruto would win, or did you think Sasuke would win? Because that in
No,
itself was a plot twist, to be honest. Like the fact that Sasuke won and
yeah.
Naruto lost. Because I think most people thought Naruto would win.
I think it's a good thing
Yeah, it's a good thing
that
Sasuke won basically, and
he
Sasuke
won. Yeah.
lost. Because like, imagine if Sasuke lost. Like, well, what happens then? He comes back to the
Yeah,
Leaf
he'd go
Village.
back to the he'd go
he,
back to the
he
village
goes back
and
to the Leaf Village and
it'd
he
be same
feels
old story.
miserable. Like he was
Yeah.
fighting. That fight was uh, a justification. Basically, the result of that was a justification. So if Naruto won,
It was
it
correct.
basically
Yeah.
justifies that Naruto's right. That come back to the village, like you can get stronger because I beat you. I'm stronger than you. But the fact that
Yeah.
Sasuke won,
And I think
it justifies his point of view that he needs to go to Orochimaru to attain power, and the result of that fight is justification for Sasuke.
yeah.
It's
I think it
basically
was a clash
what's that?
I think it was like a clash of ideologies as well. So
Nah, yeah, it's
like
definitely a clash of
Naruto, like,
ideologies. Yeah,
at this moment, Naruto's ideology wasn't there because remember he was saying that I'm gonna break every bone in your body just to bring you back.
yeah,
That wasn't like I don't think that was justified. So like he never had that full acceptance of what Sasuke was doing. He couldn't
mm,
relate to him at that moment.
right. Oh, well, and yeah, so Sasuke wins, um, and Sasuke couldn't bring himself to kill Naruto, as Itachi said. And then we see Sasuke like there was a cool visual, what do you call it? Visual symbolism where Sasuke he started off in the light, and then the
Yeah.
scene carries on, and he's walking towards the darkness until he's fully in the darkness, which is like symbolism basically, symbolism of what he's doing right now, like the choice he's making.
Yeah.
So he's leaving the light, which is leaving Naruto in the corner, and he's going towards Orochimaru, which is like represents the darkness. So that was like a cool symbolism there. And then yeah, Sasuke meets Orochimaru and Kabuto, and then Kakashi Kakashi comes onto like the scene, and he realizes Sasuke has already left and Naruto's lost. There's that.
Yeah.
And then we also see Zetsu for the first time, in this scene.
Oh yeah.
So Zetsu just has a
Yeah.
cameo, like he just appears out of nowhere. At the time, we don't know who this guy is.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah. Should we include the Jiraiya moment, or when they all go back? Is this incorporating the whole thing, eh?
Yeah, it would be.
I would be. Okay. So yeah, we're talking about um, Jiraiya and Naruto. So later on, we find out all the Konoha, all the Konoha who came, all the Konoha Genin survived, right?
Yeah.
Which is kind of like what do you call it? A cop out, if you ask me. I feel like Neji should have died. Toji should have died, but anyways, it was still good. What did you guys think about that?
Yeah.
The fact that they actually survived. Did that ruin your experience, or did you it didn't really affect you?
me, it didn't
So
really affect my experience, but
Yeah,
it would have been more impactful if at
exactly.
least, say,
Yeah.
one of them died. Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly how I feel. So it didn't even affect my experience at all. But like you said, I feel like Toji. I think I would have liked Neji to survive low key, but Toji, I feel like I wouldn't have cared if he didn't survive. Like if he stayed dead, that would have been good. Like it would have been better for his character. But Neji, I feel like he had more to prove. Like there was more to do for Neji's character, if you know what I mean. What about you, Adam? Anything you want to talk about?
yeah, I agree with Z. Like, I think one or two of those deaths, like if they were actually like real deaths, like it would have been good for the story. But
Mm,
I think like just for Shikamaru's sake, for his sanity, like the
yeah.
fact that no one died on the mission, like it helped him like get away from that. And like when he was speaking to his dad, I enjoyed
Yeah.
that part as well.
Yeah, that's
So it
that's a good
justifies
time.
that.
Yeah, exactly. So like the fact that they didn't die, it goes with the scene where Tsunade says, "At least no one died." So you failed the mission, but you brought all your
Yeah.
brethren back. You brought your comrades back. So
Mm.
really, it's like you lost the mission, but you still like like you still won
Yeah, there's still
in a
hope.
way, in a way, in a
Yeah.
way. So yeah, that's a good point. And like the scene itself was actually pretty cool. So like you know how Shikamaru was like I don't ever want to do this again. And then Shikaku, the dad, was pushing back. He's like, if you don't, someone else will. And
Yeah.
if you're not there, you could potentially save them. Whereas if someone else was there, they could potentially die, and you could have you could be that person to save them basically. And then
Mm.
Shikaku just called him a coward if he wants to run away, which was true, but that's pretty
Yeah.
brutal. Like it was really brutal. And then he just breaks down in that moment, which was pretty like it was a good moment, hey.
Yeah.
And
So,
anyways, after that scene, we see Naruto, right? He's in the hospital bed, eh?
Yeah.
And then we see him
yeah.
and Sakura. They have a moment between each other because before
Yeah.
they left, Naruto promised Sakura that he would bring her back. He would bring Sasuke back, and he wasn't
Yeah.
able to.
Yeah.
And so he was a bit awkward. Like he was just like, you know, I will do it too.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was a pretty good moment as well. And after that, we also see Jiraiya. So this was actually one
Yeah.
of my favorite moments as well, like a really good moment. So Jiraiya is trying to convince Naruto to give up on saving Sasuke, but because we know Naruto is stubborn, and there was a really good quote where Jiraiya's like, um, if you don't give up on Sasuke, I will stop training you, and only like a fool would try and bring back Sasuke. And then Naruto had this witty ass line. He was like, "If what did do you, can you remind me, Adam? What does he say? Like, what was the quote?"
I think, isn't it, if being smarter means what you say
Yeah,
it
yeah, yeah.
does, then I'll remain my
Fool
entire
my
life.
entire life. Yeah, that was such a witty ass
Yeah.
line, eh? Like a witty ass response.
I think
I
that's
love
one of
that
my
moment.
favorite lines in OG.
Yeah, like I really
Uh,
love that moment.
yeah,
What do you
that's up
reckon,
there.
Z? Did you like that moment, or like was it super impactful for you?
Yeah, it was a great moment.
Mm. So yeah, that pretty much concludes Sasuke Retrieval Arc. Eh? We've basically covered everything. I actually, and
Yep.
before it
I think.
before this arc is over, we also see the Akatsuki have a meeting and they discuss like what they want to do. not in detail, but
Oh yeah, the Zoom
they have a Zoom call basically. They have a Zoom call and they
basically.
discuss like what
Yeah.
their plan is, yada yada. So that was pretty cool. Like that was another cool moment as well. So
That's when Itachi and Pain aura farming. They're going ban.
yeah. So we'll just do like a quick summary of this arc. Adam, what did you enjoy the most, and what's like a
I
closing
enjoyed
remark?
like the progress. Yeah, so the progression of every single character, like where they started at the start of the arc and then where they went at the end. So that was for like, it doesn't matter whether you were a protagonist, antagonist, villain, side character, everyone got progression. That's what I enjoyed most about the arc.
Hmm. Yep. What about you, Z? What did you like about the arc, and give us a quick summary?
All
Yeah,
right,
give us a quick
I'd
summary.
say what I like about it is that for all the beginnings, it was really great seeing they get their time to shine. Other than the tuning exams, of course,
Yeah.
this arc was a really great way to show their progression uh in their jutsus and yeah, basically their arsenal and show how they've pushed their limits.
Hmm. Yeah, I'd just like to add to what you said, specifically about giving the side characters like Konoha Genin's a shine, because
Yeah,
honestly, Kishimoto kind of drops the ball on that. And this is the last time we ever get shine from the other Genins,
yeah,
from the other Konoha, whatever you call them, except for Shikamaru. I think Shikamaru is the only one who gets like developed, whereas everyone
Yeah.
else gets like neglected basically, which is unfortunate. But yeah, like this is like such a perfect art in my opinion. Like it's a masterpiece. Just because like not only did Naruto and Sasuke get shine, but like all of the like literally every single side character got development. I feel like, or like
yeah,
most of them. Like it was such a good.
Yeah.
yeah.
I I like I like that they were incorporated into the story just as much as Naruto and Sasuke. To be honest, they had their own like moments, emotional attachment, all that. So
Yeah.
yeah, I like you guys'
Yeah.
points. Now I don't think we really need to discuss whether it's peak or not. I think we've we've done that.
Yeah, we've done that.
We've pretty much given our
It's
reasons
already
why
in.
it's peak. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, now let's go back to you guys want to. Oh, we got one more way. Kakashi Gaiden. Should we include this? Because technically in the timeline, I
Now,
think
do
it's
you want to do that?
pre-timeskip.
Yeah, do it for next one.
We
Yeah,
do
do
it
it
in the
for the next
Shippuden.
one.
Okay, so we'll just wrap up real
Yeah.
quick.
Where
We'll go over the Land of Waves. We'll just do like a review of it. Do you reckon it should stay on great, or do you think we should elevate it to peak? What do you guys reckon? Do you think it's just great, or
I think
I
it's
think
still
the
great.
anime version,
what's that?
Zigo's still great.
What about you? Because I think it's peak.
I think it's peak.
Okay. Oh well, we've decided then. It's peak.
I think bump it up to peak. Yeah. I think but in peak, I think sort them out.
Okay,
So
now we gotta
I
we gotta
put
be like we gotta be like extra critical. So give me a reason why it's peak, Adam, and then I'll ask Z why
I
it's
think
not peak. So you go first. Why
just
is it peak? Give me a
the
give
villains.
me a great argument of why I should put it on peak.
Okay, I'll give you one. Naruto's ninja way was established in this arc. So everything that comes after it is directly impacted by what this arc basically foreshadowed and the footsteps that they made in
Yeah,
this arc.
that's a great point. Yeah, this basically sets up Naruto's journey and all that, and his
Yeah,
ninja way.
I
Basically.
agree. I agree. I agree
Okay.
on that.
Any other reasons why it should be peak? Besides, let's just say peak villain, Zabuza, peak conclusion,
And Haku.
how they both died.
Their conclusion.
Any other
Yeah.
points why it should be peak?
They go out the land of fire. That's
I
another
feel like
reason.
the is
World building.
establishing the world building as well, because like in this one it's like wow, like you think about the villages, the story behind the blood mist, how Zabuza just killed off all his bloody classmates, and like you see
Yeah.
the darkness of the Shinobi village, like the Shinobi system, the darkness of the hidden mist, the how ninjas are viewed off as tools. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm. Anything else you want to talk about? Like, you gotta give me more points on why it's peak.
More points. I think we've said enough to
Okay,
demand it in peak.
that's your argument? Okay. What about you, Z? Why is it not peak?
I just think that it's still a great. I'm not going to lie, it's a great arc. Like I really
Mm-hmm.
love it. Like it sets the tone at the beginning of the series for what we should expect to see
Yeah,
from the characters. But
yeah.
it really, compared to the other arcs, it doesn't really have that much impact. Otherwise, for me,
Okay. Honestly, that's a weak argument. You're basically telling me it's your opinion, but you don't give me any reasons. You know what I mean? So
well,
like,
that's
what you
our
could have said, like
opinion.
a good critique, I would say is being devil's advocate, would be the pacing. So pacing is an issue if we're being realistic, but I don't think the pacing in this arc is that bad. It's not
I think
like the
pacing
pacing.
is an anime
I
issue.
think no, I think the pacing is only bad in the training segment. You know how they're running up the tree and all that. Like I think that's the only part that was
Yeah.
like that was. I wouldn't even say bad. It was just like minor. It was a minor issue. It
Yeah.
wasn't. It wasn't that bad. So yeah. So since I am neutral, or I wouldn't even say I'm neutral, but from listening to your arguments, I'll have to agree with Adam. Unfortunately, Z.
Oh.
I'll have to agree with Adam. He gave me so many points, and all you told me was you didn't think it was as strong as the other arcs, which is a weak argument if you ask me. What do you reckon? If you tell me this arc is not peak because it's not as good as the other arcs, honestly, that's not convincing me.
Like I wouldn't say it's peak. Like on a scale of 1 to 10, I'd give it a 8.5. That's
8.5 for the Land of
Huh?
Waves. Do you agree with that rating, Adam? The Land of Waves being an 8.5.
It,
I think that's crazy, bro. I think it's a
but
9.
that
It's a 9 in
yeah,
that's
my
not
opinion.
low.
yeah.
Okay. Well,
I
I
think
think
that 1.5 rating.
it's
Then
two it's two it's two it's two versus one. So majority rules here. Well, I have to put a but because you think it's great, we'll put it on the bottom of peak.
yeah, put it at the bottom.
It'll be on the bottom of peak. Okay, so let's go over like the order. So where do you think which arc do you think deserves top spot in peak?
For me personally, I would
Personally, I
put
think
the
it's Sasuke
retrieval arc.
Retrieval. Yeah, I
Yeah,
I
I
agree
would
with
Yeah,
that.
put
I
that one.
agree.
What about you,
I
Z?
agree.
Same thing?
I agree. Yeah.
Okay. So what do you think should be second then? Chunin Exams or
Chunin.
Konoha Crush?
Yep.
Chunin
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 Exams?
exams.
exam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Yeah.
I think it's only because Konoha Crush is so short, right? It's only like it's like the end of the Chunin Exams, but yeah. I think
Yeah.
overall, I think like if I'm being like super critical, there's a lot of fluff in the Chunin Exams, right? A lot of fluff.
Yeah.
So you have a lot of
Especially the
like
forest of
Sakura. You have like a lot
that
of
part.
Sakura moments that we don't care about. We have a lot of Ino moments we don't really care about. We have a lot of Choji moments we don't really care of. But if you're talking about
Yeah.
Konoha Crush, everything in Konoha Crush is peak. And I'm saying everything. There's nothing.
Except
There's no fluff in
the
Konoha Crush. Nothing.
So
It's
you
base.
think
straight
it's better
peak.
than the Chunin exams?
Well, we're arguing here. So you're supposed to convince, or well, we're supposed to make an agreement whether it should be over tuning
Bro, I
exams. Because
disagree with
like
what
the Konoha Crush is
I
just straight
disagree with what
peak.
you said about the fluff.
What's that?
Now with the fluff in Konoha, I'd say that there's more fluff in the tuning exams, but there's still fluff in the Konoha Crush.
Are you gonna
So,
reference Orochimaru moment?
yeah, I'm referring to the
I
tug of
see.
war that
Yeah,
lasted
okay,
10 episodes.
okay, yeah, I agree then. So yeah, see that's what I mean. That's a good point. So that actually negates all the fluff from tuning exams. You know what I mean?
I would say that the Forest of Death when they fought that clone, I think it was from the Hidden Rain village.
Yeah.
I think
Honestly,
that
I don't
ruined
think
the forest.
that. Nah, I actually like that. That was a good few episodes. That fight was actually good. You didn't like that?
I like the first part. I never liked that last fight.
I see.
That was the only fight that I never
It
liked.
was alright. It was alright.
So what about Yuzi? Do you agree with my assessment where I feel like Konoha Crush overall is a straight peak, whereas the tuning exams there's a lot of fluff it doesn't make the ass doesn't make the ass doesn't make the peak like doesn't make the tuning exams like bad or anything or like it doesn't what do you call it? It doesn't ruin the whole arc, but like overall and like pure entertainment like throughout the whole arc, the Konoha Crush is potentially better. Do you agree or not?
Uh, I
I'm being a
honestly,
devil's advocate, so you don't have to agree. But yeah,
I'd somewhat, I'd somewhat agree.
someone agrees. So you think Konoha Crush should be over tuning exams then?
Like, if it was my opinion, I would say that from what I enjoyed more, I enjoyed the tuning exams more. But I
Yep.
see where you're coming from.
Yeah,
From
exactly.
you give
Honestly,
your points.
I don't even believe what I'm saying. I think tuning exams better. I just want to like
From you
Yeah.
try
give
and
your
convince
points.
you that Konoha Crush is better because like, I feel like see the Konoha Crush is straight just peak like the whole thing, but I feel like the moments in the tuning exams in particular are overall better. So like Rock Lee versus Gaara, that is the best moment in the whole arc, including the Konoha Crush. Then you have like what's another peak moment that happens?
Sasuke versus Orochimaru.
Yeah, Sasuke versus Orochimaru, and then you have like the uniqueness of the written exam, the conclusion to that, how Naruto
Yeah.
passed. Like yeah, there's just so much more peak moments. But yeah, so I think we'll stick with tuning exams first, unless you guys wanna.
No, I think that's good.
Nah, you think that's good? Okay,
Yeah,
so tuning
yeah.
exams second. What about Konoha Crush and Search for Tsunade? Think that's the right order, or do you think Search for Tsunade should be above that? So we also included Itachi versus Sasuke, and Itachi versus Kakashi in Konoha Crush. Search for Tsunade.
This one's hard because from Konoha Crush, like the Hokage battle, Naruto versus Gaara,
Mm.
that like those moments stand out.
Yeah, those
And then
moments are
obviously,
really good. Yeah, I
They do.
agree.
so
I,
I think I'd have Konoha Crush above Search for Tsunade, but because it's so underrated, the Search for Tsunade, I just want
mm.
to bump it up for that reason, but I don't think that's a good enough
That's
reason.
a good enough reason. What about you, C?
No.
Do you think Konoha Crush is above Search for Tsunade or no? Give me a reason why.
I think, alright, the reason why I think so is because the Konoha Crush arc, it's basically the climax from the tuning exams, like everything
Mm.
leading up that yeah. So the impact really paid off,
Yeah,
and
I agree.
that's why really
Yeah, that's a very, very strong
like
argument because like the Konoha Crush is literally the climax. It's like the pinnacle, like the peak of the arc. It's like
yeah.
it's like the conclusion and like the climax, like you said. So that's a really strong argument actually.
But it's really it's really a strong toss up between the two.
Hmm. Okay, so I think we can all agree then. Konoha Crush was Search for Tsunade, and then Land of the
Yep.
Waves as the least, but you know, still peak.
But they're all in peak, so
Yeah. Well,
That's it.
yeah.
That's
I think
yeah.
that really just that really reflects Naruto as a show.
Our
It's
views.
peak.
Yeah.
It's just peak fiction. I don't know what to tell you. A lot of people will
You can't
think
you can't dispute this.
Yeah.
yeah, a lot of people will say otherwise, but
I think
it's
it's the
just peak,
best
bro.
big three anime.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Definitely not biased.
I think if they want to dispute it, they should come one day and challenge us.
I actually we're
See
gonna
I
who
have
think
we're gonna have a special episode about Boruto, and but we're gonna have like an actual debate with
yo
Naruto
Boruto is
fans.
peak.
That's gonna be a super interesting episode. So we will invite like Naruto Boruto haters basically. Which camp do you fall under? Is it
There's such a thing exists.
are you a Boruto hater or Boruto glazer? What are you?
Nah, bro, I'm a Boruto glazer.
Let's go.
Yo,
Till the day I
let's
die.
So
go.
so us three
Let's
will be
go.
representing Boruto, and we'll invite
We got
like
a strong team.
three other Naruto fans that hate, or even One Piece fans. Doesn't matter. Like we'll just invite haters basically.
Yeah.
Well, that
I
was good.
debate One Piece fans any day.
Well, that I think that pretty much concludes this episode. So I think our next episode will be about Naruto Shippuden, right? So yeah.
Yep.
Um,
Pretty much.
all right, before we end the episode, any like hot takes or opinions you guys wanna discuss? Like any topics based
I
on
think
part one Naruto, like any hot takes or something you heard in the community that you want to talk about.
Um,
We'll go with you, Adam.
uh,
Any
about
hot takes? Just
any
about
hot
part one
takes.
Naruto. Part one Naruto only.
Right, so my hot take is Naruto versus Sasuke, the first fight is the best fight in the series.
Hmm. That's a. I can't really say that's a hot take. That's a valid take if you ask me. Because
Yeah,
it's like I would say it's the top three fights, like in the show.
yeah,
Like I think it's that one,
that's true.
this Shippuden Naruto and Sasuke, and you can argue Obito or Rock Lee, in my opinion.
Obito, yeah,
Yeah,
Kakashi.
like those would be like
yeah,
top four in my head. What about
yeah.
you? What about you, Z? You got any hot takes or things you've heard that you want to talk about?
Uh, this isn't really a hot take, but I'd say if Rock Lee and Neji were developed and more shown in the series, they could be a top tier characters next to Naruto and Sasuke
Yeah, I agree.
throughout
Honestly,
throughout the
yeah,
entire.
yeah. Honestly, that's not really a hot take, but like that's like
Yeah, that's right.
basically a topic. Yeah, like that's a good. That's a
That's a good
well
take.
known.
Yeah,
That's a well known or well talked about topic about Naruto, like
established fact.
How Rock Lee and Neji were neglected in the whole show. So we did talk about that during this episode. So yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
For me, I would say my hot take is Naruto Part One is the best pre-time skip um of the big three. So I think
That's not a take.
Nah, it is a really hot take because there's a lot of people who
A
think
hot
One
take.
Piece pre-time skip is better than Naruto. So like, see,
Man,
you gotta think about like what happens in the pre-time skip of One Piece. So like, I know like the first part was kind of ass, like mid. Like you're talking about East Blue, that shit was straight mid. But then you get into like Sabaldi, Marineford. Some people argue in his lobby, like those are some pretty big arcs. But I don't think they amount to Part One Naruto. Like to me,
Yeah, it's not the run that Naruto went.
Part One Naruto's run is just peak all throughout. It's just I can't.
Generational run.
It's just I don't know. It's just like there's nothing bad I can say about it besides pacing. And obviously there's
It's
some minor
iconic.
like blimps like Sakura, but like that's
Yeah.
nothing. You know what I mean? So like I feel like Part One Naruto is better. Is the best. So like in Bleach, what would you classify Part One like pre-time skip? It'd be like just it'd be
Before the
from
Taz.
it'd be like everything up onto Fullbring, eh? Or would you count Fullbring as
Yeah.
time skip?
I
Is
wouldn't
Fu
count that as time skip now.
So you think that would be pre-time skip? So for Naruto, you've been comparing Land of Waves to Sasuke Retrieval. For One Piece, you'd be comparing East Blue to Marineford. And for
Yeah.
Bleach, you'd be comparing Introduction to Soul Reapers to Fullbring, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah,
pretty
so
much.
my hot take is Naruto is the best in the big three pre-time skip.
And I agree,
You agree?
as always.
Okay.
Yeah,
Always agree.
I agree.
Well, if you don't agree, you can comment why I'm wrong. This is for people listening, and give me a reason why. But doesn't matter, I still won't agree. Anyways, yeah, we'll do some quick outros. Go with you, Adam. What have you been doing, and what's your plans?
To be fair, I've been rewatching some animes, so like Jujutsu Kaisen, I think I rewatched that
Hmm.
once just to see how good it is, and I realized that it's a peak anime. But what I want to say is that Naruto inspired every new gen. So this is like
Why didn't you
it's
mention
one
this in your
full
hot
for
take? That's a
I'd
hot
say
take. That is a
I'd
hot
say
take.
Bleach inspired more Newgen than Naruto.
Bro, now you guys want to talk about proper hot takes. Those are proper hot takes because a lot of people talk about which anime inspired the most new gen shows. And my take is, I think it's equal.
I'd say it's Bleach.
I think it's pretty much the same. Okay, yeah, screw the outros. We'll talk about that right now. So like, give me why Bleach. Give me the reason why do you think Bleach has inspired more animes? Z, that's your take, and I'll ask Adam why Naruto is. Go for it, Z.
I mean, it's really obvious because they've really came out and stated that they took inspiration from certain animes and mostly Bleach from that era, and you can really see it in the blueprint of these newer gen animes that it's really Bleach coded.
Okay, give me examples then. Give me examples where an author said I was inspired by Bleach, and give me examples where you can see the similarities or see the inspirations in other animes. Because like a lot of people talk a lot of talk, but they can't really back it up. They just talk. So I'm gonna apply the same critique to you, Adam. So get ready. Give me examples.
All right, so so one example would be I would say JJK.
JJK. Okay.
Yeah,
Explain. Elaborate.
so just from the whole how the everything works or sets up like the whole power system and all that.
Yep.
You can really tell that it's inspired by Bleach.
So you're saying like, say, the Bankai is similar to domain expansion, eh? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Mm,
Yeah.
I think it's a bit of a reach, but I can kind of see it, I guess. Okay. I think the what's his name again? Gege Akutami. Yeah, he has actually stated that he's inspired by Bleach. Eh? Like he's actually said that.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's one example. Give me at least two more examples then, because your argument isn't true if you can't give me multiple examples. So give me two more. I'm putting you on the
Uh,
spot, mate.
I haven't watched anime in a minute.
Ah, that's a weak
Wait,
argument,
wait,
but you've only given me one, and
wait.
you claim that Bleach has inspired more enemies. This is what you claim, but you know what I mean. So are you telling me that you go on Twitter and you see other people say it, and then you just go along? Is that what you're telling
No,
me?
no, I'm not. No, no, I'm not that type of person. I'm not that type of.
Okay, okay. Give me at least one more example then. You have to give me one more example to believe what you think. Like, surely, right?
All right, all right.
Okay.
I would say another example would be Demon Slayer.
Demon Slayer?
Yeah,
Okay. Why? Why is that? Give me the
because
similarities of what you think.
What's that's about it.
The swords, bruh. So
yeah,
you telling
it's
me Bleach
demon.
inspired Naruto because of Killer Bee? No, that was a joke. That was a joke. So carry on, carry on.
But it's literally obvious that Demon Slayer took inspiration from Bleach.
Fair enough. So I probably could help you out there. So like the captains, eh? You know, you have the
Like
captains
even yeah,
or
and
the
even like
hashins.
the design,
I feel like they're
even like
like
the
captains,
design.
eh? They look like captains. They operate like
Yeah,
captains, and like Yamamoto is like the main guy, and you have all the other captains who follow him. So yeah, I can see that. But has the lady or the author has she ever stated that she was inspired by Bleach though?
I am not sure. I'd
You're
have to
not sure?
check that.
Okay.
But I'm certain there was some indication of
Yeah.
Bleach inspiration. I'm certain.
Fair enough. Well, I think you could have mentioned one more. I think Black Clover, eh? There's like a lot of inspiration with Black Clover,
Oh, Black
right?
Clover. Oh, yeah.
I think that's like a
Yeah.
massive one, eh? But you can also say the same thing that it was inspired
I
by
haven't seen
Naruto
that one in a minute.
as well. Okay, okay. So you gave me three examples, Z. Adam, if you can give me four examples, I guess you win. So give me four
For example,
examples. Yeah, because he can only give me three.
basically, first Naruto is more popular than Bleach, so
Yeah, but that's not an
ultimately
argument. We're
it'll
not
be more.
saying if Naruto's more popular. We're saying if Naruto inspired more enemies.
Right, I'll give you the examples.
Okay.
Firstly, Hunter x Hunter. Now
Okay.
let's
Why?
talk about that.
Okay. Give me the
So
inspirations of Hunter x Hunter. Wait, you can't know. That's not true. Because Hunter x Hunter came out
it is
first. Hunter x Hunter came out first.
yeah, but if you ask Kishimoto, he said that him and what's that other guy's name?
Him and
I forgot
Kubo.
the
Togashi.
Kubo.
Kubo.
yeah, Togashi.
Are you?
They both took it.
Yeah.
They took inspiration from each other, and that's
Okay.
been like factually stated. So that's one. Second one, My Hero Academia. So with the character designs, also like
Yeah. No, that
the
that is
fact
true.
that
Like that's like I think that's common knowledge. A lot of people know that My
yeah,
Hero was inspired by Naruto. I think even the
the
author
third
Yeah.
one,
said it. Yeah. No, that you've only given me two.
the third one.
You said
I know that's
My
true.
Hero. Yeah, you said My Hero, and you said Hunter x Hunter. But Hunter x Hunter, I don't know about that. That's questionable. But carry on.
Black Clover, Black Clover.
Yep.
So this one easy
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
because of
Give me
Asta
the
Naruto,
inspirations.
and then
Give me the inspirations like in the show. Like instead, like, cause I know
the show
the author said that he was inspired by Naruto as well. But give me
copied
like inspirations in
basically
the show.
he
Yeah.
basically copied the entire Sharingan basis. I saw
What do
it
you
in
mean?
the. Do you know
Oh,
You know the arc
yeah,
where
I
Yami
know the
got the
one you're talking about.
backstory?
Yeah, I know
Yeah,
the one you're talking
that
about.
one.
I
And
don't
even, do you
even.
know the
No,
elf
that's
arc?
not even true because that guy he just sees like the future. That's got nothing to do with the Sharingan. I don't know why you think that
That
because I've read the
Yeah.
arc. I'm not caught up, but I have read up to that point. So it's got nothing to do with Sharingan, even though it's got the pattern, but you can't really say it's copied Naruto because that's a Japanese what folklore thingy like that pattern, katakana, whatever you call it. So I can't
oh
really
yeah, the
give you that.
Dharma.
Yeah, you can't really I can't really give you that. Give me another point because I don't think that's true. I think what you could have
I know
said
the
was
similarity.
the Yami one, the Yami plot twist, how Yami killed
Yeah,
off his whole
yeah,
family.
yeah,
That is straight up a
yeah,
rip
that one.
off of Itachi. Like that is a rip off, if you
Yeah,
ask me. And also the fact that Julius looks like Minato and is like the Hokage basically.
yeah, the Wizard
And
King.
then
How
yeah,
Asta wants to become the Wizard
yeah,
King,
and then you have
and
like
then
the
Naruto.
Naruto and Sasuke dynamic, which is Asta and Yuno.
Yeah,
So yeah,
you know, yeah,
fair enough. So
Well, I
that's
mean
what
that's
right.
just what a regular animated
That's
anime.
now like I feel like Naruto and Sasuke is really a
yeah. Naruto
copy. I
satisfied
mean, that is a clone of Naruto and Sasuke. You can really see that dynamic. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I feel like it's kind of obvious like that. So yeah, that's your third
And
one.
shall I give the most obvious one? The
What?
most obvious one, Jujutsu Kaisen,
Wait.
because you got Itadori, Naruto,
Yeah.
with the demon Sukuna, and then you
Okay.
got Sasuke, Megumi,
Mm-hmm.
and they turn bad or they turn evil. Then you
Mm-hmm.
have Gojo,
Yeah.
Kakashi, same hair, eye ability,
See you.
basically the same, copy and
Yeah.
paste,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Okay. So
And then,
yeah, carry on.
shall I give one more?
Yeah, give one
Alright,
more to just dig the sword like right into Z. Like just to
right,
really nail it.
greatest,
Because he
just
was
to
only
nail
able
it,
to give you three.
I brought up all those already.
the greatest
Yeah, true.
Mugen of
Okay.
this era,
What?
Boruto, inspired
Nah,
by
I
Naruto.
can't give you that. That's not a good. That's literally a sequel. Like you can't say it's inspired. Nah,
But it's
it's the
taking
same thing,
inspiration.
bro. It's literally Boruto, Naruto, Next Generation. I can't give you that. That's a weak ass argument. Like, of course. Like, give me another example.
Right, I'll give
Boruto
you
doesn't
another
count.
one that of the Boondocks. Then.
Boondocks.
Have
What
you
is
heard of
it?
it?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think I've seen like memes of it, but I haven't really seen it. Okay, give
Yeah,
me
so
a
it's
reason.
taken a lot of inspiration.
Give me a reasoning then. Or give me an example.
Or because in the Boondocks, like they directly specify Naruto as like one of the places where they took inspiration from.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
So I think that
Mhm.
that basically confirms what I believe as well. Naruto is has inspired more animes than Bleach. I don't think you can
Yep.
disagree with that, Z, because you failed to give me more examples. That's just how it works.
So it's basically
So
the
what
same thing.
do you concede? Have you changed your mind? Do you think Bleach still has inspired more animes than Naruto? Or are you gonna be stubborn?
I'll be stubborn.
As always. That
As always. I get it.
you can.
Because you're a Gojo fan, that's why. Gojo fans don't like that,
Yeah, yeah.
Well, Gojo is basically Kakashi. What are you talking about?
eh? Yo, like, bro, there's no
Man,
way, man.
that's crazy,
Like,
bro.
Jujutsu Kaisen is inspired by Naruto more. Like, it's crazy. Like, same colored hair, special eyes, sensei, you know?
You
Bro,
see more parallels in that than you do in Bleach. 100%.
there's a
Anyways,
lot of
now,
anime characters with the same traits, physical
now, but
appearance.
like, bro, you can't tell me that Gojo is not a Kakashi clone. Like, bro, it's like one of the most obvious parallels between Naruto and Jujutsu Kaisen. Like it's literally like it's unashamedly a copy. You know what I mean? Even it's not a bad thing. I'm just saying like
Nah, but
that's a fact.
Gojo is the superior version, though.
Okay, I got one more. I got one more
Oh, but
hot take.
he's
I got one more hot take before
oh,
we finish our outros. Gojo is cooler than Kakashi.
That's not ridiculous.
Is that a hot take? Or like
Nah,
or is nah, I can't really say Gojo is better than Kakashi because that's false. Like I don't even
I'll say
believe that.
subjective.
Do you think
It's
he's cooler
subjective,
than
isn't it?
Kakashi? Yeah,
I would
I
disagree.
feel like that's a hot take because Kakashi is like well like respected character even like outside of Naruto. I feel like
Yeah,
One
I
Piece
love
fans and
Kakashi. He's
Bleach
like,
fans respect Kakashi. Like he's just that guy.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Well,
Have you
anyways,
seen the meme?
what?
Never duck the fate.
Nah.
So Kakashi never like he always fights every single opponent.
Oh yeah,
He
yeah.
never like runs away.
Kakashi is one of those guys who doesn't run from a fight. He just fights whenever
And
he needs
literally
to.
the anime community, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. So whose outro did we go? I think it was your outro, ZA. What are you up to?
Yeah, my one
And
was
you already did yours, yeah. What about you, Z? What are you up
yeah.
to
yep.
and what's your plans?
Alright. What I'm currently doing was I'm watching Mob Psycho right now and reading Peak Ball Run,
What was you
which
reading?
is part 7.
What you reading?
I'm rereading Peak Ball Run.
Oh,
That's part
JoJo's.
7 of Dojo's.
You're
Yes,
like the biggest
I-
JoJo's fan, eh? I remember.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
I remember me and you, we always used to
Like
gas up
Dojo's
JoJo's
like it's probably tied with AOT for me.
as your favorite animes.
That's crazy.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
bro. It's just too
I
peak,
can
bro.
never put JoJo's above Naruto, man. I'm sorry, but I understand if someone said AOT over Naruto, like that's about a take in my opinion. But
I, I
JoJo's,
I don't have a
there's no way,
I
bro.
don't have a solid top 5 or top 10 ranking, but I'll
Mm,
just put all of them in my top 5.
mm. That's wild, bro. JoJo's over Naruto, or even like JoJo's over One Piece, bro. There's no way. Anyways, that's your take. What's your plans? What do you do? Like,
Uh, Plans. I just want to read more manga. Get to. I'm currently reading Chainsaw Man also, which is it's kind of good right now.
mm,
It's really yeah. So my goal is to just get new experiences from new mangas. Like I heard about manga that recently released, Kagura Bachi.
yeah.
I'm not sure if that's
Nah, yeah,
yeah.
I've heard of that.
Want to, I'd want to pick up that as well.
Okay.
And yeah, that's
Oh, that's.
basically it.
Oh, and another thing, when are you gonna watch um Solo Leveling? Because bro, you're missing out. To be honest, that shit is peak.
I
Like
know,
I,
I
I
know.
can't believe I can't believe you still haven't watched
It,
Solo Leveling. To be honest, that's wild. It's like the
no,
most popular thing out right
no.
now.
The reason why I didn't want to watch it is because I wanted to wait until all the episodes were out.
But
So
you've been
now
waiting
that
for like a couple
all
years, to be honest.
everything, season 2 came out recently, no?
Yeah, it did. But like, how long will it take until the whole thing is adapted? Though I don't know how long it is, but I feel like you'd be waiting a couple years.
No, no. I'm going to watch it. Like
Ah, I see.
I'll probably watch it next month.
All right. Well,
Yeah,
in the next episode, I'll ask you
next month.
again, and yeah, hopefully you've actually watched it. So, for me, yeah, I don't really have any plans. Hey, I'm on semester break right now, so I got like 2 more weeks, 2 more weeks before I start again. Um, are you guys, Adam, are you still on uni? Like, are you still in uni? Still in your semester?
Yeah, I got 2 weeks left.
Oh, you got 2 weeks and then you're on your break.
Then I'm on summer break then.
Okay, so I got 2 more weeks and then my break's finished. So I go back in 22nd of July. That's when I start again. So yeah,
That's crazy. That's
what I, yeah, we basically have like just over a month. How long is your guys' summer break? Because one's about like a month and a bit. Like
Yeah, I was at 6 weeks.
so pretty much like similar to ours, maybe slightly more, I guess.
Yeah, it's the same
Yeah.
thing.
But I feel
Yeah.
like our end-year break or like our final break is really long. Like I'm talking
Yeah, I think
like
yours is longer
I'm
than.
talking like end of July-ish, end of November, December, January, February, and even March. Like say start of March-ish. That's how long our break is at the end of the year.
Yeah, that's massive.
That's crazy.
We get 2 weeks off for Christmas.
2 weeks off and you start
Yeah,
again.
crazy.
That's
That's it,
wild,
2
bro. We
weeks.
have like months.
December.
We have months break in our breaks, and like it's actually the best time because like later in the year for us it's summer, so it's like perfect, beautiful weather. So it's like the best
Yeah.
time for us. Unlucky. So yeah, what I'm planning to do is literally nothing. I had a job, but yeah, I lost it. Don't want to really talk about that. What I'm planning to do is
I understand that.
yeah. Anyway, so I think in terms of anime, honestly, I need to be more consistent in uploading because like, bro, when's the last time we uploaded an episode? Like a month ago, Adam? It's been ages now.
Yeah, it's been at least.
Yeah, so I think
Yeah.
that's something I gotta improve on, my consistency, just in general. But yeah, for this, probably try and put one out next week as well. Should we do it more regular or is one a week all good? You want to like insert one in the
Yeah,
middle
1
of the
week.
week, or one a week is all right?
We'll see what the schedule is saying.
See what your schedule's like. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Otherwise, yeah, that's all. I think this is a pretty good episode. How long have we been on? Bro,
This has been long.
it's like 1 a.m., bro. I think we started at in my time like 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. Bro, that's crazy, bro. And this is only
Wow.
part one Naruto. Imagine
That's
how
the thing.
long. Imagine how long Shippuden
We're
would be, bro. That's like triple the arcs in Shippuden.
finished.
Oh yeah, anyways, let's
Bro,
finish
I'm
out.
gonna
This has
have to do.
been. What's that?
You're gonna have to do half the breaks.
Gee, you might be right. We might have to split up.
Yeah.
We might have to split up Shippuden in two, bro. Because like, I think we've been on for like 4 hours. I would say.
Yeah.
Anyways, time to go. Anything you guys want to say? Like, just final goodbyes or no?
I think we've said all we needed to say.
Oh, what?
4 hours.
Yeah.
That's us.
I
That's
guess.
us. That's us for today. And thank you. Thank you for listening. Goodbye.
See ya.
Latest.